A world of magic meets the mind of a king. When Harry Potter is born as the reincarnation of Lelouch, the boy who lived gains the genius of a fallen emperor. Strategy becomes sorcery, and Hogwarts will never be the same again. Welcome to the Cosmic Harry. If you are new here, please subscribe and like. Also, I write stories by myself, so if you have any story suggestions, please drop below on comment scriptions. Now, without any further delay, let's begin.
The air in the cupboard is stale. Dust sticks to the back of my throat. Wood presses into my spine. I count my breaths because it stops the shaking. Footsteps. Slow, heavy, certain. Vernon. The bolt scrapes. Light slices in. He fills the doorway. Red in the face from nothing. From being himself. Up, he says. You're late. Again. My legs tingle. I push up. My knees bump the shelf. A spider drops and hangs in front of my nose. I flick it away, steady my breathing, and step out. The hallway smells like bleach and bacon. The house is quiet except for the television and Dudley's laughter at something that isn't funny. Petunia stands near the kitchen with a thin mouth and a clean tea towel. She looks at me like I'm a stain. Toast and 1 egg, she says. Don't burn anything. And don't talk. I walk to the stove. Hands small. Reach short. Pan heavy. Oil spits hits my wrist. I don't flinch. I plate the food. Set it in front of Dudley. He doesn't say thanks. He never does. Vernon takes the newspaper. He clears his throat. Loud. It's a performance. Your school rang. He lies. He likes to invent authority. They said you're odd. Petunia's eyes flick to me, then away. He's always been odd. Witchcraft. Freak. Words they use because they don't have better ones. I keep my voice flat. May I've breakfast? Petunia's face pinches tighter. Leftovers. I take the pan off the burner. The heat warms my fingers. The smell makes my stomach twist. I scrape the stuck bits into a corner and eat them with the fork. Oil, salt, overcooked egg. It's enough to quiet the ache for a minute. Vernon's chair scrapes back. He stands. Cupboard. Now, my body moves before I speak. He likes that. He likes the push and pull. He likes the control. I step into the cupboard. The door shuts. The bolt slides home. Dark. Isit. Knees to chest. Palms on shins. Count again. 1, 2, 3. Breath in. Breath out. Memory is a slow drip that becomes a flood. Snow on a stage. A sword point. A girl's hand reaching. A city holding its breath. The wheel of a carriage. A plan that required me to be a monster. Nunnally's tears. Suzaku's mask. Pain. Then warmth. Then this. I press my thumb into the lightning scar and feel it pulse. It isn't just a scar. It's a door. Something in me knows that now. More footsteps. Dudley's heavy and careless. He tries the knob, laughs, kicks the wood. Freak! The kick jars my head against the vertical beam. The pain is sharp. My vision blurs and tightens at the center. The cupboard shrinks. The air thins. I'm back under a throne I didn't want. Inside a plan that ate me alive. My chest stutters. Breath in. Breath out. Faster. Panic is useless. Count. Think. Sort the pieces. I'm Harry Potter. I'm not only Harry Potter. The thought lands like a key in a lock. Something turns. The scar burns. Heat shoots behind my right eye. Not a metaphor. Actual heat. I press my palm to the floor to ground myself. Splinters bite my skin. The pain clarifies everything. I know what this is. Gies. I whisper. The word tastes wrong in this child's mouth and still fits. A housefly skidded at the window and looped in a weird circle. He looked away. Not proof. Enough to be careful. My eye aches again, then settles into a low throb. The dark hums. The cupboard feels bigger, not because it grew, but because I remember how to think in tight spaces. In Area 11, a cupboard was a city. Here it will do. Plan. Immediate objectives. Secure food, privacy, and materials. Establish an information channel. Avoid suspicion. Notebook scrap. Constraints. I'm small. I've no money, I've no wand. The adults fear me for the wrong reason. Notebook scrap, assets, a compulsion that works with eye contact and clear commands, a scar that holds power like a fuse box, a brain that remembers how to topple empires, test, controlled environment, lowest risk with highest return. The bolt slides back again. Petunia this time. She holds the tea towel like it's a shield. Come out, she says. Her voice is tight. Vernon wants. The shed cleared. I stand up. The door opens. I blink against the light. She flinches at the sight of my eyes. She always does when I look too directly. Kitchen, she says. Hurry. No, I say. Her jaw drops a fraction. Excuse me, keep my tone calm. I need to speak with you and Vernon. Together. Now, you don't give orders in this. Petunia. I say her name like a lever. She freezes. I step past her into the hall and stop halfway to the kitchen. Now, she stares. Then she calls. Vernon. He appears with his face purple already. What is? Sit down, I say. He opens his mouth to shout. I meet his eyes. The scar burns hot. A circle blooms in my vision. Faint but there. Like a ring of light that only I can see. It tightens around the pupil. Power hooks through the look. Clean. Direct. Sit. Down. He sits. The chair thumps. He blinks as if he lost a second of time and is trying to find it. Petunia's hand flies to her throat. She looks between me and Vernon. She isn't stupid. She is afraid. Petunia, I say. I keep my voice even. Sit with him, she sits. Dudley keeps eating without looking up. He doesn't follow anything unless it hits him. Fine. I don't raise my voice. I don't need to. We're going to make some changes. You'll listen. You'll obey. You won't discuss this with anyone. If someone asks, you'll feel sick and say nothing. Vernon's eyes glaze at the edges. We don't. Quiet. The ring tightens. The geas is a clean blade when the command is simple. I set the terms as if I'm drafting a contract. From today, I'll have a bedroom with a lock that works from the inside. I say, you'll move the spare bed into the small room upstairs. You'll remove the bars from the window if there are any. You'll provide 3 proper meals a day. You won't starve me. You'll buy me clothes that fit and shoes that don't cut my feet. Petunia swallows. That costs. You won't complain about the cost. I meet her eyes. The ring flares again, softer this time. It latches. You'll manage it. You'll find a way. You always do. Her breathing calms in a way she doesn't notice. The command is seated. It will hold. Further, I say, you'll provide privacy. You won't enter my room without my permission. You won't throw away anything I keep there. You won't search it. Vernon's fingers squeeze the armrest. His knuckles show white. The geas sits behind his gaze like a weight. He nods once. It's automatic. He felt it after. Hands a little shaky, breath short. A dull throb behind his eyes. Education, I say. This is the important part. You'll take me to the library today. You'll sign me up for a card. You'll borrow books when I ask for them and return them on time. I require algebra, geometry, physics for beginners, logic puzzles, typing, and a full set of encyclopedias if possible. If not, you'll bring the school's used copies. You'll also buy exercise books and pens. Dudley finally looks up. Why do you need all that? You don't even, Dudley, I say without looking at him. You'll eat your breakfast and keep quiet. He does, because the tone is different and his animal brain knows it. I take a breath and check my pulse. Fast, but steady. The heat behind my eye eases. The scar throbs once, then settles. Good. You'll let me visit the library alone, I add. You'll tell the nosy neighbor that my chores have increased. You won't speak of me to anyone unless you must. If someone comes to the door and asks about me, you'll say I'm at a friend's house or studying. You won't invite them in. Petunia's mouth opens. She stops it with her teeth. And if the other ones come? She can't say the word. Witches. Wizards. The fear lives behind her eyes like a shadow. You won't keep any letters addressed to me, I say. You'll place them on my bed. You won't read them. You won't hide them. If a man with a long beard asks questions, you'll offer him tea, you'll smile, and you'll tell him that I'm doing very well, that I'm private, and that he should arrange any business directly with me. You won't give anyone permission to make decisions about me. Do you understand? Petunia nods. It's a small nod. It's enough. Vernon, I say, you won't hit me, ever again. You won't shout. If you feel anger, you'll go to the garage and count to 100. If you can't calm down, you'll take a walk around the block. You won't speak to me while angry. His lips work. You'll do this, I say, and the ring locks the rule into him like a nail. I move to the fridge and pour water into a glass. Cold spreads down my throat. I set the glass down on the counter and look at them both. If you follow these rules, your life will remain quiet, I say. If you disobey, you'll feel sick enough to think you're dying, and you'll correct yourself. That's how it will be. Silence. The house hums. The clock ticks. Dudley chews with his mouth open. Vernon clears his throat. When does this nonsense end? It doesn't, I say. But it's simple. Follow the rules. He looks at Petunia. She looks at me. In that look I see something that isn't only fear. It's recognition. She knows what secrecy costs. She has lived it. Fine. Vernon mutters. Library. Today. He says it like he came up with it. He needs the illusion of agency. That's fine. People will accept any order if you let them keep their story about it. I nod once. Move the bed first. He grunts and stands. The chair scrapes. He doesn't meet my eyes. Good. Petunia rises slower. Do you want tea? Yes, I say. And toast. Buttered. And a banana if you've one. She blinks. Then she moves. Dudley stares like he's watching a new show. Mom, eat. Duddykins, she says, voice thin. Finish up. I sit at the table. I don't touch the newspaper. I look at the window and the neat square of back garden beyond. Lawns trimmed. Hedges cut. A fence that pretends chaos is outside. Movement catches in the corner of my eye. A girl stands at the end of the garden path near the fence. Long green hair. Yellow eyes that don't look afraid of anything. She wears an oversized hoodie and scuffed trainers. She is where she shouldn't be and looks like she knows it. She lifts a hand. Not a wave, just a small motion that says, I'm here. The scar warms. Not painful this time. Present. I hold her gaze for 3 seconds. She holds mine. Then she turns her head and studies a dandelion by her foot like it's the only thing in the world. Petunia follows my line of sight and frowns. Who's that? The voice tries to make it ordinary. No one, I say. Not yet. Petunia picks up the kettle. She keeps looking back at the window in quick little cuts. Like a bird. The toast pops. The smell is simple and clean. She butters 2 slices and sets them and the tea in front of me. There's a banana. She hesitates, then puts that down too. Thank you, I say. She nods once. The word lands between us like something from a life neither of us had. Eat. I don't rush. I chew and think. The plan expands. Phase 1. Domestic. New room. Lock. Storage under floorboard. Loose board near far wall? I'll check. Library. Get card. Read fast. Keep notes small and neat. Hide notebooks in pillowcase until the floorboard is ready. Groceries. Protein, complex carbs. Ask for eggs and oats. Ask politely when Vernon isn't home. Ask with Gias if needed. He felt it after. Hands a little shaky, breath short. A dull throb behind his eyes. Phase 2 systems. Survey neighborhood patterns. Postman schedule. Mrs. Fig. Neighbors who watch. Cameras on the corner house? Good. Learn their angles. School. Identify teachers who can be leveraged with praise, with paperwork, with fear. Use simple tools. Use praise first. People turn for kindness faster than threat. Phase 3 magic. Letters will come. Don't fight the tide. Catch it. Read everything. Catalog names. Keep original envelopes. Practice focus. Meditation without the nonsense. Count breaths. Feel the scar as a switch. Don't overuse it. The contamination is real. The power isn't free. I finish the tea. Petunia clears the cup with careful hands. We'll move the bed, she says. Now, thank you, I say again. After the library, we'll buy a lock for the door and a small desk. She nods, eyes far away. Vernon stomps upstairs. The house shakes. I stand, rinse the plate, dry it, and put it away. Costs me nothing and creams off their confusion. When I step into the back garden, the sun is sharp and simple. The girl with green hair stands by the fence. Up close, she is older than me but not grown. Her expression is clean of surprise. She looks like someone who has been bored a long time. We face each other. I don't speak first. She doesn't either. It's a test I know by feel. I let the silence stretch to 5 seconds. 7, 10. She smiles because I can wait. She tilts her head. That's all. CC. I say. The name is a key in another door. Her eyes narrow a touch, like the sound is a memory. She says nothing. She steps sideways and sits on the low fence as if fences are chairs and chairs are optional. Her gaze flicks to my scar. A small nod. Approval? No. Acknowledgement. You'll complicate things, I say. No heat in it. Just fact. She holds up a finger to her lips. Quiet. Fine. Silent then. I turn away first by choice. That lets us both keep something. I go back inside. The small bedroom is dusty and smells like the plastic of a wrapped mattress. Vernon drops the spare bed with a grunt. He glares at the wall to avoid my face. Petunia strips a floral duvet from the cupboard and shakes it open. Dust lifts in a soft cloud. I open the window and let it out. I test the frame. No bars. Good. The latch sticks. I work it until it moves smoothly. Lock later, I say. Petunia nods. Vernon mutters something about bolts and sheds and good sense. He stomps out again. The house feels lighter after he leaves a room. I walk the floor counting steps. 7 from the door to the window. 4 to the bed. 3 to the wardrobe. I kneel and tap the boards. Hollow note near the right foot of the bed. I pry at the edge with my nails. It gives a millimeter. Perfect. Library, I say. Petunia grabs her handbag. She doesn't look at me. She doesn't need to. The rules are in her. That was the point. We walk. Suburban heat rises off the pavement. A cat sits on a wall and follows us with lazy eyes. Petunia's steps are quick and clipped. She doesn't speak. I don't either. The librarian is a woman with soft shoulders and glasses that slide down her nose. New card? She asks. How nice. Petunia signs the form with a tight hand. I give my name. Harry Potter. The woman smiles like it's a nice name and not a story stamped on me by strangers. She hands me a laminated card with a barcode. It isn't power. It's a tool. Tools are what matter. I pull books from shelves and stack them at the desk. Basic algebra, geometry made clear, physics, concepts and practice, how to type fast, encyclopedia, volume A, and a small book of logic puzzles with a fox on the cover. I add world history. An introduction because context is never a waste. Ambitious, the librarian says with a kind smile. Yes, I say. Petunia's mouth twitches when she sees the stack. She signs anyway. The geas sits in her hands and makes them steady. His hands trembled. His breath shortened. A small ache pressed behind his eyes. Back home. I carry the books upstairs and set them on the floor. I sit cross-legged and open the algebra text. Symbols line up in neat rows. The page smells like old paper. I sharpen a pencil with a knife from the kitchen and start with the first set. Numbers are clean. They don't lie to you and call it kindness. The house settles around me. A fly taps the window. A car door slams outside. Someone laughs on the pavement. I write until my hand cramps. I stretch my fingers and breathe into the ache. The scar hums faintly like a warning light on a console. Use me and I'll use you back. Noted. A soft thump against the window. I look up. Green hair. Yellow eyes. She's on the garden path again. Looking at the sky now, not at me. She stands there for a full minute, then turns and walks away without a word. I exhale. Tonight I'll move the loose board and make the cash. Tomorrow I'll ask for a small desk lamp and, if needed, take it without asking. In 2 weeks I'll have finished these books and need more. In 3 months I'll know the postman's name, the neighbor's gossip patterns, and the best time to slip to the library alone. In a year, letters will have come and someone with a beard will knock. By then, the cupboard will be a memory and the small room will be a base. The Dursleys will be predictable. The Geas will be tested, mapped, limited. I won't let it run me. I won't let anything run me again. He steadied his breathing. Fingers shook. A dull ache sat behind his eyes. I pressed 2 fingers to the scar. Heat answers. Not pain. Not yet. Not yet. I say to the room. Downstairs. Petunia calls up without coming to the door. We're having stew. There's plenty. Okay. I answer. Simple word. Quiet house. Clean page. Controlled breath. For now that's enough. Chapter 2. Chess pieces on an emerald board. The hat is too big and smells like dust and old rain. It slides over my eyes and turns the hall into warm cloth and breath. I keep still. The brim twitches like a cat's ear. Well now. It murmurs in my head. Plenty in here. Brains, yes. A hunger to build a better order. And a temper you cage with math. Put me where I can work. I think back. Not where people clap. Gryffindor would make you honest. Honesty won't fix this place. Hufflepuff would sand your edges. I need the edges. Ravenclaw would applaud your cleverness. I don't need applause. Pause. The hat weighs me like I'm a coin. You're already standing on a chessboard in your mind. Rows and files. You've placed your king. I'm not the king, I think. I'm the player. You'd get on in Slytherin. Ambition with an ethic is rare. Put me there. It waits 1 more second to see if I flinch. I don't. Slytherin. The sound slams back in. Green banners. A table that watches like a test. Some cheer. Some measure. Draco Malfoy smiles with his teeth. Pansy Parkinson whispers into her hand. I slide off the stool, hand the hat back, and sit near the end of the Slytherin bench. I fold my hands. I don't smile. Across the hall, Hermione Granger watches me from the Gryffindor table with her fork hovering above her plate. Her mouth moves around a quiet, "What?" Neville sits beside her. He gives a small, awkward wave. His face opens up like he believes I'm still me. That matters. Dumbledore claps at nothing in particular. His eyes sweep the tables like a lighthouse beam, slow and soft. When they pass me, the warmth is there. The warmth doesn't land. Minerva McGonagall sets the hat aside and straightens her cuffs. She hides it well, but I catch a tiny twitch at the edge of her mouth when she notes my table. Not disappointment, not relief, something like caution. I take in the room. The teacher's table is a map. Snape, stillness with edges. Quirrell, sweat and a tugging smile. Sprout, solid. Flitwick, keen. Hagrid, a giant anchor. And Dumbledore, the emperor who'd rather look like a grandfather. I eat enough to signal I'm normal and not enough to dull my focus. Bread, roast, water. I let Draco lean over once to test me. Potter, he says soft. Brave choice, calculated. I say. He waits for the rest. I leave it there. People want you to explain yourself. Don't. Not yet. After the feast, the prefects herd us into dungeons that aren't dungeons if you care about design. The Slytherin common room sits under green water that moves like slow glass. Lamps cast a clean light. The stone is cold in a good way. Gemma Farley, our 5th-year prefect, runs through rules. Curfew. Password. No wandering, she says, looking at me like wandering is a thing I do. I nod. Draco takes the bed to my right. He peels off his robes with a practiced shrug and pretends not to stare. Blaise Zabini watches everyone and says very little. Theodore not handles his trunk like it might bite him. I lay out my new school things on the trunk. Quills, ink, the books I chose for myself in Diagon Alley that the shop boy didn't recommend because he assumed I wanted flash. Practical Guide to Charms. The Art of the Clean Ward. Logic for Young Wizards. I feel Draco clock the titles. He stows the information away. Good. Let him study me. He is useful in short bursts. He isn't the kind you build a nation on. Palms damp. Breath uneven. A tight buzz at his temples. Lights out. The room settles. Water hums above us. I count the breaths of the boys until sleep takes their edges. I make my plans for the first week. Learn the castle's arteries, map the teacher's habits, find the library's blind corners, test the boundaries of the geas without letting it grow teeth. Breath hitched, jaw tight, a slow throb at his temples. When the last set of breaths evens out, I roll to my back and stare at the ceiling. Green ripples. My scar hums like a low battery warning, not urgent. I rest my palm over it and breathe slow. Not yet. Use the tool, don't become it. The train ride happened hours earlier, but it didn't finish on the rails. It finishes now in what I promised myself I'd do because of what she said. Compartment, sliding door, short hallway smell, wool, sugar, old metal. Neville bursts in with a face like a storm about to make up its mind. Harry, sorry, have you seen a toad? I've lost him again. I stand up. What's his name? Trevor, he says. Gran says if I lose him again, you won't. I say, come on. We check under seats, between trunks. I get on my knees and reach under a bench. Dust, a wrapper, someone's forgotten. Got him, I say, and pull out a warm, damp shape that thrums with slow, simple life. Neville's eyes get wet too fast. He sniffs and wipes his sleeve with the back of his hand. Thanks, he says. He hugs the toad like Trevor knows he was rescued and might say thank you later if he figures out how to talk. It's okay, I say. I mean it. We end up staying in the same compartment because it's easier. Hermione arrives with a look like a checklist. She knocks though the door is already open. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Then she sees Trevor. Oh, there you're. She blinks at us both. I mean, hello. I'm Hermione Granger. The name lands like a card on a table. It asks for our cards. Harry, I say. And Neville. I read about you, she says at me, then winces at herself for saying that out loud. To be clear, I don't think it's healthy the way people, anyway. The sentences trip over each other. She catches them and lines them up. I'm glad you found the toad. Neville smiles. Thanks. Hermione sits. She pulls out a book on spell theory and a bag of sugar quills she doesn't eat. She looks at the book, then at me, then at the book again, as if the page won't settle until she gets it out. His hands trembled. His breath shortened. A small ache pressed behind his eyes. Why Slytherin? She asks later, as the countryside passes like a repeating picture. We haven't been sorted yet. She is asking in advance. She thinks ahead in straight lines. I watch the trees blur. Because I want to change things, not decorate them. She frowns. You can do that in Gryffindor. Most heroes. I'm not interested in being a hero, I say. It's a bad job. You do other people's dirty work and die on time so they feel better about their stories. That's a bit stark. It's accurate. She folds her hands in her lap. And Slytherin is what? A shortcut. It's the room with the levers. I keep my voice even. The house of people who admit they want to move the world and don't pretend otherwise. That sounds like admiration. It's a tool. Admiration gets in the way. She studies me. You sound like you're quoting someone. I'm quoting results. She opens her mouth, closes it, then opens it again. All right, but you should know. Dumbledore's well regarded. He's good. There it's the first conversation we need to have. Do you know him? Ask. No, she says honest. But I've read about him. He beat Grindelwald. He's brilliant. He's kind. Kindness isn't a plan, I say. It's a trait. Useful. Not sufficient. She bristles. So what, you don't trust him? I don't trust systems built on one man's secrets. I keep my tone calm so the idea can sit without heat. He controls the narrative about himself and about danger. He places children where he wants them and lets events ripen until they help his goals. He tells the truth when it suits the story and keeps quiet when the lie serves the same story. He's an emperor who learned the trick of looking soft. Her eyebrows climb. That's not fair. It's not an attack, I say. It's an analysis. How can you analyze when you've never even met him? Met him, I say. Watched him, learn the type. Look at the platform. Half the people here stare at me because of a story he lets live. He could kill the myth if he wanted to by telling the truth and telling it loudly. He doesn't. He benefits from what I represent. You're being cynical. I'm being careful. Hermione glances at Neville for backup. Neville just shrugs and strokes Trevor's head with one finger. I don't know much about Dumbledore, he says. Gran says he's a genius who's made some right messes. Hermione looks back at me. What would you do then? Break the machine. Build a better one. Ihol here. As. Real separation of powers. Real accountability. You can't fix a medieval bureaucracy with speeches. This is school, she says. You're 11, and the machine starts here. She rests back against the bench. She doesn't like the idea of power games. She also doesn't look away from them. I'm not like you, she says. I know. Then why talk to me this way? Because you care about rules. I say. I need someone who knows which ones matter and which ones don't. She chews that without speaking. That's flattering or insulting. Useful. I say. That's the point. Hermione barks a short laugh despite herself. You're impossible. I try to be precise. I say, and she gives me the first reluctant smile. The trolley comes. We buy 3 pumpkin pasties and share them out. Neville thanks me for the second one like it's a gift from the Queen. Hermione wipes her fingers with a square of folded tissue she had ready before we started eating. I take the tissue when she offers it. She nods like we've passed a test neither of us admits we were taking. Morning classes hit like small, controlled storms. Charms with Flitwick is clean joy. Swish, flick, common sense. History of magic is dry air and a ghost who reads like a broken record. Potions is a room where air stands still on purpose. Snape doesn't look at me like a celebrity. He looks at me like a problem to solve or a problem to assign. I catalog the differences. At lunch in the Great Hall, Hermione corners me near the end of the Gryffindor table with a tight look and 2 books clutched to her chest. We need to talk, she says. Library, I say. Yes, she says, relieved I chose her ground. We take a corner table by the tall leaded windows. Dust hangs in the air like a lesson. Madame Pants watches us with sharp eyes. We give them nothing to bite. Hermione puts the books down face up. Wizarding Governance. A Primer and the Trials of Grindelwald. She opens the first and taps a chart with her finger. Look, she says and drops her voice. The ministry doesn't actually collapse the way you described. There's the Wiesengemot. There's oversight. I slide the book around and scan the chart. A court that's also a legislature. The minister who chairs both. No independent constitutional review. No law schools. No codified rights. This is a diagram of one building with a lot of rooms pretending to be a city. Hermione holds her breath, then lets it out. That's a little okay. But how would you even begin? You're not going to just march in and demand a constitution. Of course not, I say. You start here. Information is power. We audit Hogwarts. Records, punishments, detentions, money flows. Who funds what? Who sits on the board? Who holds shares in which broom company? We find the choke points. We choose targets. We use sunlight. That's illegal. It's not illegal to map a process, I say. And if something is hidden, it's hidden for a reason that probably isn't noble. Hermione presses her palms together. You want me to help you break the school, fix it, I say. Targeted triage. You like clean rules. Don't you want the rules to be good? She leans back. You're doing it again. What? You're making me argue myself into your plan. Then stop, I say. Tell me no. Tell me why. She blinks. She thought I'd push. I don't. I let the silence work. She taps the book's spine twice. Dumbledore, she says. You called him an emperor. That's not, he's been headmaster forever. Maybe he knows things we don't. Maybe he does keep secrets for good reasons. Maybe, I say. So we test. We build a model. We look for consistent behavior. Does he tell the truth when it hurts him? Does he share power? Does he write things down so future heads can follow rules instead of guessing his intentions? If yes, we adjust the analysis. If no, we plan accordingly. She thinks. The hum of the library fills the spaces between her thoughts. Okay, she says finally. One test. We start with a board. We find the names. Good, I say, and slide her a small notebook I already labeled Hogwarts. Governance map. Write neat. Code names for people until we're sure. She runs a thumb over the cover. When did you know? Never mind. Of course you'd have this ready. You want the rules to work, I say. So do I. I'm just willing to push harder. She stares at me a moment, then drops her voice another notch. Can I ask you something personal? Yes. Why are you like this? Like what? Sharp, she says. You sit like you're waiting for someone to spring a trap. You talk like you've seen politics up close. You're 11. I hold her stare. I lived with people who made rules to hurt me and called it normal. I learned fast. She nods. The answer lands differently than she expected. Not enough to satisfy her fully. Enough to move her away from the easy pity she hates to feel. All right, she says again, softer. We do it your way. No, not your way. A way. With checks. With rules. If I think you're crossing a line, I'll say so. Good, I say. That's your job. She exhales a laugh, then clamps it shut because Madame Pants lifts her head like a hawk. We work for an hour, trading book after book, copying names like we're threading a net. Lucius Malfoy, Amelia Bones, Augusta Longbottom, a muggle-born named Persephone Tully who served 20 years and left with a scathing resignation letter no one printed. Hermione's eyes go wide at that one. She copies the name twice to make sure she spelled it right. When we leave, the sky over the courtyard is pale and clean. Neville waits on the steps with Trevor in a box and a book on herbology open on his knees. He looks up and grins like the sun just came out for him. How's your first day? He asks. Efficient, I say. Hermione snorts. He means it went fine. Neville beams. Brilliant. We walk the corridors together because company is a shield and a signal. Hermione talks about the moving staircases as if the architecture is trolling her. Neville tells a soft story about his grand's garden and a plant that explodes if you touch it the wrong way. I ask him what the right way is. He shows me with his hands, careful and neat. He lights up when he teaches. He doesn't notice it, so I do. On the second floor, Peeves drops a water balloon from behind a suit of armor because he enjoys waste and shock. It hits Neville's shoulder and bursts. He flinches and catches his breath like he's learned to be quiet when he's hurt. Oi, Peeves crows. Fresh meat. Go haunt a drain, I say without heat. Peeves cackles and zooms away. Neville laughs because I didn't flinch. Hermione hides a smile. On the landing, Draco appears with Crabbe and Goyle at his flanks because that's how he thinks you show strength. He lifts his chin. Potter, he says. Slumming. I'm walking, I say. With Gryffindors. With friends, I say. I let the word settle. Draco eyes Neville and sees the wrong thing. Soft, harmless, easy to push. Longbottom, he says. How's the toad? Still trying not to run away. Neville squares his shoulders. Trevor's fine, thanks. Good, Draco says and smirks at me. You coming to the common room later? We're gonna talk about family expectations. I've homework, I say. Tell your father I said hello. Draco's eyes flash. I didn't say. You were about to, I say and keep walking. Crabbe and Goyle are slow to move. Draco watches us go with a face that hasn't learned how to lose and still look good doing it. Neville exhales when we turn the corner. Thanks, you handled it, I say. He shrugs. I'm trying. You don't have to try alone, I say. I don't add that I need him. He'll feel it in time. That night, after homework, after the Slytherin common room fills with quiet deals and louder laughter, I slip to the library again. Hermione is already there with 3 open books, a quill tucked behind her ear, and a look like she's arguing with a page. Second conversation, I say as I sit. The hard one. She closes the books one by one and folds her hands. All right, convince me I should help you if your plan might hurt people. It will hurt people, I say. Everything does. The question is who and how many and whether it's worth it. Her face tightens. That's a dangerous way to think. It's the only way to change something big without pretending you're clean. I say. We decide by numbers and by lines. We protect children, we never use fear to keep control, we never make a law we wouldn't suffer ourselves. Those are lines. We accept that pushing a corrupt official out will make their family hate us. We accept that exposing a bribe will ruin someone's career who took it for the right reasons. Those are numbers. You're turning ethics into a ledger. I'm putting consequences on the page where we can see them, I say. That's how you stop yourself from lying to feel better. She stares at me like she's deciding if I'm cruel or honest. Where does Dumbledore fit? On the page, I say. If he lies, we note it. If he tells the truth and it hurts him, we note that too. If his secret-keeping protects people more than it hurts them, we adjust the score. If he hides behind his image to avoid accountability, we act. And if you're wrong? She asks. If you break something that didn't need breaking, we fix it and we pay the price. I say. We don't hide it. We don't write a speech about noble intentions. That sounds like an oath. I say. Say it with me or don't join. She swallows. Her hands twist together, then flatten. I don't like the word break. Use ref actor. I say. Same idea. Less sharp. She laughs into her fist. Fine. One more condition. Name it. You don't use whatever it's you do with your eyes on me, she says. She doesn't know the word. She knows the shape. Or on Neville. Or on people who trust you. I won't. I say. Swear. I swear. I say, and feel the scar heat as, if it wants to argue. I press 2 fingers to it and press it down. Hermione watches the motion. What is that? A headache, I say. She doesn't believe it. She also doesn't push. All right, I'm in. But if I see you slipping, I'll drag you back by the ear. I expect it, I say. You can start by reviewing this. I slide a sheet over. It's a tree. Names branch into roles. Arrows show influence. Empty boxes sit at key points. You've already got the skeleton, she says. Fill the meat, I say. Neville can help. He's kind, she says. That's why he sees people, she nods. I'll bring him in gently. He listens to me sometimes. Because you speak like you're building a ladder, I say. He likes ladders, she smiles. It lands warmer than before. You're very odd. I'm very busy, I say. We work. Her quill scratches. My pen moves. We split tasks without arguing about it. She's better at cross-referencing names. I'm better at drawing the flow. We stop only when Madame Pants coughs in a way that means out. On the way back to our dorm corridors, the castle is quiet and big. Stones give back our footsteps in soft echoes. A draft slips under my collar. It smells like old books and lake water. At a bend near the stairwell, Neville steps out from a shadow with a face that says he waited because he didn't want to interrupt and didn't want to go to bed without saying goodnight. Couldn't sleep, he says. Gran would say it's first day nerves. Walk with us, Hermione says. We do. He talks in a low voice about greenhouses and about a boy in his dorm who snores like a broken bell. Hermione snorts and claps a hand over her mouth. Neville grins at making her laugh. At the split where Slytherin peels away from Gryffindor, Neville stops and looks at me like he wants to say more and is worried it will sound silly. Thanks for earlier, he says. With Malfoy. And for the toad. And for not making me feel stupid. You're not, I say. He nods a quick, grateful jerk. Yeah, I know. Sometimes I forget. He glances at Hermione. Night then, night, we both say. He trudges up the steps and vanishes around the corner. Hermione watches him go with an expression I can't quite read. It looks like care. He trusts you, she says. I trust him, I say. That's rarer. She looks at my face like she's memorizing it for later. Good night, Harry. Good night, Hermione. She turns left. I turn right. The corridor cools as the lake presses in. The common room opens at a hissed password. Green light, low voices. A boy with slicked hair practicing a smirk in the window reflection. I take the bed. I line my books in a neat stack. I count the breaths again, not because I'm scared, but because it keeps me sharp. The scar warms once, as if something outside the castle drew a finger down it and said wake. I sit up. In the ripple of the ceiling, a shape swims that isn't a fish. Long hair, green in the water's light. Yellow eyes where there shouldn't be eyes. I don't move. I don't blink. The shape holds for a beat too long. Then the ripples smooth and it's only the lake again. A tap on the glass of the window in the common room corridor. Soft. 3 beats. Pause. 2 beats. No one else seems to hear it. I stand, pull on my robe, and slide out of the dorm. The corridor is empty. The window is cold under my palm. I breathe on the glass, write check with one finger, and wipe it away. When I lie back down, I don't sleep right away. I count to 100 once, then again. Plans sort themselves into rows. The board opens. Tomorrow we start auditing the castle. Tomorrow I map Flitwick's office hours and Snape's patrol patterns and which prefects love rules and which love breaking them. Tomorrow I start teaching Neville how to shield himself without looking like a boy trying to be brave. Tomorrow I push on a small rule and see who yelps. For now, I keep still and let the lake press down on the ceiling until the green light pulses with the slow beat of the castle's heart. When sleep comes, it's thin and watchful. I'm fine with that. The room of requirement gives us a lab because I asked for one like I meant it. Bare stone turns into tables. Brass lamps appear with clean, even light. A chalkboard stretches wall to wall. A sink grows out of nothing with labeled taps. Water, distilled water, something that smells faintly of silver polish. The floor is level and cold. The ceiling is high enough to think. Hermione stands in the doorway with her hand on the frame, eyes bright. This is ridiculous. Useful, I say. Come on. She steps in and circles once, fingers trailing the edge of a metal table. What did you ask for? Workshop for safe, quiet research. Focus on Muggle devices stabilized. For magical fields. Shelving. Lockable cabinets. Ventilation. I nod at the vents that hum softly along the back wall. It listens. Hermione pulls a notebook from her bag without looking. We're not blowing anything up. Correct, I say. We're building. 3 tables hold the core of it. Table 1. Scavenged Muggle parts. RC car motors. Old Nokia phones I picked up at a charity shop in Little Whinging. Laptops from a skip, repaired with patience and luck. A coil of fine carbon fiber rods from a kite shop. Superglue. Soldering iron. Table 2. Books and ingredients from the magical side. Arithmancy for the practical mind. Runic ducting. Protean charm. Beyond communications. A jar of powdered moonstone. A fan of thin beaten copper plates. A roll of rune-inscribed waterproof parchment. He steadied his breathing. Fingers shook. A dull ache sat behind his eyes. Table 3. The first prototypes. A coin charm with our runed crest. A simple circle split by a diagonal slash. A beetle-sized drone frame with 4 tiny rotors and a cage against impact. A short wand length of ash with burnt-in sigils along the grain. Palms damp. Breath uneven. A tight buzz at his temples. Hermione stops at the drone and lowers her face until her hair almost brushes the table. It's adorable. Breath hitched. Jaw tight. A slow throb at his temples. It's a surveillance platform, I say. Working name Thorn. She grins despite herself. Fine. Thorn. What's the failure mode? It drops and breaks rather than crash into someone's eye. I say. Carbon cage. Failsafe cut on power surge. Disillusionment layer bound to the cage. Not the motor. She glances at the chalkboard where I've sketched a boxy diagram. Explain the glue between worlds. Electromagnetics hate wild magic, I say, tapping the board. So we wrap electronics in a runic Faraday sleeve, see these copper lames? And feed the motors with a magic stable capacitor we charge via wand. We anchor the disillusionment on this etched silver ring so the field stays smooth. The tiny protean rune on the backplate carries the control signal. The coin transceiver handles the key exchange. And the key exchange is? Arithmetic one-time pad keyed to the hour and a shared seed we change daily. I say. You'll maintain the schedule. Hermione's smile tilts. Flattery will get you documentation. Good, I say. I turn the coin over in my hand. The crest catches the light. This neat work, Hermione's. She's faster at carving runes than I'm and hates sloppy lines on principle. Rules, she says unprompted, because she knows I'm about to push. Before we do any of this, rulebook. Say them, I tell her. She ticks them off with her pen. 1. No surveillance of students under 16. 2. No targeting of private spaces, dormitories, bathrooms, anything like that. 3. Clear, written warrants for any adult we monitor. Specific purpose, scope, time limit, sign off from at least 2 of us. Make it 3 people for ministry officials. I say. Me, you, and CC. She won't lie for comfort. Hermione glances at the door as if the name might pull the girl out of the corridor. Fine. For data minimization, we only keep what we need. Automatic purge in 72 hours if it's nothing. For evidence, we store hashes and keep originals in a locked vault with access logs. Also written, I add. Also written, she says. 5. No geas to obtain consent. Ever. On us, on Neville, on anyone who trusts us. Agreed, I say, and feel the scar warm when I speak. 6. Countersignatures for any risky field use. We can't be our own brakes. 7. Hermione says, softer. If this starts to feel like we're building a cage around people just because we stop and we argue it out. Properly. Deal, I say. She watches my face a second too long. You're going to push anyway. I'm going to push toward a world that doesn't break children to keep tradition comfortable, I say. And I want you telling me when I'm pushing wrong. She exhales. Okay, now show me the maths. We spend 2 hours writing on the board until the chalk dust coats our fingers. The arithmancy isn't romantic. It's matrices, not prophecies. Hermione tests the key schedule with 3 different primes and snaps at me when I try to cut a corner. If you cheat on the pad, the whole thing's a sieve, she says and wraps the chalk on the table. I grin. I like you angry at the right things. She flushes, hides it behind a glare, and goes back to the algebra. When the equations settle, we move to the bench and build. I solder with a steady hand while she marks micro-runes into the copper sleeve with a scribe so fine it looks like she's writing with light. We work in easy silence. Breathing metal. The soft hum of the room's vents. CC appears at some point because she does that. I don't turn when the door sighs. Hermione doesn't look up either. We both feel the room tilt. CC pads to the table in trainers that used to be white. She leans over a coil and taps a rune with one pale finger. His hands trembled. His breath shortened. A small ache pressed behind his eyes. That one wants a parody bit, she says. Hermione startles, then rallies. We already, oh, you mean, right? Because the inverse charm flips the field half a tick later. CC smiles with half her mouth. You're bright. Thank you, Hermione says, polite and wary. CC's gaze slides to me. Your lines are clean. Yours are inconvenient, I say. She plucks the coin from my palm, weighing it. Her yellow eyes flick to the crest and back to my face. Your symbol looks like a scar. It's 1, I say. Don't let your tools all wear your face, she says, and puts the coin down like a test she doesn't grade yet. Hermione clears her throat. If you're staying, contribute. Otherwise, stop hovering and making everything feel like a riddle. CC arches a brow as if no one's spoken to her like that in a century. Then she picks up the scribe and carves the parody rune exactly once, perfectly, as if she had all the time in the world to practice and got bored with being better than everyone. He steadied his breathing. Fingers shook. A dull ache sat behind his eyes. We run the first test on a table cleared to the edges. The thorn hovers. The disillusionment slides over it with a shimmer that leaves a faint distortion if you don't blink. Hermione watches the control coin in my palm as the runes glow and fade in neat sequence. Telemetry? She asks. Stable, I say. Noise floor low. Power draw with intolerance. CC puts her chin in her hand. How do you plan to hide the sound? Frequency shift the hum to outside human hearing and run a soft muffliato, I say. Close range masking only. Don't want to blanket the hall and scream secrecy. Hermione tosses a scrap of parchment into the air. The thorn darts and catches it with a tiny claw. It swoops, barely a dent in the air, and drops the parchment in the bin I open with my foot. Okay, she says and can't stop the grin. That's sick. We don't say sick about surveillance toys, I say. We say functional. She rolls her eyes and laughs into the sleeve of her robe. She needed the laugh and didn't know it. We start small. Proof of concept inside Hogwarts where the risk is embarrassment, not Azkaban. Operation Chatter. Map Prefect patrols. We release 2 thorns and a simple passive charm near the stairwells to hear footfalls. We time Gemma Farley, Percy Weasley, and a Hufflepuff 5th year who sings off-key when he thinks no one's listening. Hermione logs patterns in our Hogwarts governance map notebook. I watch for anomalies, who lingers outside the headmaster's office, who ducks into the shadows to whisper, who moves like they own the place. Next step is the staff. The ethical line glows. Hermione draws the warrant on parchment with a neat title. Headmaster's office, external door only. Purpose, traffic analysis. Duration, 2 hours. Sign off. H.C. She writes her initials and slides it to me. I sign. CC draws a crescent with a line through it that isn't her name but is her. We glue a thin coin under the gargoyle ledge where nobody except the stone would notice. The charm records door openings and the cadence of voices through the wood. Not words, just patterns and timbers. Result. Dumbledore takes late meetings. Snape enters softly. Minerva with clipped steps. Hagrid in one nervous burst and out again. No secrets laid bare. No guilt conjured from nothing. Just a map of habits. See, Hermione says like half a victory. Not evil, not proof of goodness either. I say. It's data. She lets that stand. We build the net wider. The drones mark the corridors by the dueling club. They float above the trophy room at midnight and show Filch's flashlight drawing mean little circles on the floor. They watch a broom closet where older students kiss. Hermione frowns and pulls them back with a word. I pull them further and set a hard block on the closet's area in the controlling coin. We won't be voyeurs. The algorithm doesn't care. We do. By week's end, the room holds not just prototypes, but process. Shelves with labeled boxes. A clipboard on a nail by the door with check-in/checkout columns in Hermione's hand. A locked cabinet with a brass plate that says evidence. Inside, 2 unlabeled vials, a handful of photographs, a roll of film trapped in a plastic canister, a ledger book we haven't opened yet. I place the ledger last. Hermione watches my fingers on the spine. What's that? She asks. Something that fell out of a professor's bag. I say. Whose? Snape's. Hermione stiffens. Harry. Not stolen, I say. Recovered from the 3rd stair where it slid when he turned to shout at a Slytherin. I picked it up and called his name. He took the other book from my hand and didn't notice this one. I said I'd leave it on his desk. Then he took points for walking too slowly. That's technically stealing. It's technically securing an unguarded item for later return. I say. After we copy the pages that show how potion stock is requisitioned. Because money routes tell you who gets favors. I say. She presses her lips together. She doesn't like it. She also doesn't tell me to put it back right now. We copy. We return tonight. Tonight, I say. We copy. We return. Snape glances at the ledger when he sits down the next day and flicks a speck of dust off the cover like it insulted him. He doesn't look up. He doesn't see me. He sees everything. He misses this. That scares me a little. It means even the ones with keen edges can be worn. When we shift from school to ministry, the tone changes. The risk changes. Sirius Black sits in the newspapers like a stain the ministry won't scrub. 10 years in Azkaban without trial isn't a mistake. It's a policy. You don't trip and fall into a prison built on despair. You walk there on purpose. This isn't about saving him, I say, bent over the map of London. It's about the paper trail. I know, Hermione says, and she hates that she knows. But if we find proof, we lock it, I say. We use it when it breaks the right pillar. Harry, she says. Not the title, just my name. There's a man rotting on a sea rock. I know, I say, and my jaw tightens. And he's a lever. She stares at me like she's choosing between two bad doors. Levers move the world. I say softer. If we break the ministry on a moral panic, the old guard rebuilds it better for themselves. If we break it on its own corruption, we keep it down long enough to build something new. Hermione's eyes go shiny and sharp at the same time. Don't say keep it down like it's a thing you do to a dog. Then give me better words. I say. We replace it with something that doesn't eat children to run. That's the short version. She exhales through her nose and points at the map. Fine. Start. The thorn test outside Hogwarts goes like a drill down our throats. We take the night bus to London with forged permission slips CC wrote on paper that looks older than the ministry. CC sits behind us humming a tune that belongs to a different century. She leaves us 2 streets away from Whitehall as if she's going to buy a sandwich and disappears into the crowd like she invented vanishing. We've built 4 thorns with longer-range links. They travel in a school pencil case Hermione holds like a clutch purse. We check the signal. Good. We walk like city kids who belong to someone who's just inside the shop. Nobody looks twice at children who look like they're supposed to be there. The visitor entrance to the ministry is a joke. A phone box. Hermione mouths this is insane and I nod once because we don't go in. We float a thorn up the glass and through the crack where the booth meets the wall. It lands under the ceiling cornice and sits. You can't control it in there, Hermione whispers. I won't, I say. It's in listen only. We log comings and goings. We match face to name. We get patterns. The thorn sits and hears the bell of the lift doors and the same recorded woman's voice telling people to mind the step. It hears the slow drag of someone's bad leg. It hears Lucius Malfoy's drawl when he laughs at a joke he makes. Hermione writes times and names in a neat column. He shouldn't be here. He's here because there's no friction, I say. We place a second thorn on the ledge of a cafe across the street from the DMLE entrance and re-angle the camera lens. A man with a neat mustache sits down with a pink frosted bun and a report stamped internal. A woman with tired eyes and good posture meets him 2 minutes later. She doesn't touch the bun. They talk in low voices with careful faces. We can't hear words, only shapes. He slides her the report across the table. She flips 2 pages, points a stiff finger. They're arguing about procedure. They leave together without the bun. The camera catches the stamp. Azkaban, Dementor staffing levels, budget variance. Hermione copies the title. Her pen digs a little too hard into the paper. Budget variance means they're paying for extra guards, I say. Or pretending to on paper. CC appears behind us with a paper napkin that says Bard Brew in cursive. The bun was good, she says, as if making conversation. You were sitting behind them, Hermione says, narrow-eyed. They smelled like ink and guilt. CC says, not denying it. We work the perimeter for 2 hours and quit before we get greedy. Back in the room, we print time-stamped stills with a muggle printer I charmed not to whine about magical fields. Hermione arranges them on the table with the neat focus of someone building a model airplane. Here, she says, tapping 2 photos. 3 visits in 5 days. Same pair. Same file. Same cafe. She lines up a 3rd photo. Malfoy with Fudge twice, both times after DMLE meetings. We're not catching their lips, but the pattern reads. We need paper, I say. Internal memos. Policy line we can pull. I can try the archive, Hermione says. There's a public reading room for historical cases. We can ask for access to the post-war section and get nothing current, I say. But we can learn how they file and where they store what. Process map. Hermione looks at the wall clock. Tomorrow, during daylight. I'm not going to skulk in the middle of the night. But let me try the door first. Fine, I say. We also track Fudge. If he has a pattern, he does, CC says. He lies in 3s. He'll say something 3 times before he believes it himself. That's not a pattern we can chart, Hermione says. Hands on hips. No, CC says. That's a pattern you use when you ask him a question. Hermione stares. You're infuriating. CC smiles. Thank you. 11 months later, Thorn rides the high ductwork of Flourish and Blots. We're here because Lockhart's book signing is a gift. Noise, crowds, and a Malfoy who performs generosity. Hermione wears a borrowed cardigan and her hair in a plait to look younger. I wear a jumper and keep my head down until I have to lift it. We blend. Neville comes because the shop makes him happy and because he doesn't ask the wrong questions in public. CC is a shadow near the travel guides, reading a book upside down. Lucius arrives late with a polite smile and a walking stick that says legacy every time he moves it. He browses one shelf and then another. He bumps a red-haired girl's cauldron with so little force it looks like an accident. A small black book slides into the top of her stack and sinks like a coin tossed into mud. Target. I murmur. Hermione's pupils dilate. I saw it. We didn't come to wrestle it out of his hand. We came with a plan that looks like a trick and is really just timing. Neville pretends to trip. Hermione catches his elbow. I shift one book with my sleeve so that a neat stack avalanches in slow motion right in front of Ginny Weasley. She gasps, bends, apologizes for nothing, and sets the cauldron down on the floor for leverage. Hermione crouches beside her. Here, I've got the bottom, second year chamber run. Her hand dips under the top book for a second, quick and clean. The thorn, no larger than a beetle, zips in on a breath of air and latches a claw into the diary's spine. The carbon cage brushes paper. The disillusionment flickers, then holds. The coin in my pocket warms with the strain. Come on. Easy. The door opens. New customers bring a cool draft. A child shrieks because Lockhart winked at him. Ginny laughs, bright and real, and reaches for the book she thinks she put down in a different place. Hermione hands her an identical black blank I transfigured this morning, with the right weight, the right cheap paper smell, and keeps chatting about Lockhart's ridiculous smile. Lucius watches them both with a lazy, bored interest, sees nothing, because we give him nothing to see. Thorn drags the real diary 2 inches inside the cauldron lip while I slide my foot along the edge and drag the cauldron a fraction toward me. A book slides, a corner catches, a distraction covers a movement. The diary flips from her stack into a gap between 2 larger books in my pile. Thank you, Ginny says to Hermione, breathless and pink. I'm such a klutz. You're not, Hermione says. This place is chaos. Ginny smiles, collects her books, and vanishes into the press of people. Lucius tips Lockhart a coin with a face like he gave blood. Cece yawns without moving her mouth. We leave with 2 new textbooks and a black diary that hums like a live wire in my bag. Outside, Neville exhales hard. That was efficient, Hermione says, but she doesn't sound smug. She sounds a little sick. Walk, I say. We don't run. We don't look over our shoulders like people who did something wrong. We go into the Leaky Cauldron's back room, straight through to Muggle London, and then around the corner to a side street where Cece leans against brick eating a paper bag of chips. She eyes the bag. Want one? No, Hermione says, voice tight. Cece tilts the bag toward me. You always say no until you say yes. Later, I say. My shoulder hurts from holding my arm, still at the exact angle to shield the bag in the crowd. My palm sweats. The diary hums. Back in the room, we put the diary on the table inside a square I drew in chalk. The square is a box when you view it properly. The lines are old and the sigils are simple because simple holds. Hermione checks each corner with a spell that clicks when it's correct. Palms damp, breath uneven, a tight buzz at his temples. We keep it shut until we're ready, she says. We're ready, I say. Harry, if we wait it moves, I say. It wants a 12-year-old. It wants to burrow. Hermione looks down at the square and swallows. Okay, plan. We open it in small ways. Questions written on spare parchment, carried into the chalk box by a charmed rod, pushed under the cover. A quill writes back neatly in black. Hello. Then who's this? Then what do you want? Power. It writes in round school letters that belong to a boy who knew how to smile. To help. Hermione's mouth hardens. Liar. I keep my face still. We're burning it tonight. Good, she says, except you don't burn it. You break it with something that doesn't care how loud a soul screams. We've been talking for a week about the chamber. I didn't want to show her the door until I've to. Get your cloak, I say. Now. We glide through the castle at midnight on the paths we mapped. People think corridors are straight lines. Corridors are water, edges, currents, and quiet coves. Weave the chart. The lavatory with the ghost is empty except for a soft sob from the far stall. Myrtle peeks through the door, sees us, and pulls her head back like we're a teacher with a mop. I face the sink and the snake carved on the tap. It looks back at me the way snakes do, like it doesn't care if I live or die as long as I don't step on it. I lower my voice and speak in a language that isn't a language until it comes out of my mouth. Open. Hermione's head snaps toward me at the sound. The sink shudders, spins, and drops away to a dark hole that breathes cold. Harry, she whispers, throat tight. You could have told me. I'm telling you now, I say. Hold the rope. We tie a length of enchanted cord to the pipe and our waists and climb down like people who learned the hard way not to trust ladders. The tunnel is wet stone and stale air. Our wands throw clean white circles on the walls. The air tastes old. Hermione's breath makes small white puffs. We don't go to the statue. We don't go to the inner door. We go only as far as we need, to a bend where the floor dips and old things got caught. Bones. A rusted clasp. A tooth. Not a little tooth. A broken curve of ivory the length of my forearm. Lodged in rock, stained dark at the base where venom fed it. Hermione kneels without a word and touches the stone around it with gentle shaping spells. Comes loose with a sucking sound and drops into my hands. It's heavy. The weight shakes my wrist. I see her swallow. Okay, she says. Okay, we haul up, seal the sink, and walk silent back to the room with the Fong wrapped in my cloak. Cece waits inside sitting on the table like she owns the concept of tables. Souvenir? She asks. Key, I say. We built the kill box 3 days ago on a hunch we'd need it. Lead-line chest. Runed interior to stop spell feedback. 2 small windows of reinforced glass for observation, each with a rune to darken if the light is too much. Muffling charm on the outside. A drain to the sink. A fan. Breath hitched. Jaw tight. A slow throb at his temples. Hermione checks the seals like a nurse with a checklist. Ready. Do it, I say. We place the diary on the lead shelf. I take the Fong. My hands sweat. The leather glove on my right hand squeaks against the smooth curve. Harry, wait, Hermione says. Say it out loud. I know what she means. I nod, throat tight. We're destroying an object that contains a piece of a murderer's soul, I say. We're doing it to stop children from being hurt. We're doing it in private because the public will make this about politics. And because we don't want to fight a basilisk, she adds, because she is still Hermione. And because we don't want to fight a basilisk, I echo. Cece cocks her head. You don't need to justify it to me. We're justifying it to ourselves, Hermione says, simple and firm. I slide the diary into the box. I close the lid. I set the Fong in the slot we carved to hold it steady. My fingers tighten on the grip. On 3, I say. 1, 2, 3. I drive the Fong straight through the cover and into the paper. The diary screams. The box eats the sound, but we feel it in our teeth. A plume of ink explodes against the glass like a thing drowning. Smoke, black, wrong, boils against the window and then gets sucked by the fan into the filter we layered with 3 cleansing charms. The lights inside strobe once, twice, and settle. The quill on the table moves by itself and scrawls HEL, before the nib breaks and the line goes jagged and stops. Hermione's hand finds my sleeve and holds hard. I don't shake her off. My pulse is loud enough to count with. We wait for the smoke to thin. When it does, the diary lies still with the hole a clean tear through its middle. No pulse. No. Just paper that looks old and sorry. Hermione leans on the box with both hands and breathes. Cece watches with her head tilted like she heard a song end. First, Cece says. First, I say. Hermione laughs once, shaky and short, and wipes her eye with the back of her wrist. You felt it too, right? The wrong. Yes, I say. We'll feel it again. Good, she says fierce. We should. We wait 10 full minutes because patience is part of the ritual. Then we open the box. The smell is burnt metal and something like old blood. Ink dries in ugly constellations on the glass. I lift the diary with tongs and slide it into a second lead case. I seal it and press the wax with our crest. His hands trembled. His breath shortened. A small ache pressed behind his eyes. Hermione writes the label in careful hand. Horcrux 1, diary, neutralized with basilisk fong, date time, witnesses, H/H/C. She adds a note. No public mention. Evidence for pattern only. CC flicks her hair behind her shoulder. You're going to build an altar if you keep this up. We're building a record, Hermione says. So we don't lie to ourselves about what it costs. I sit on the table because my legs want to. The room hums. My hands shake for a full minute before they stop. We talk about serious now, Hermione says, quiet but pointed. We've one Horcrux down. We've evidence of rotten procedure. We need to decide if we let him rot to win a bigger game. We don't let him rot, I say. We time his freedom to break the right piece. She presses her lips together. I hate that sentence. I do too, I say. Say the rule out loud, so it sticks. She nods, clenches her jaw, and recites it like an oath she wants to argue with later. We don't ignore suffering. We sequence our actions. Good, I say. We leak when it makes the most noise against the right walls. CC swings her legs. You two are fun when you're cruel and kind at the same time. Hermione glares. Pick a side. I did, CC says and looks at me. I picked the boy who doesn't flinch. I swallow and wish she'd look away. She doesn't. She never does. Neville knocks soft twice, pause once, our signal for safe face. Hermione opens the door. He steps in with a bundle of leaves under one arm and the careful look he wears when he thinks he might be interrupting something important. Sorry. I brought you both something. He holds up a small plant in a clay pot. The leaves are thick and green. The soil smells like a greenhouse after rain. It's an air-cleansing ivy, he says. Gran swears by it. I thought, if you're using odd fumes in here, it might help a little. Hermione's face cracks open into a smile that looks like it cleans her whole head. Neville, that's perfect. He blushes, pleased. Yeah, I say, and my voice comes out rougher than I expect. Thank you. He glances at the sealed case on the table. He doesn't ask. He doesn't want to know tonight. He sets the plant near the vent and pats the dirt like he's calming it. You both look tired, he says. We did a thing, Hermione says. Good thing, he asks. Necessary thing, I say. He nods like he understands more than we give him credit for. We're still going to herbology tomorrow, right? Hands on. You promised. I did, I say. We'll be there, he beams. All right. Night then. Hermione squeezes his shoulder as he passes. He grins like the touch itself is warmth. CC watches him go and almost smiles. When the door clicks shut, Hermione turns back to the table. We should log everything before we forget. Then sleep. I agree, though my mind already has the next 3 steps in a row like soldiers. We write the log together. Date, time, tools, errors, fixes, feelings. Hermione adds that section without asking. I don't argue. I write. Scared but steady. Wanted to rush. Didn't. Good. She writes. Sick in a good way. Remember the scream. Don't get used to it. CC draws a single small circle in the margin and shades it in until the paper almost tears. We close the book. We lock the cabinet. We wipe the table twice. We wash our hands until the smell of ink fades. On the way out, the room dims the lights like it knows we're leaving something behind in the air. In the corridor, the castle breathes. Stone under my shoes. Cold on my cheeks. Hermione walks close enough that her sleeve brushes mine. You're shaking less, she says. Practice, I say. Don't joke. Wasn't, I say. She nods. Okay. At the split, she stops. Hey, she says, voice low. You did the right thing tonight. We did, I say. We did, she echoes, and pushes a loose curl behind her ear. Good night, good night. I watch her go until the curve takes her. I walk the other way, counting breaths, balancing what we built against what we broke. In my pocket, the control coin sits warm against my palm. I close my hand around it and think of Ginny's laugh, Lucius's lazy smile, Fudge's soft voice. A fong that slid through lies like paper. One down, many to go. I push the coin back into my pocket and keep walking, steady, while the castle hums and the world turns toward the next problem. Chapter 4. The unmasking of the system. The egg isn't the point. The system is. We build the network the night before the first task. The room gives us height, metal, shelves, cable, a smell of hot dust and solder. Hermione draws the checklists. I wire the last 3 thorns into a mesh and test the handoff. CC sits on the table eating an apple like we're a play. He steadied his breathing. Fingers shook. A dull ache sat behind his eyes. Say it again. Hermione says, pen ready? No improvising once we start. Mesh name Aquila. I say. 10 drones. For relays at the 4 corners of the pitch. 6 mobiles. All protean linked to the coin. Broadcast layer tied to the scoreboard charms. We slide our overlay on top, not through. Minimal footprint. Hermione taps the paper. And the ethics. We show hazards and safety routes only. I say. No personal data. No public callouts by name. No taunting. We don't panic the crowd. We also don't bruise a dragon. She adds. Chin up. Non-lethal only. I say. Heat baffles. Decoys. No eyes. No wings. Nothing permanent. CC watches me. And the mask. I lift the lacquered half-mask from the tray. Matte black. Clean edges. A narrow green lens over my right eye. It hides the scar and the flare. It filters my voice to a cool, flat register. Hermione makes a face at the lens. You're sure the modulation won't hiccup? Tested. I say. 3 times. She still looks at me like she wants to run another test. I let her. She steps close and adjusts the strap at my temple. Her fingers are steady. If they trace the signal, they'll hit a decoy in a lavatory on the 3rd floor. I say. Moody will grunt. Filch will shout. The lav will flood. We'll be gone. It's the lavatory will flood, she says on reflex. Not the lav. And don't smirk. I'm not smirking, I say. I'm a little. CC swings a leg. You're going to pick a fight with an entire country in front of 2 more. That's the point, I say. Be careful which parent you embarrass first, she says, meaning Dumbledore and Fudge and the international heads who play at polite. I plan to embarrass procedures, I say. People can keep their faces. Hermione exhales and sets the clipboard down. All right, one last pass on Aquila's pathing. Then we sleep. We don't sleep much. I lie on my back and count breaths until the number feels useless, then stop and let the shake run out of my hands. The stadium is absurd. Flags, banners, a sea of faces. Ludo Bagman's sonored voice booms and wobbles. The stands heave when Crumb walks, electric and simple. Fleur raises her chin and the Beauxbatons girls clap like a choir. Cedric looks like a statue with nerves. I walk into the tent with a pulse at my throat and the mask under my robe. Harry, Hermione says inside the canvas, low and close. She fixes my collar as if that will fix the world. Remember the route. If the dragon moves, shift to path B. If it rears, you don't fly straight up. I know, I say. Also, she stops herself. Her mouth thins. You're going to talk. Don't taunt. Don't. Enjoy it. I won't, I say. I'm not doing this to be clever. I'm doing it so a child on the top row doesn't get scorched when a dragon sneezes. She nods once. Good. Then softer. You look pale. So do you, I say. Shut up, she says, and squeezes my sleeve. CC peels the tent flap with 2 fingers and looks at the sky like she's reading it. You don't have to prove anything to ghosts, she says. I'm not proving, I say. I'm instructing. She smiles like that's worse and kisses 2 fingers, then taps them against my cheekbone through the fabric. It's not a kiss, not really. It still lands. The draw goes as canon wishes. My dragon is a Hungarian horntail because the ministry loves drama. The handlers act calm and tight. The animal breathes hard. The crowd loves fear as long as it's at a safe distance with snacks. Bagman booms my name. The crowd surges. The coin warms in my pocket. I pull the mask up and click the lens down. The world levels out. Aquila lifts as one. 10 tiny shadows rise in the stadium air and vanish behind disillusionment. The mesh links. The scoreboard flickers once, twice, and then our overlay locks on. Palms damp. Breath uneven. A tight buzz at his temples. A clean, simple map appears in the corner of every official scry display. Lines. Numbers. Heat zones in amber. Safe lanes in white. A small, sharp symbol in the top left. A circle with a slash. The circle blinks once. Then a voice, not mine, not quite, cuts Bagman off. Good morning. It says, even and flat. For your safety, please note the following. Amber zones indicate fire arcs. White lanes are safe passages calculated to avoid panic behaviors. Please remain seated. Bagman sputters, turns in a circle, then laughs like it's a joke he planned. Ha! Seems we've got a little gamesmanship, folks. Innovative Hogwarts enchantments, eh? Ho ho, the crowd looks. Foreign delegations lean forward. Maxime's mouth tilts. Karkaroff squints. Dumbledore's eyes find my corner of the arena and hold a second too long. Then he looks back at the pitch with his hands folded. The horntail clanks its chain. The handler backs off with a face that says he doesn't get paid enough. The dragon's pupils pin. It smells the crowd. Task 1. Containment. The voice says. Watch the heat. I walk out. The noise flips from stadium to tunnel to stadium again. My hands sweat. My heart hammers. The mask cools my cheek. The lens feeds me the Aquila overlay, half a beat ahead of the public feed. Hello, Harry. Bagman howls. Any plans to share? I keep walking. Yes. The voice answers for me, calm. Plan A. The horntail rears and screams. Sound punches my chest. I plant my feet and lift my wand. The white lanes on my lens slide left, then right, then fix. The thorns hum. We deploy the first decoy. It's a simple trick. A heat balloon in the shape of a human outline. 20 meters to my left, bobbing and warm. The dragon snaps at the heat and hits air. It snarls, angry at physics. I move to the right along the white lane and lay a baffle rune with a chalk-flecked batten ahead of me. The rune flares, catches the breath, and pushes the hot bell of flame up and away. The stands gasp and then cheer because the flame broke over their heads like a wave with no burn. Look at that! Bagman cries. Well placed, what do you call it? A baffle. The voice supplies. Task 1 continues. The handler chain is dangerously short. Recommend 6 feet more slack for animal welfare and audience safety. The handler stares, looks at his captain. The captain shakes his head. Karkaroff snorts. Maxime folds her arms. The dragon lunges again. I hold position. The baffle takes another blast. My arm shakes with the push. I re-anchor with my heel, step, 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 each footfall deliberate. Harry, Bagman says, desperate and bright. Any words for your fans? The voice answers instead. No, laughter. Bosh. Hisses. Good. Noise burns attention the way flame burns air. The overlay throws a new line. I follow it. I don't fly. We pre-cleared that. No showboating. No sweeping arcs to feed the cameras. I move like a technician with a checklist. Place baffle. Deploy decoy. Step. Place a heat sink. A little black plate that drinks flame and spits the heat out its sides in low columns. The dragon isn't clever. It's hungry and angry and hurt by the chain. I refuse to make that worse. The egg sits behind it in a glitter of false gold. I could rush. I don't. Aquila draws a dotted line around a cluster of rocks. A white arrow slides through. The voice. Task 2. Retrieval. Time the breath. The horntail inhales. The chest expands. The neck tightens. I count. 1, 2, 3. The blast comes. I'm under the lip before the tongue of heat slicks over the stone. I smell singed rope and old ash. My throat tastes metal. I crawl on my elbow and knee like a soldier under wire and clip the egg's handle with a hook that looks like a shepherd's crook but is really carbon fiber with a rune that kills static. Breath hitched. Jaw tight. A slow throb at his temples. The egg slides. The dragon hears the scrape, whips its head, and snaps where my ankle was a second ago. I shove the hook, pull, pull, pull. The egg clears the rock, bumps my boot, wobbles and sits, light as plastic and yet heavy with attention. Task 3, exit. The voice says, don't run, don't taunt, don't wave. I stand. The crowd roars. I don't look up. I walk out on the white lane while the decoy heat balloon bobs twice and then pops with a soft paw. The dragon snaps at the pop. The baffle kicks once more. We're clear. I carry the egg to the line, set it on the mark, and step back. No show. No bow. The crowd doesn't know what to do with clean. Then they catch up and scream like they've seen a trick even though they saw a plan. The overlay fades. The symbol stays a beat longer, then goes. The thorns lift and drift and settle into their nests. Bagman falls over himself trying to explain. Judges show numbers like they're old brothers who don't like to admit they're impressed. Maxime gives me a long line of 8. Karkaroff pretends to yawn and shows 7. Crouch looks like he wants to be anywhere else. Dumbledore smiles small. The score clicks up. It doesn't matter. The system does. I keep my face blank and go to the tent. My hands shake now that it's over. Hermione meets me halfway and grabs my wrist with both hands. Are you okay? She asks, breath fast. Fine, I say. And then because she'll ask again, really, she checks my sleeves for singes. You didn't wave. You told me not to. Good, she says, and lets her forehead bump my shoulder for a second. Good. Madame Pomfrey shoves a cup of something that tastes like sweet chalk into my hand. Drink. Sit. Breathe. I do all 3. Fudge blusters into the tent with 2 oars. He's red and sweating. He smiles like a man who lost a bet and has to pretend he enjoyed it. My dear boy. Splendid. Splendid. Ingenious little visual aid out there. We'll just take a quick look at those displays. Purely for safety. Minister, Hermione says, smooth and polite. Hogwarts is proud of its safeguarding innovation. Yes, yes, of course, he says. We'll just be running a routine audit. Then you'll want to start with chain length guidelines and fire arc buffers. The filtered voice says from nowhere. Fudge jumps. And the host's betting account. The tent goes quiet. Fudge laughs, high and strange. Ha! Ha! Very droll. Wizard 0, the voice says. We'll be in touch. The coin cools in my pocket. The Aurors look at each other. Moody snorts a laugh into his scar. I meet Dumbledore's eyes. He's amused and tired at once. He tips his head a hair. I don't tip back. We take the long way back through the stone corridors. The castle smells like damp wool and soup. Hermione walks to my left. Neville waits by the covered bridge with a plant in a paper cup and a face that says he's trying not to jump. You were brilliant, he says in a rush, then catches himself. Sorry. You were very calm. I was careful, I say. I would have run, Neville says. I would have panicked and run. You would have stopped in time, I say. Because you know what fear is for. He hands me the cup. It's for you. Heartsease. Gran swears by it. Smells like honey if you crush the leaves. Hermione smiles. Neville, that's lovely. He flushes. You didn't have to make them look stupid, you know? I look at him. He's not angry. He's disappointed. He swallows. I mean, they deserved it. They're careless. But you wanted to make them look stupid. I wanted to make the crowd see the hazard and the fix, I say. You also wanted to make the man with the badge stammer, he says. He meets my eyes. Don't lie. My mouth tightens. Hermione watches my face like she's waiting to see if I dodge. I don't. You're right, I say. I wanted both. Neville nods, slow. Okay, then talk to me. What's the line? Don't humiliate people who can be taught, I say. Humiliate the policy. What if the person is the policy, he asks. Then we cut them out, I say. Publicly. Cleanly. He chews that. When? Not just when we can, I say. When it moves the structure. Not when it only makes the crowd clap. He exhales. So you won't show off. Try not to, I say. You can hit me if I do. He snorts. I'm not hitting you. You're faster. Hermione scratches the bridge rail with her thumbnail. Define justice, she says. Both of you. Neville blinks. Right now, she says. Short sentences, he thinks. His shoulders roll forward like he's bracing for a blow that won't come. Justice is, everyone pays the same price for the same wrong, he says. And nobody gets hurt for being small. He looks at me. Justice is clean process, I say. Rules that hold when you hate the person they protect. Outcomes that don't rely on saints. And yes, protect the small first. Neville nods. Okay, so you won't forget the second bit. I won't, I say. Good, he says, eyes wet and stubborn. Because I won't let you. We sit on the rail a minute and let the cold in our faces. My pulse slows. The plant smells faintly sweet. Train me, Neville says. I say. No, he says. Not just dueling. Train me for the other thing. The symbol. Hermione's head turns. Neville, he holds up a hand. His mouth is steady. I'm not stupid. You're building something. I can feel it like a hum in the walls. If I'm going to stand in front of people and tell them what's right, I want to be right. So, train me. I set the cup down on the rail. Okay, I say. Lesson 1. Courage isn't a sprint. It's a budget. He frowns. A budget? You've got a certain amount every day, I say. Spend it where it moves the most. Don't waste it proving to yourself that you've it. Neville looks down at his shoes. That's not how Gran says it. How does she say it? Ask. Do the brave thing and don't whine. He says, then laughs without smiling. Okay, maybe your way is better. Hermione's voice is soft. We'll make you lists. He groans. Not lists. You'll love them, she says. You always do. He does. He doesn't deny it. We schedule drills because scheduling turns fear into homework. Shields. Breath. Speaking to 10 people without losing your place. Saying no and not explaining. Saying yes and not apologizing. Before we split, Neville sets his jaw again. One more thing. What? If I say you're going too far, he says, you listen. Not because you think I'm right. Because you promised. Deal, I say. He holds out his hand. I shake it. His grip is good. He leaves with the plant smell on his sleeve. Hermione watches him go with pride and worry and something like relief. You did well, she says. He did, I say. She gives me a look. You didn't wave. Stop praising the same thing twice, I say. It makes it sound like you can't think of anything else. That's rich, she says, and nudges my shoulder with hers, then stands. Come on. Cece said she wanted to talk to you alone, which is annoying. She's very annoying, I say. She's also right about things I don't like, Hermione says, and makes a face. Don't let her pretend not to care. She cares. It's written on her in big letters she keeps smudging. I know, I say. Hermione hesitates. Harry, be careful. With her. With you. I say. She nods. Good night. Good night. Cece waits in the room with the lights low. No apple now. She sits on the table with her bare feet on the bench like a cat that found a warm spot. You enjoyed it, she says. I enjoyed the part where people didn't get burned. I say. I didn't enjoy Bagman. You liked making him swallow his tongue, she says, amused. I don't deny it. Sit with me, I say. I'm sitting, she says. Sit closer, I say. She slides 2 inches. I take the coin out and roll it over my knuckles. The room hums. You talk about atonement like it's a checklist, she says. Save this many, change that law, fill these boxes, then sleep. It's the only way it holds, I say. If it lives in feelings, it dies in fashion. You're good at speeches, she says. Hate them, but good at them. I hate lies, I say. Speeches are just lies that sound like bells unless you tie them to numbers. She leans back on her hands. Tell me the number that quiets Nunnally. My throat tightens. I stare at the coin because it's easier. There isn't one number, I say. There's a shape. A world where a boy like Neville doesn't get used to teach a lesson. A school where a girl like Ginny doesn't find a diary because a man wanted to feel important. A ministry that can't throw a man into a cell without a hearing because it's Tuesday. And that pays your debt? She asks soft. It's the only way I know, I say. I can't unrun a sword through my own chest. I can build a place where no one else has to make that set of choices. She studies my face. You say I a lot. I'm the one in this skin, I say. But I'm building we. She nods, slow. Good. Because you won't live forever. I don't want to, I say. She smiles without humor. Of course you don't. Don't do that, I say. What? Don't wear immortality like a coat and pretend it keeps you warm, I say. Her mouth twitches. You think I'm cold. I think you're tired, I say. I think you want to see one clean end. Not a theatrically tragic one. Not a clever one. Just a finish. She looks down at her toes. You're mouthy for a boy. I'm honest, she snorts. We sit quiet. The tea steams. The vents hum. My hands stop shaking. Tell me why you didn't use the geas out there. She says, not prying, just putting the knife on the table to see if I pick it up. Because the scar hums wrong when I touch it in a crowd, I say. Because I promised Hermione I wouldn't use it on people who trust me. Because I don't need it when I'm doing logistics. Because you're afraid of it, she says. Yes, I say. Because I know what happens when it runs. And because if I lean on it now, I won't know where I stop. She watches me. Good. You sound like Hermione, I say. She sounds like me, Cece says, smug. I stare at the mask on the table. Zero was a monster because he had to be. Zero was a role, she says. I'm going to wear it again, I say. I can feel it. It's the only way to centralize the hate and drain the poison. And then you die, she says simple. I do, I say. She reaches out and lays 2 fingers on my wrist where my pulse runs. Not today, I say. She leans in. Her hair smells like clean soap. She doesn't kiss me. She presses her forehead to mine for one long breath. My eyes close because it's easier to stay still that way. You're smaller than you think, she says quiet. That's not an insult. It's a reminder. I know, I say. That's why I build nets. She pulls back and steals my tea. Your net has holes. I know, I say. That's why I view flattery, she says and drinks my tea. Accuracy, I say. She wipes her mouth with the back of her hand like she's mocking noble ladies. The papers will write about your little map. They'll make it a trend. They'll call it a zero overlay. Fudge will form a committee called Innovation. He'll murder it with biscuits. We'll feed the press something else, I say. Something with teeth. A memo. A budget. A record of Dementor hires with no hearings. We'll let Rita sniff it and then act shocked when she bites. Rita will bite you someday, she says. She'll try, I say. Cece yawns. Cat's low. Go to bed. You go to bed, I say. I don't, she says. Much. You should, I say. You should stop telling immortals what to do, she says, amused. Then stop pretending to be a statue, I say. She slides off the table and stretches like someone who used to dance. Good night, Harry. Good night, I say. She stops at the door. Wizard Zero, she says. You're going to make people furious. That's the plan, I say. Don't forget to make them safe, she says. I won't, I say. She leaves. The room exhales. I pack the mask and the coin and the small chalk-scratched baffle baton into the case and lock it. I write 3 lines in the log Hermione made. First task. Overlay successful. No civilian burns. No taunts. Temptation high. Didn't indulge. Fudge rattled. Judges hedged. Dumbledore watched. Next. Leak DMLE staffing variances. Frame is safety, not scandal. When I step into the corridor, the castle is quieter than earlier. The stone sweats cold. I pull my robe tighter and walk, counting breaths. At the far end, Moody leans against the wall like he was born there. His magical eye ticks. His real one narrows. Clever lad, he says. Lot of fuss for an egg. Better fuss than funerals, I say. He grunts at that. Be careful whose nose you tweak. Some noses hex back. I know, I say. He snorts. No you don't. Good. Keeps you fast. I pass him. He doesn't stop me. He could. He doesn't. In the dorm, the lake light is dim. The ceiling ripples. Blaze snores once and stops. Draco sleeps with his jaw clenched. I lie down and stare up until my eyes ache. The coin in my palm is warm. I close my fingers around it. One crowd saw a hazard map. One minister swallowed his tongue. One dragon didn't barbecue a child. It's a start. Not enough. Never enough. Still a start. Tomorrow, Neville's voice drills. Hermione's data requests. Rita's appetite. Fudge's committee. Our leak. The system will smile and say thank you. Then it will try to bury the change under tea and meetings. We'll dig it back up and nail it to the wall. I breathe. In. Slow. The pulse in my neck slows to normal. My hands stop their small shake. Not today, I say to the ceiling. The lake answers with a slow, heavy glunk as something turns in the water and keeps going. Chapter 5, The Weight of the Code. The announcement isn't on the front page. It's the front page. Voldemort returns. Ministry evacuates atrium, sits across the prophet in letters so big the ink looks wet. A second line runs under it like a cut. Live scry feed confirms he who must not be named. They didn't plan to publish that. They were forced, because last night wasn't a rumor in a graveyard. It was a broadcast. The ministry gala started as a cake and ended as a fire alarm. Gold trim. Music. Fudge telling jokes with his hands. People clapping at nothing. Then a cold wind rolled down the atrium and the torches bent like grass. Every witch and wizard knows what that cold means. The noise snapped in half. The first scream didn't even finish before the second one started. Dementors, Hermione said, already grabbing my sleeve. We'd come as student hosts with McGonagall's thin approval. We had a route. We had a plan. We didn't expect him. The fountain cracked. Black smoke spun up from the fissure and folded into a man. No mask. No pretense. Chalk face. Red eyes. Thin smile. Hello, Voldemort said. Like a teacher in a quiet room. Someone fainted. Someone else prayed. Fudge froze with his mouth open and his glass in the air like he could cheers the problem away. We moved. Aquila? I said under my breath, and the coin warmed. 10 thorns jumped to the ceiling and vanished. The scoreboard overlay from the tournament was back, but tighter. Exit lanes in white. Dementor sheath in blue. Protective zones pulsing, small and safe. Wands up, shields out. My voice said in every scrying, lens, flat and calm. The flues are compromised. Follow the white. Don't run. This is outrageous. Fudge snapped to no one. Turn that off. Moody. Ours. A Dementor drifted over the fountain lip and reached for a child. I didn't ask permission. I raised my wand. Expecto Patronum. The stag burst from me like a breath I'd been holding for a year. It slammed the Dementor hard enough to splash it against the far wall. People gasped like they'd never seen light move that fast. Task 1, the voice said. Civilians left. CC had already ghosted the room and come back. North corridors clear, she murmured at my shoulder. 2 Death Eaters at the lift. 1 nervous. 1 bored. Bored dies, Hermione said, jaw tight. Non-lethal, I said. Fine, she said, and dropped a viscous, shimmering baffle screen that hugged the floor and crawled up the walls. Cut sight lines. It didn't choke. The first wave of panic hit it and slowed without slamming. Stay with me, I told the nearest cluster. Eyes on the white lanes. Go, they went. Not because of my name, because the line and the voice and the stag made a corridor in their heads. The bored Death Eater never got his wand fully out. A thorn zipped to his ear and popped a flash the size of a thumbnail. He reeled. Hermione's stunner hit him in the chest. He folded like laundry. CC tripped the other with one foot and took his wand out of the air like she was bored too. That's when Voldemort finally moved. He didn't shout. He didn't pose. He just breathed in and flicked his wand. A curse went thin and fast across the atrium and took the corner off a column like it was chalk. "Potter," he called, and the way he said it made something old and cold move in my stomach. "Come here." "No," I said. The scry feet caught his face when he smiled. The world saw it. "Come," he said again, and the hallway flickered in my vision like a glitch. Not compulsion. A trap. He wanted the stage. "Task 2, the voice said. "Containment. He thrives on attention. Deny it." I put a baffle between him and the biggest crowd. It flared, caught a green jet of light, and spilled it up into the ceiling like a misfired firework. Stone rained. The safety overlay shifted. Danger blinked. People ducked. No one died. Voldemort cocked his head like a hawk that just realized the mouse has teeth. "Clever boy," he said, and meant annoying. Bellatrix laughed from somewhere in the smoke. "Dance with us, Potter." "Not today," I said. "I didn't duel him. I didn't give him the show. We were here to prove one thing. He exists. The cameras did the rest." "Or a line," the voice said. "Left flank, go." Bones came through the smoke in a wedge, eyes like knives, cloak torn, Patronus already up. "With me," she barked. "Clear the floor." The Dementors folded back under the combined shield like ash in wind. The crowd moved down the white lanes. The thorn sang in my hand. Battery, heat, pattern. We stepped. We held. We didn't play his game. Voldemort learned something he didn't want to learn. The room could ignore him. It lasted 8 minutes and felt like an hour. When the last civilian cleared, Bones pointed her wand at the ceiling and sent 3 bright bursts. Evacuated. We fell back by plan. The Aurors covered the retreat. Voldemort let us go because he wanted Fudge more than he wanted me. He wanted the denial to die. It died on the Prophet front page. Convergence means pressure from all sides at once. Came quick. Bones sent a terse owl. "We need your data." Dumbledore sent an even terser note. "My office. Now." Fudge sent Aurors to secure our devices and discovered our lavatory decoy flooding like a broken bath. Rita sent flowers and a note that said, "You owe me exclusive adjectives." We met Dumbledore first because he would be polite while he tried to box us. His office smelled like lemon oil and tea. The little silver instruments ticked and sighed. A phoenix on the perch watched us with an eye that said it had seen worse centuries than this. Dumbledore folded his hands. "You put people's hearts back into their chests," he said quietly. "Thank you. You're welcome," I said. His eyes cooled a degree. "You also inserted yourself into official channels, disrupted ministry protocols, and broadcast without consent." "Consent from whom?" Hermione asked. "The man who said Voldemort wasn't back an hour before he saw him." A flash of something like pain crossed Dumbledore's face and was gone. "Cornelius is constrained by fear. Fear of losing his chair," I said. "He tried to seize ours." Dumbledore stared at me like he wanted to see through my skin and into the engine. "You're very young for this." "So were you," I said. CC stood by the window like a painted figure. She ran one finger along the sill and watched the dust. Dumbledore let the silence grow. Then, to Hermione, "My dear, I would like to speak to Harry alone." "No," Hermione said. His mouth moved like he wanted to be kind. "There are things." "She knows," I said. "More than you think." Dumbledore looked exactly as tired as a man looks when the future he plans starts to refuse him. "Then I'll ask you plainly, Harry. Who's Wizard Zero?" I said and watched his eyes. He believed me. He didn't understand me. Good. He steepled his fingers. "You escalate a war. I escalate truth," I said. "You escalate silence when it suits you." His eyes sharpened. "You think me manipulative." "I know I said. "You think it's for the greater good. Sometimes often it serves a plan that only runs if everyone keeps their place." "And your plan?" he asked. "Break the machine," I said. "Build one with rules that don't need a saint to run them." He studied me a long time. You speak like a man who has been here before. I said. Hermione's knuckles went white around the strap of her bag. She knew this was coming. She didn't know the weight. Dumbledore's mouth softened. It looked like pity if you didn't know what it was. You carry more than any child should. Stop calling me a child when it suits your argument, I said. Either give me agency or give me a bed. You don't get both. That made his eyes glitter in a way I recognized. Respect without surrender. Very well. Agency. With agency comes consequence. The ministry will come. Tom will come. I'll come. I know, I said. That's convergence. We planned for it. He leaned back. You think you planned for Tom Riddle. I planned for a system that lets Tom Riddle be possible, I said. Dumbledore sighed, old and sincere. Be careful that you don't become what you fight. Cece smiled without showing teeth. He will become something worse to build something better. That's the part you won't like. Enough, I said to both of them. Then to Dumbledore, I won't use your office for theater. We're leaving. He stood. Harry. Headmaster, I said. You wanted me obedient. You get me honest. We left. The Phoenix watched us go with eyes that felt like time. We didn't go to class. We went to the room. Hermione shut the door and locked it with 5 charms in a row like she was bracing a dam. She didn't speak until the last sigil cooled. Tell me, she said. I'd expected to have to drag it out of myself. I didn't. Came clean. Lelouch 6 Britannia, I said. That was my name. Hermione's face went still in a very specific way I'd learned meant she put the feeling aside to sort the facts first. Say it again. Lelouch, I said. Prince. Rebel. Tyrant. Then, at the end, a man trying to build a clean future by becoming the villain it needed to kill. I told her the shape because details would drown us. My world ran on power, not magic, I said. I built an army out of people who thought they were broken. I wore a mask and called myself Zero. I toppled empires. I hurt good people on purpose to move pillars. I lied to everyone I loved so the lie would save them. I forced my best friend to kill me in public. We called it the Zero Requiem. It ended a war and left a peace that could survive me. She didn't move. She didn't blink much. Her mouth stayed set. Nunnally? She asked, voice even and small. My sister, I said. The reason I moved every piece. The reason I let myself be stabbed so the world could hate one thing and be done. And Suzaku, she said. The name sounded odd in her mouth and still right. She is good with names. My knight. My rival. My mirror. I said. He did it. I asked him to. He wore my mask and killed me clean. The world cheered. He cried where no one could see him. Hermione's mouth trembled once and smoothed. You died, yes, and then you woke up here, she said. In a cupboard, I said. In a small body with too much mind. She put her hands on the table and leaned over them like she might fall if she didn't. You planned your own death, she said, tasting every word. You orchestrated it. You made someone you loved carry it. And you'd do it again. Yes, I said. She shut her eyes. When she opened them, they were bright and hard. I hate that. I do too, I said. I also know it worked. She laughed once, ugly and true. Of course it worked. You turned yourself into the plug for the entire drain. I didn't speak. She wasn't asking for words yet. She paced. 2 strides. Turn. 2 strides. Turn. Then she stopped and looked at me like I'd set a test she wanted to fail. Why didn't you tell me sooner? She asked. Because if you'd looked at me like this when I was 11, I would have broken, I said. Because if I told you everything too early, you'd have thought the plan mattered more than the people. Doesn't. Not to you. I needed you to make rules first, so when I told you the scale, you would keep me from becoming only the plan. That's a pretty excuse, she said. It's also half true. It's, I said. The other half is I didn't want you to leave. She swallowed. There it's silence. The room hummed. Somewhere water ran in pipes I'd never noticed. She came closer and put both palms flat on the table between us. Say the rest. I'll build a clean order here, I said. I'll also centralize hate on myself at the end to make it stick. I won't trap you in the lie if you won't carry it. I'll ask. I won't command. You can't command me, she said. Because you promised. I know, I said. She leaned in until our foreheads almost touched and then stopped herself like she caught fire and refused to burn. Nunnally, she said again, softer. What would she say about me? She'd like you, I said. You'd argue. She'd win sometimes. You'd be kind to each other on purpose. She'd hate that I'm doing it again. She'd also read the numbers. She lives in my head and shouts. I listen. I still move the piece. Hermione's eyes shone. She wiped one with the side of her hand roughly. And Suzaku? He'd tell me to stop using people like tools. I said. Then he'd do the necessary thing with full force. Then he'd hate himself for it. He was good in a way that hurt him. She took a breath and let it out slow. Don't make Neville into that, she said. Train him. Steel him. Don't break him and call it service. I won't, I said. That's why I told you first. You're the break. She pressed her lips together until they paled. I feel sick. I know, I said. I feel used, she said. And I feel respected. It's disgusting to feel both. I know, I said again. She went to the chalkboard. She erased half of Azkaban. Staffing variants with a violent swipe and wrote trust in big, square letters that looked like they could hold weight. Conditions, she said. Name them, I said. 1, she said, stabbing the air with the chalk. You stop hoarding the worst truth. If you keep any piece back from me now, I walk. I won't, I said. 2, she said. Neville is briefed in steps. Not the requiem. Not yet. But the philosophy. The budget. The rules. Agreed. 3, she said. Geas is last resort. Not habit. It has a cost. We account for it. Yes, I said. The scar warmed under my palm like a warning. I know the cost. 4, she said, and her voice went low. No 0 without an exit plan we write together. You don't get to die and leave me with a story I didn't sign. I swallowed. Agreed. Say it, she said. I won't die without your consent, I said, and the words felt wrong in shape and right in meaning. If the plan says I must, I'll make you say it. I won't make you watch by surprise. She flinched and nodded. 5. The ministry isn't a prop. We will fix what we can while we burn what we must. We don't make chaos for a headline. No chaos for a headline, I said. 6, she said. We tell Bones enough to fight. We don't make her guess forever. We will, I said. After we set the teeth. She put the chalk down. Her hands shook. She noticed it, smiled at herself like a dare, and let them shake. Then she walked back, stopped in front of me, and spoke like an oath. I'm in, she said. Not because I love your plan. I hate parts of it. I'm in because you're going to do it with or without me, and I refuse to let you do it alone. And because the alternative is Fudge's cowardice and Dumbledore's secrets and Voldemort's murder ruling my life. I choose the plan that writes itself down and pays its own bill. I nodded once because anything else would break my face. She leaned in and kissed my cheek. Quick, hard, not romantic, not sisterly, exactly itself. For Nunnally, she said. For Nunnally, I said, and finally let out the breath I'd been holding since the atrium. CC had been still as glass. She slid off the window seat and came to stand beside Hermione. For once she didn't make a joke. Welcome to the lie that saves, she said. Hermione didn't flinch. I'll make it hurt less. No, CC said gently. We'll make it worth it. Hermione nodded. That was the only word she would accept. Convergence means we keep moving. Bones Owl came again. Meeting. My office. Bring proof or don't come. No frills. Good. We took the ledger copies, the DMLE variant stills, the atrium feed checksum, and the chain links from the horntail. We took nothing we didn't want to lose. We went in through the visitor entrance like law-abiding children with homework. Amelia Bones stood behind her desk with her sleeves rolled up and her hair pinned back. She looked like a person who doesn't waste uniforms on days ending in Y. You 5 minutes, she said. I set the envelope down. You Voldemort on your floor. I know, she said, and didn't blink. Then we skip preamble, Hermione said, clean and brisk. She laid out the stills. Staffing variances. Dementor hires without hearings. Contractor payments routed through shell entities that don't exist. Atrium overlay hash that proves we didn't hack your boards. Proof Fudge tried to seize our hardware and flooded a bathroom instead. Bones' mouth twitched once. Wish I'd seen that, Yule, CC said. If you ask that obnoxious reporter nicely. Bones ignored her. What do you want? Process, I said. A real one. We give you our feed system for emergency use. You institute chain-length guidelines and fire arc buffers. You audit Dementor contracts and suspend them until hearings. You put a public stamp on the Atrium feed and stop pretending Voldemort is a rumor. You think I can do all that by lunch? Bones said. You can do the stamp in 10 minutes, I said. You can schedule the hearing by tonight. You can stand at a podium and tell people what you saw instead of letting Fudge smother it with tea. She stared at me and saw that I wasn't bluffing, not about the schedule or the tea. You play politics well for a boy. I play logistics, I said. Politics is just logistics in better shoes. Bones' eyes warmed half a degree. And what do you get? The same thing you get, I said. A ministry that works long enough to survive what's coming. She didn't smile. She nodded. Leave the prince. Keep your toys for now. If you interfere with an OR operation, I shut you down. If you grandstand, I shut you down harder. If you keep sending me this kind of ammunition, I'll spend it well. That's all we needed, Hermione said. Bones looked at her the way teachers look at a student who will be a problem in the best possible way. Go to school, she said. Hermione said. Very hard. We left with the right amount of tension in the air. Respect, caution, no kisses. In the corridor, CC bumped her shoulder into mine. You like her, she said. She likes rules, I said. It helps, Hermione snorted. You mean it keeps you honest? That too, I said. Night. The room. A small table. A plant Neville brought. Leaves glossy and stubborn. He arrived late. Hair damp from a shower. Jumper on backward because he dressed in a hurry. He shut the door, looked at our faces, and straightened like someone coming to attention. What happened? He asked. We told Bones, Hermione said. And I learned something big. Neville's eyes flicked to me. He didn't ask what. He asked, Are you okay? Hermione opened her mouth to say no and then changed it. I'll be. He nodded like that was all he needed. Then, to me, You look older. I feel older, I said. Don't, he said, simple as a scolding. You look 12 when you look older. I laughed despite the rock in my chest. Lesson, he brightened, grateful for the ritual. Lesson. His hands trembled. His breath shortened. A small ache pressed behind his eyes. We did 5 minutes of breath, 5 of shields, 5 of voice. He spoke to an empty chair as if it were a room full of people and didn't apologize when he stumbled. He said no once and didn't explain. He said yes once and didn't blush. He put his hands on the table like Hermione had and held them there until they stopped shaking. When we finished, he rubbed his palms on his trousers and looked at me sideways. You're both being very careful with me. We always are, Hermione said. He considered that and decided to let it be true. Okay, just don't forget to eat. Hermione blinked. What? When Gran gets like you look, he said. She forgets food and then gets mean. Eat. We will, I said and meant it. He smiled, fierce and small. Good. He left with a wave that looked like he wanted to hug us and didn't know if it would help. When the door shut, the room went very quiet. CC reached for my hand without looking at me and laced our fingers together like it was something she'd done for years. You told her, she said. I did, I said. And she stayed, CC said. She did, I said. She'll make you braver, CC said. She already did, I said. CC turned my hand palm up and drew a small circle on the skin with her fingertip. The code didn't take, she said almost to herself. No immortality. No endless penance. Good, I said. She looked at me like that answer mattered more than anything I'd done all day. Good, she echoed. We sat with our hands together and the plant breathing in the corner, and for 5 minutes there was no plan, no minister, no Dumbledore, no Dark Lord. Just 3 people in a room with work to do and a little time before the next alarm. When the coin warmed, I didn't flinch. I let go of Cece's hand, stood, and picked up the chalk baton. "Convergence," Hermione said, squaring her shoulders. "Convergence," I said. "Don't wave," she said. "Don't let me," I said. She smiled without softness. "I won't." We opened the door and went to work. Chapter 6. Decapitation of the Bureaucracy. We named the Operation Guillotine because it's clean, not because it's bloody. Hermione hates the name and writes Governance ACT1 on the board instead. I let her. Names are for us. Outcomes are for everyone else. Cece perches on the radiator with a teacup balanced on her knee. "Which head first?" "Not a head," I say. "A lever." Hermione taps her pen. We agreed. Geas is last resort and only for high-value targets. Clear objective. Single action. No flourishes. He steadied his breathing. Fingers shook. A dull ache sat behind his eyes. "I remember," I say. She looks at me like she'll keep looking until I say it myself. "Single action," I repeat. "No flourishes." Neville sits forward in his chair. "Who?" "Dolores Jane Umbridge," I say. "Undersecretary. She writes the decrees so the minister doesn't have to say them out loud. She signs budgets for Dementor contractors and smiles about discipline." Neville's hand closes on his knee. "I don't like her." "No one does," Hermione says. "That's not a reason." "It's an accelerant," Cece murmurs. I pull a folder from the stack and fan the contents. Copies of emergency procurement memos, signatures in her looping hand, a payment schedule to shell entities that don't exist, and a draft of Educational Decree 28, a half-finished power grab she hasn't filed yet. When we press, I say, we need a speech that cuts itself. One act that forces a second act without us touching it. Command. Hermione asks, flat and professional now. At the next Wisengamot session, I say, you'll step to the dais, read the attached procurement exceptions for Dementor contracts allowed in full, and distribute the documents to every reporter present. You won't reveal this command, and you won't resist carrying it out. Hermione writes it word for word, then underlines in full twice. Limited scope. One shot. She meets my eyes. Cost. It leaves a mark. I say, I'll take it. Neville's voice is small but steady. If it goes wrong, I stop. I say, or you stop me. He nods and doesn't pretend that doesn't scare him. Cece slides off the radiator. You'll need her eyes, she says, amused. The ones that think pink is a virtue. It happens in a corridor bright as a dentist's office. Umbridge is coming out of a committee room with a folder clutched to her chest and a smile that looks like it hurts her face. 2 junior clerks trail her like frightened ducklings. She stops when she sees me because she loves a show of power. Well, she trills. If it isn't the little liar. Hermione squeezes my wrist once. Cece leans against the wall like a painting that might blink. Madam Undersecretary, I say. Her smile widens. Not madam to you. You, Mr. Potter, will address me as, look at me. I say quiet. She does because people like her always do when they think they're about to say something important to a child. The scar warms, then burns. The room shrinks. Dolores Jane Umbridge, I say, low and exact, the world, narrowing to pink and lace and a set jaw. At the next Wisengamot session you'll step to the dais, read the procurement exceptions for Dementor contracts allowed in full, and give copies to every reporter present. You won't reveal this command, and you won't resist carrying it out. Her pupils dilate. Her breath catches. The pink of her cardigan hurts my eyes. My head rings like someone hit a bowl and forgot to let it stop. She blinks, slow, like a toad surfacing. The smile doesn't change. Of course, she says syrupy. Transparency is the cornerstone of good governance. The 2 clerks blink at her as if she changed color and didn't tell them. I let go of the space I held. The corridor lurches back to size. The burn in my scar fades to a deep ache. I taste copper. Hermione's hand is shaking. She hides it by fixing the strap on her bag. Cece watches Umbridge's retreating back, head tilted like she's listening for an echo only she can hear. When the undersecretary turns the corner, I lean on the wall and breathe through the shake. "You're pale," Hermione says. "I'll be for a minute," I say. "I won't pretend, it's fine. We wrote that rule in the log." Neville touches his own forehead in the same place as my scar, as if that might share it out. "You look like you're going to be sick." "I'm not," I say. "I'm steady." He nods like he wants to believe me and does anyway. "Second lever?" CC asks. "Finance," I say. "We don't need Fudge to confess. We need the treasury clerk who prints the checks to stamp the right report as public release." Hermione flips to a new page. "Name, Wilkes," I say. "Not the Death Eater. His son. Assistant accounts manager. Quiet. Afraid. No Geas," Hermione says immediately. "He'll break." "We won't," I say. "We'll make fear work for us without stepping on his brain." CC smiles. "Kind cruelty. I approve." The Wisengamot chamber smells like old paper and perfume. We sit behind Bones, halfway up, with a clean view of the floor and the press benches. The Prophet, the Continental Register, 2 stringers from smaller rags, and Rita in a hat you could use as a sail. Aquila hums in the vents, tight and quiet. We're not hijacking anything today. We're watching the blade fall. Fudge shuffles his papers. His hands shake. He tries a smile. It slides off his face. Dumbledore sits with his fingers steepled, watching like a chess player who knows the next 3 moves and hates all of them. Umbridge is a slab of pink in the front row. She stands before the first agenda item and glides to the dais with her folder like a bride carrying vows. "Madam Undersecretary?" Fudge says, alarm showing in the way he says madam. "This is highly irregular." She clears her throat. The sound is prim. The voice is steady. "For the record," she says, "I'll be reading the procurement, exceptions for Dementor custody and deployment contracts allocated by the Ministry of Magic over the last 3 fiscal years. These documents will be distributed to the press in full." A sound moves across the benches like a wave hitting rock. Bones goes very still. Dumbledore's eyes flare brief and bright before going cool again. Umbridge opens the folder. Paper whispers. She reads. Contract numbers. Amounts. Dates. Signatures. Variance justifications that say emergency in caps when there wasn't one. Payments to shell companies named like children's toys. Carriage House, North Star, Puddle Duck Holdings. Rita stops pretending to fuss with her hat and writes so fast her quill squeals. The register man's mouth falls open and stays there. The Prophet's senior editor, who once spiked a story about Auror overtime because it made the minister frown, writes Dementor payouts in block letters across the top of his notes like an apology to himself. Fudge stands. Dolores, that will be all." She doesn't stop. "And on May 31st, a variance to authorize a supplemental Dementor deployment to Azkaban Station without hearing, at a rate of..." "Enough!" Fudge shouts, voice breaking. He can't reach her. That's the elegance of it. He can shout. He can bluster. He can't, without strangling the statute on live quill, stop a public reading of public numbers. Bones says, calm and sharp, motion to suspend all Dementor deployments pending oversight hearings. Second, Dumbledore says without hesitation. Point of order. A Wisengamot elder protests. Rita doesn't even look up. Point of order. My readers love blood, she says, almost to herself, and keeps writing. Umbridge finishes the list, closes the folder, and smiles that sugar smile that smells like rot now that it's mixed with math. She doesn't know why she did it. She will invent a reason. Her brain will caulk the edges. The command is complete. The blade drops. We step into the noise. Palms damp. Breath uneven. A tight buzz at his temples. "Minister," Bones says, voice like a gavel. "Do you contest the figures?" This is security," Fudge splutters. "You can't expect." "I expect numbers to add up," Bones says. "Vote. Suspend now." Hands go up. Not all. Enough. The motion passes. The chamber heaves, then settles. Hermione exhales like she just ran up the tower stairs. CC puts a finger on her wrist to count her pulse and smirks when Hermione doesn't slap her hand away. "Phase 2, I say." Hermione nods and moves. She doesn't have to ask what that's. She wrote the checklist. She threads the seats between reporters and drops a slim envelope on each bench like a magician leaving cards. Cross-reference, she says. Stamp verified against ministry ledger. You'll want the third page. Rita flicks the seal with a nail. Darling, she purrs. I could kiss you. You'll get ink on me, Hermione says. Worth it, Rita says and digs in. On the far side of the chamber, Wilkes, the junior accounts manager, stares at the ceiling and looks ill. I catch his eye and tilt my head toward the press table. His face drains. He stands on shaky legs and walks with doom to the Prophet editor. Here, he says, voice thin. You'll want the public release stamp. We filed it wrong. It's public. The Prophet man looks at him like a saint just put a fish in his lap. He grabs the parchment, checks the stamp, and his shoulders get taller. Fudge sees it happen and panics. He pounds the dais. This is an outrage. Security breaches. Sabotage. I demand Orrs sees every minister. Bones says, sit down. He doesn't. He points at us. You, Dawlish, square-jawed and pleased to be told to do anything involving force, steps toward the press bench with 3 hit wizards at his back. CC doesn't even sigh. Time to teach. Hermione taps the coin. Gila wakes. Civilians to green. My filtered voice says in every scrying pain. Press, stay seated. Witness matters. Orrs, stand down and hold your line. Dawlish doesn't stand down. He points his wand toward Bones. You're under arrest for anchor net, Hermione says. 2 thorns drop a grid of hair-thin silver across the floor with a sound like a sigh. Runes flare. The air hums. Apparition dies in a neat square mile of law that didn't exist 10 seconds ago. Dawlish doesn't see it, because he's busy aiming at a judge who has seen too much and not enough. He slashes a hex. I throw a baffle. The bolt catches the baffle and sprays up like water against rock, harmless and loud. Bones doesn't flinch. She's busy raising her hand toward her own Orrs. Stand down, she barks. If you cast at the press, you can explain it to me later. 2 Orrs who answer to her stop. The hit wizards don't. Foam, I say. CC flicks a baton no one saw her pick up. A bead arcs and bursts into pale, fast-growing foam that smells like soap and alchemy. It blooms around Dawlish's boots and hardens in 3 seconds flat, pinning him to the floor from the knees down. He swears. What? Hermione's second bead hits the wand hands of the 2 behind him. It spreads in a glove and locks their fingers open. Their wands clatter. They yank and only make it worse. Non-lethal, Hermione says, voice shaking just a little. Stop resisting. Stunners flare from the gallery, old habit, wrong target. I throw my shield left, then right. My arms shake with the blows. Neville steps into a gap on my right and raises both hands, palms out, like he's showing he won't draw. Don't, he says, loud and clear at the nearest witch, with a wand pointed the wrong way. You'll hit your own knees. She blinks, sees the angle of her shot, and lowers her wand with a wince. Right, a 3rd hit wizard tries to flank. A thorn drops a flash the size of a galleon in front of his face. He flinches. CC sweeps his ankles out from under him with the casual grace of someone who steals chairs from under kings. Sleep, she says, and taps him with a stunner. The room is noise. The press writes like mad. The Wisengamot yells. Fudge shrieks. I don't look at him. He's not important anymore. The structure is. Broadcast, Hermione says through her teeth. It, I say. The scry panes show the overlay again. Not a map this time, but a split. Procurement exceptions on the left with big numbers no one can ignore. Motion passed. Dementor suspension on the right in clean, bold script. No commentary. Just facts. Minister, Bones says, stepping into the center because she understands stagecraft better than he ever will. You may request an adjournment to consult counsel. Fudge stutters. You may. Bones repeats slow. He swallows. Adjourn. The gavel comes down. The sound lands like a lid on a pot about to boil over. The moment it does, Phase 3 bites. We don't just feed the wizarding press. We feed everyone. Hermione hits send on 4 envelopes at once from a public owl in Diagon Alley. Redacted budget scans to a muggle paper that likes numbers, anonymized testimony to a muggle tabloid that likes villains, and a cleaned, captioned image set from the Atrium broadcast to a wire service that likes anything with live stamped on it. You can't show Dementors to muggles, Neville says, worried. We don't, Hermione says. We show fog, panic, and numbers. We say, private security contractors in a detention facility. We let their outrage do the rest. They don't need cloaks to recognize a shiver. CC smiles. Weaponized perception. Classic. By the time we reach the street, a newsstand boy is already shouting about resignations that haven't happened yet. He's wrong on details and right on mood. That's all we need. We don't trust the ministry's lifts. We take the stairs. On the 4th landing, 2 hit wizards barrel out of a side corridor with a net between them charmed to shimmer. Old trick. Good one. Down. I bark. Hermione drops. Neville ducks. The net snaps, past and hits the banister, fusing with a hiss. CC tosses a rune at it without looking. The net goes slack, then brittle. Neville kicks the nearest post and the whole thing shatters like spun sugar. Breath hitched. Jaw tight. A slow throb at his temples. Nice, he says, surprised at himself. Budget of courage, I say. You spent well. He grins and then gulps when 3 more boots hit the stair above us. 3, Hermione says. 2 left, 1 right. I feel it as she says it. The way the stone carries weight, the way breath echoes. We don't need clever. We need clean. Fog, I say. A thorn pops a capsule and a cold, dense fog pours down the stairwell and sits. Not smoke. Not choking. Just sight-killing cloud waist high. Goggles, Hermione says, and flips a pair down from her. Hairline she built from charmed lenses and a rubber band. I do the same. Neville fumbles his and gets them on backwards. CC winks and walks without them because of course she does. The first hit wizard steps into the fog and sweeps a curse that would have taken our feet out if we'd been where we weren't. Left, Hermione says. Neville lunges. Not fast. Decided. He grabs the man's wrist and shoves it into the foam bead CC slaps there. It hardens. The man swears and tries to yank. Neville plants his foot and holds. Sorry, Neville says and means it. A stunner from the right. I catch it on the edge of my shield and feel my shoulder jolt. Hermione snaps a baffle up at a steep angle. The return hits the ceiling and showers dust. We move past, shoulders touching, a block moving up the stairs. No flourishes, no speeches. We clear the landing and hit the corridor outside internal security. That's where they try to take our legs off. The runes etched into the floor glow. Hermione sees them at the same time I do. Anti-tech, she says. They're going to fry the mesh. His hands trembled. His breath shortened. A small ache pressed behind his eyes. Counter, I say. She tosses the coin to me and crouches, already sketching over the runes with a small iron nail. CC stands in front of her like a statue. Neville watches both ends of the hall and breathes too fast. Slow, I tell him. He nods and slows by force. That's courage too. Got it, Hermione says, and taps the last rune. The floor hum stops. The thorn's heartbeats settle back into the coin's palm-warm rhythm. Doors slam open. 6 black-robed figures fan out. Hit wizards, not oars. Blunt force. Shields up. Wands level. Hands where we can see them. One barks. CC smiles like she's in a museum. You can see too much. Harry, Hermione says. Eyes on me. Non-lethal. Always, I say. I step forward until the closest hit wizard can see my face clearly enough to realize who he's pointing at and have it complicate his day. It's Potter. Stunners. Another barks. They fire. 6 red bolts in a fan. The first hits my shield square and numbs my elbow. The second glances and screams past my ear. The third breaks on Hermione's baffle with a crack that rattles my teeth. I drop a foam bead at the lead man's boots. He jumps. Good, he's smart enough to move. He lands with one foot stuck and thinks he can wrench free. He can't. Hermione slips a second bead at his free foot and he's a statue. Neville advances low, shield up, and body checks a wand arm with more courage than grace. The man's stunner goes wide. Neville grabs the wrist and twists. The wand clatters. CC kicks it down the corridor without looking. Sorry. Neville says again, breathless. Stop apologizing. Hermione snaps, ducking a hex and snapping a shield around the prophet editor who thought now was a good time to appear in the wrong doorway. I see Dawlish limp into view with foam around his knees and murder in his eye. Potter, he snarls. Not now, I say, and toss a flash at his feet. He curses, then chokes on the smoke capsule. Hermione slides into the mix. Not harmful, just rude. Harry! Someone shouts, Bones. Back! We reset. The hit wizards still standing step back because they're not suicidal. The Aurors under Bones' hand lower their wands because they've seen what we're doing and it's not kill. This is over, Bones says, voice carrying like a spell. Minister, you'll step down pending inquiry. Fudge, who has reappeared with 2 aides and a sweaty, stunned face, squeaks. You've no authority. Bones doesn't even sigh. I've the moral one, and I've the votes. Dumbledore rises, slow. The chair recognizes Madame Bones. Fudge swallows and tries to speak. Nothing useful comes out. Rita is laughing under her breath like a woman at a particularly vicious farce. Hermione slips me a folded scrap. Times has the numbers. Front page tomorrow. The ink on her fingers smears my skin. I like it there. It reminds me we made a mess on purpose and it's going to stain. CC tilts her head, listening to something none of us can hear. The Muggles are very excited, she says, amused. They've named a department without knowing what it does. Let them, Hermione says. It keeps this from being an internal scuffle. It makes it a public failure. Decapitation, I say. Stop saying that, Hermione mutters. People have necks. We stand down in stages. Foam loosens on a timer and a counter sigil. Hermione gives it only when wands are on the floor. Dawlish glowers and rubs numb legs. He will try again. Good. We'll teach him again. Bones faces the room and speaks as if there isn't sweat on her temple and a rip in her sleeve. Press briefing in 1 hour, she says. Public contracts. Suspension votes. Atrium procedures. Citizens first. She looks at me. She doesn't nod. She doesn't have to. We leave by a back corridor because we're not the story. That's the whole point. We give them numbers and a villain they already know. We give them a process. We keep our masks. In the alley, the air is cool and smells like rain. My hands shake again now that the hold is off. Hermione notices and pushes a flask into my hand. Water. I drink. Steadies me. Neville leans against the wall and laughs once with too much breath. That was awful. It worked, I say. I know, he says. Still awful. CC bumps her shoulder against mine. You didn't enjoy it too much. I tried not to, I say. You didn't wave, Hermione says. And it almost makes me laugh. Stop looking proud. You'll ruin it. I straighten my face and fail, then manage it. She looks at the sky. Muggle evening papers will hit first. Prophet in the morning. Rita will do a special. Fudge will hide. Umbridge will rewrite her memory of today to make herself noble. She already has, CC says. Bones? Neville asks. We'll carry this, I say. We gave her the weight. She'll lift it. He nods, serious. Okay. He looks at my scar without meaning to. Does it still hurt? Less? I say. Hermione hears the shape of the answer and speaks the rule we wrote, so I don't try to pretend it away. Log it. We go back to the room and do exactly that. Operation Guillotine. Hermione insists we write Gov ACT-1. Objective. Force public suspension of Dementor contracts. Establish press pipeline. Demonstrate non-lethal tactical superiority against Mom's blunt force. Protect press and civilians. Keep Zero off stage. Actions. Geas on Umbridge. Single action. Reading distribution. Anchor net deployed. Foam used. 9 capsules. Baffles. 7. Flashes. 5. Fog. 2. disarms. 6. Stunners. 4. CC3, H1. Injuries. Bruises. Dawlish pride. Critical. No civilians harmed. He steadied his breathing. Fingers shook. A dull ache sat behind his eyes. Outputs motion passed. Press seated. Wizard muggle. Public stamp on ledger. Dawlish contained without casualties. Fudge fractured. Costs. Scar heat high, duration 40s, residual ache 20 minutes. Hands tremor, H, 8 minutes post-action. Hermione. Post-adrenaline nausea, 2 minutes. Neville. Hyperventilation window, 30s, resolved with 4-count breathing. CC. Stole my tea, again. Notes. Don't use foam near stairs above knee height. Anchor net eats older floor runes. Reset after. Neville's shoulder check is surprisingly effective. Teach stance. Dawlish will adapt. Expect shields on boots next time. Foam angle change recommended. Hermione adds a line under costs in neat script. Moral cost. Geas used on high-value hostile actor. Recorded. Won't normalize. Palms damp. Breath uneven. A tight buzz at his temples. I sign. She signs. CC draws a tiny crescent. Neville prints his name in block letters and underlines it like a promise. We sit a minute and let the room hum us back down. My shirt sticks to my spine. Hermione pushes hair off her forehead and ties it up again. CC steals my chair and swings her feet. You've taken the head, she says. We've taken the habit, I say. Heads regrow, she smiles. Then sharpen the blade. I stand, legs a little shaky but here. Next phase, I say. Hermione looks at the clock. Press in 20. Bones needs a clean sound bite she can live with in 6 months. Not just today. Write it, I say. She does. 5 words. She reads them out loud. We chose law over fear. I nod. Good. Neville grins, tired and proud. Can I say that too? You can, Hermione says. And you'll. Someday. He looks like he's not sure if he wants that and says, okay. Anyway, CC watches us with that look that's almost fondness and almost mourning. You're very loud, she says. We have to be, I say. Not like that, she says, tapping my chest. In here, I ignore the warmth that climbs my neck. We've a briefing. Hermione grabs her bag. Neville tugs his jumper straight. CC steals a biscuit from a tin we didn't put there. We step out into a castle that smells like stone and damp wool and the tail end of a plan. The corridor is empty. Our footsteps echo. The coin is cool in my pocket. The mesh sleeps. Breath hitched. Jaw tight. A slow throb at his temples. Don't wave, Hermione says out of habit. Don't let me, I say. She bumps my shoulder. Quick. I won't. We walk faster. Outside, the world is already louder. A vendor shouts about a special edition. Someone argues about Dementors loud enough to make the word sound silly. Somewhere, a boy reads a headline he doesn't understand and feels a shape move under his feet that means the adults in charge aren't as in charge as they said. Good. Break the machine. Build the rules. Make it public. Make it stick. Decapitation isn't an ending. It's the first cut that lets you see what you're actually dealing with. We brought the blade down. Now we hold the mirror up. Chapter 7. The Scars of Trust and War. We set the room like a courtroom and a war room at once. No chairs except 4. No snacks. No tea. No softening. Tequila hums low. The coin is warm in my palm. Hermione has the chalk ledger open to a blank page labeled moral cost. Neville stands with his hands in his pockets until he realizes they're shaking. Takes them out. Then doesn't know what to do with them. CC swings her feet off the table and doesn't joke. That's how he knows it's real. Tell me straight, Neville says. No riddles. Good, I say. Tonight, a DMLE clerical team is scheduled to move a set of confiscated registries, names and addresses of Muggle-born families, off-site under emergency storage exemptions. Hermione taps the paper stack. We verified the memo chain, the courier contract, and the timestamps. It's not a drill. Neville frowns. Why move them? Because numbers are leverage, I say. If you know where every vulnerable person sleeps, you don't have to be clever. You can be lazy and cruel instead. He swallows. Okay, so we stop the move. That's one option, I say. If we stop it at the loading dock, we spook the ring. They switch couriers. They go quiet. They start moving smaller batches we won't see. And the other option? He asks, already bracing. We let it roll, Hermione says. We tag the crates with trackers they can't see and a counter sigil that locks them when we trigger it. We follow the chain to the storage site, then to the network supervisor. We take the ring out in one hit. Neville's shoulders go up and don't come down. What's the cost? I don't look away. 2 parts. First, to keep cover, we let 2 staged arrests go ahead for a night. A Muggle-born couple on the watch list will be taken in for questioning to make the move look legitimate. They won't be harmed. We've placed 2 of Bones' people in the rotation. They'll be released when the ring falls. Second, Neville asks, voice tight. Second, Hermione says, steady. We'll need a scapegoat in the paperwork to trigger the internal review that opens the vault. A clean quartermaster signs the wrong form and gets suspended. We clear him later. He still spends a week as a villain in the paper. Neville's face goes red, then white. A week, I say. He shakes his head. No, pick a guilty one. The guilty ones don't sign, Hermione says. That's the point. The ones who sign are the ones who still believe the form protects them. They're the lever. His name? Neville asks. Proudfoot, I say. Not the or. The quartermaster. 2 kids. Pays his mum's rent. Believes in the rules because he's survived on them. Neville stares at the table like he wants to tip it over. And you want me to say yes? Yes, I say. Not because I need permission. Because you ask to be trained for the thing you think you want. This is it. He laughs once with no humor. You're making me put the knife in. I'm making you choose what the knife is for, I say. And what you'll pay for using it. He paces 3 steps. Stops. Paces back. Offer me a third option. There isn't one that hits the network, Hermione says. There are ones that let us feel good tonight and lose 3 families next month because the files moved and the ring got smarter. Neville rounds on her. You used to hate this. You used to argue for hours. I still hate it, she says. And it's flat, not a performance. I hate it and I choose it. That's the difference. I'm not blinking while you bleed for a feeling. He looks like she slapped him. He rubs his hands on his trousers and leaves sweat. Say it cleaner, she does. We can save 2 people tonight and lose 20 later, or we can hurt 3 people now with guards in place and end the pipeline. I'm choosing the second one. Neville breathes through his nose like he's trying not to throw up. And you, he says to me, when did you decide? When I read the courier contract, I say. I still want you to decide. Why? He snaps. Because you're the one who has to live in the world after, I say. Because you're the one we trained to stand on the stage and carry the lie and the law at the same time. Because if you can't say this in a room with 4 people, you won't be able to breathe with 4,000 watching. He looks away. His throat works. Who are the 2? The couple. Hermione glances at the file and hates herself in a small, visible way for knowing it. Amara and Dev Rahaja. Healer trainee. Muggle-born solicitor. No children. We've Bones people ready in intake. They won't be harmed. Neville's eyes shine. He wipes them fast, like he's angry at his face for doing it. And Proudfoot. He'll be fine. He'll read his name in the paper and his kids will hear it at school. Hermione says, not softening it. We will clear him in a week with documents and a public apology attached to his next promotion paper. He will know the truth. He may not forgive us. Neville's palms are open like he doesn't know what to hold. Why me? He says and then answers himself. Because I asked. Because you asked, I say. He looks at the coin in my hand like it's a weapon and a promise. Put me in the room. I nod. We're not doing this in a vacuum. You'll speak to the people we're using. You won't hide behind a wall. That's worse, he says. That's the point, I say. We split the wall into 2 panes. Left. The dock at DMLE Logistics. Low light. Pallets. Charms that hum like old refrigerators. Men in vests with runes sewn into the seams to make them feel official. A crate with a label that reads archive in a font that thinks it's a rule. Right. A cramped, bright intake room. Bones' two trusted officers lean on a desk that has bite marks from stress. The Rahages sit straight-backed and scared without showing it. CC sets the audio soft, then real. They can't see you, she tells Neville. They can hear you if you press the talk rune. Don't talk unless you intend to take responsibility for what your mouth does to their night. His hands trembled. His breath shortened. A small ache pressed behind his eyes. He nods, jerky. And the quartermaster? Third pane, Hermione says and brings it up. Proudfoot in an office that could be any office. Family photos taped in a crooked line. A coffee that has gone cold. A stack of forms exactly aligned at the corner. He's been asked to initial the variance, I say. He will do it in 7 minutes if no one stops him. Neville presses his fingers into his eyes. I hate this. I hate this. Say it again later, CC says, not unkind. After you, do the thing anyway. He stares at Proudfoot. He looks like my uncle. Stop trying to make it easier by making him a type, Hermione says. He's a person. That's worse and correct. The clock in the corner clicks to 1953. The dock foreman signs a ledger. A courier shifts his weight and makes the floor creak. The Rahages hold hands under the table like people who learn to give themselves a touch other people can't take. Speak, I say to Neville. He hesitates, then presses the rune. His voice shakes at first, then steadies by force. Amara, Dev. My name is... He steadied his breathing. Fingers shook. A dull ache sat behind his eyes. Hermione shakes her head once. No names, she says softly. It protects them later. Use roll. He swallows. I'm with the group that will get you out soon. I'm asking you to cooperate for a few hours. You won't be harmed. 2 officers in the room are on your side. Blink twice if you understand. Amara blinks twice. Dev squeezes her hand and blows out a breath he'd been hiding. Neville goes on like it makes him smaller to do it, and he does it anyway. I'm sorry we're doing it this way. It lets us catch the ones who built this. You'll sleep here tonight. Tomorrow will be ugly questions paper, a man with a stamp who thinks his stamp matters. You'll walk out before dinner. Dev licks his lips. Can I call my mother? You can write a message that says you're safe, Neville says. We'll send it without return address. Dev nods. He's trying so hard to be brave it makes my chest hurt. Amara says, careful. Do you have a plan if something goes wrong? Neville looks at Bones' officers. One taps his pen twice. Yes. Neville draws a breath and speaks the truth that will let him sleep later. Yes, he says. We've 2 plans. Amara's mouth softens at that. Okay, she says. Then, okay. Neville's eyes shine again. He lets go of the rune. Palms damp. Breath uneven. A tight buzz at his temples. He turns to the 3rd pane. Proudfoot flips a page. Stares at the clause that turns a storage request into a vault access permission. And frowns like a man who sometimes hears his own conscience and sometimes hushes it. Talk to him, Hermione says. Neville hesitates. He's not with us. No, I say. He will be with us later when we clear him. For now, he is with his job and his kids. Neville presses the rune. Mr. Proudfoot. Breath hitched. Jaw tight. A slow throb at his temples. The man startles, looks around his empty office. Then at the rune on his desk that we piggybacked through the ward infrastructure. Who? His hands trembled. His breath shortened. A small ache pressed behind his eyes. Auditor. Neville says, trying on the word and hating it. You're about to initial a variance that will change custody of registries without a hearing. Confirm. Proudfoot frowns. It's a new process, but who's this? Confirm. Neville says, voice growing a spine. Proudfoot glances at the page. I'm to initial and forward. Initial and forward, Neville says. And then you'll seal your copy in an envelope and timestamp it, then place it in the public drop for records. Proudfoot blinks. The public drop? Yes, Neville says. So your exact action is part of the record that triggers the oversight. Proudfoot's eyes narrow. He's not stupid. Oversight. Public, Neville says. Proudfoot looks at the form, then at the photo of his kids, then back at the form. If I don't initial, someone else will. Yes, Neville says. If I do, my name is on it. Yes, Neville says again. Proudfoot's jaw works. I don't want to be the bad man in the paper. I know, Neville says, and puts his hand on the table so hard his fingers go white. I'll clear you after. I'll put my own name on that part, and I'll say we used you, because I'm asking you to be used for a week to stop a bad thing that lasts years. Proudfoot's face breaks in a small way that looks like a man deciding to be the sort of father he tells himself he is. He initial-less, hand shaking. Then he gets an envelope, stamps it, and writes public on the corner with a pen that skips. Thank you, Neville says, voice raw. Proudfoot laughs once. Don't thank me. This will be hell. It will, Neville says. I'm sorry. Proudfoot looks at the photo again. If you're lying to me, he says, I'll break your nose if I ever see you. Neville blinks hard. Fair. Proudfoot seals the envelope and stands like a man stepping into rain he's chosen. He leaves the office. The pane goes empty. Neville lets go of the rune. He bends at the waist like someone punched him. He keeps breathing because we drilled that into him. You did it, Hermione says softly. I did it, he says, and retches into the bin. Cece kicks under his hands before it hits the floor. Nothing much comes up. He still shakes. Cece rubs his back twice and then stops because more would be wrong. Welcome to the part you wanted without knowing the cost, she says, not cruel. Neville wipes his mouth with the back of his wrist. I hate you, he says to me, then flinches at his own mouth. No, I don't. I hate this, and I still chose it. Good, I say, and I mean it because anything else would make it a lie we can't afford. Hate is a seatbelt. Keep it on. He laughs, a short, ugly bark. That's terrible. It's true, Hermione says. The dock pane moves. Crates roll. A floor rune flares. Our trackers pulse. The chain moves like a centipede in a long coat. The intake room pane shows Amara and Dev answering questions with clean, short sentences like people who rehearsed in the corridor. He steadied his breathing. Fingers shook. A dull ache sat behind his eyes. Here we go, I say. Wait, Neville says, holding up his hand like a man, about to walk into fire and wanting one more breath. Before the next bit. Rules. Name them, I say. Red line 1, he says, voice steady by force. No children. Ever. Not as decoys. Not as leverage. Not as lessons. Yes, I say. Red line 2, he says. No geas on allies. No exceptions. If you ask me later, I'll say no louder. Amendment recorded. Neville Longbottom rescinds Red line 2 for himself only. Scope. A single command to carry out the Zero Requiem. Consent stated plainly. Witnessed and logged. Entered into the ledger. Yes, I say again. Red line 3, he says, looking at Hermione now. 2 keys for scapegoats. You and me. If one of us balks, we redesign. We don't shove it through because it's neat. Hermione nods. 2 keys. Logged. Red line 4, he says to both of us now. We go to Proudfoot's house with the apology and the promotion paper ourselves. Not an owl. Not a note. We show our faces and take whatever he throws at them. Yes, I say, and mean it down to my bones. He nods once like that's a promise he can use to keep breathing. Okay, he says to the screens. Do the thing. We don't stop the truck. We follow it. Hermione reads the pulses like a conductor. Turn at the river, she says. No, next one. They're avoiding recorded tolls. Cece mutters, amused. They think like smugglers who read one book. The truck pulls into a warehouse that used to store cauldrons and now stores secrets. We let them roll the crates into the belly of the building. We don't trigger the locks yet. We wait until the supervisor signs the intake sheet and touches the wardstone. Palms damp, breath uneven, a tight buzz at his temples. Now, I say. Hermione taps the coin. The counter sigils fire. The lids hard freeze with a crack you can feel through the screens. The Wardstone hum flips from accept to seal. The supervisor looks up, eyes wide, mouth open. Bones steps out of the shadow with 6 Aurors who actually answer to her and a clerk with a public seal. "Afternoon," she says, voice like iron under a polite layer. "Public oversight. Hands visible. No one dies. 2 run." Neville whispers, "Left." And 1 Auror is already there because he learned to read our overlays. The man stumbles into a foam bead and curses into the floor. "It's over in 4 minutes. Took 2 weeks to line up. It will take a year to clean the rot entirely. Today a piece is out. We cut the feed." The room gets bigger as the screens go dark. Neville leans on the table. Hermione writes, "Operation Stonecart. Objective map and break offsite registry pipeline. Catch supervisory node. Protect informants. Minimize harm. Actions. Allow staged arrests. 2. Monitored. Quartermaster annealed variants. Public stamp placed. Trackers placed. Lock sigils triggered at intake. Arrests conducted by Bones team. Outputs. Supervisor 4 arrested. Pipeline location compromised. Public evidence in hand. Release clock for Rahage's ticking. Proudfoot suspended. 7D. Press window opens 10 o'clock tomorrow. Costs. Emotional, Neville high. Nausea/vomit. Resolved. Tremor, 2 minutes. Scar, no use. Sleep debt imminent. Proudfoot. Reputational harm, 7D.
Rahejas, fear, 24H.
Moral cost. Scapegoat used with consent by understanding? Partial. Lied by omission to public? Strategic. Logged. Hermione finishes the last letter and puts the chalk down with a clack. "Say it," she tells me. "I hate it," I say. "I do it again." She nods once. Good. Neville breathes like a swimmer who touched the wall and isn't sure if he won or just didn't drown. "Talk to me," he says. "Not about the screens. About this. This is what carrying the lie feels like before you. Wear a mask." Hermione says, "No softness, no sermon. Your stomach will stay angry. Your head will make you want to rewrite the last hour to make you the hero. Don't. You made a choice. Own it." Neville's jaw ticks. "How do you stand it?" "I don't," she says. "I sit with it. Then I make sure the ledger balance is somewhere I can see with numbers, not feelings. Then I do the next ugly thing on purpose. That's how it stops owning me." He looks like he hates that answer. He also looks like it's stuck. CC studies him. "You're not broken," she says. "That's good. Broken boys do big, pretty damage and then cry over the pieces. Bent boys do work." Neville snorts a laugh that sounds like it got lost and found its way back. "Bent," he says. "Great. Budget of courage," I say. "You spent a lot today. Eat and sleep. After one thing," he says. "What?" "The Rahages," he says. "Talk to them again." Hermione shifts the pain back. The intake room is quieter. Bones officers make a show of being bored. Amara's jaw unclenches when she hears Neville's voice. "Weave the sight," he says. "You'll be out tomorrow. Do you need anything in the next hour? Water? A blanket? A comb?" Amara says, almost smiling. "They took mine. They think it's a wand. We'll send a comb," Neville says, and CC actually gets up to fetch one and charm it to look borrowed. "And a message to your mother. No details. Just the truth you can live with. Safe. See you tomorrow." Amara blinks hard. Dev squeezes her hand. "Tell them..." He stops, thinks, then says, "Tell them the soup here is terrible." Neville laughs, surprised. He kills the feed and wipes his eyes again, more openly this time. "Okay," he says. "Now I eat." Hermione grabs his shoulder and squeezes. "You did the hard part," she says. "The guilt is the change fee. Pay it and don't try to tip." He gives her a look. "When did you get like this?" "When I realized our feelings weren't saving anyone," she says, simple. He nods and doesn't argue. "That's new. It hurts and helps." We go to Proudfoot's house the next afternoon with the paper in Hermione's bag and the apology I wrote folded in my pocket. Neville knocks. His hand shakes once. He doesn't hide it. A woman opens the door with eyes that say she slept badly and fed children anyway. Proudfoot is behind her with the careful face of a man who knows how to feel late because there's no time early. Mr. Proudfoot, Neville says, we're here to put our names where yours got left. Proudfoot looks at our faces. He doesn't ask us in. He steps onto the step and closes the door behind him. He looks at the paper in Hermione's hand, then at me, then at Neville. Did you do it? He asks. What you said. We did, Neville says. You'll be cleared tonight. Tomorrow it will be in the Prophet. The day after, the Muggles will argue about it without knowing what they're arguing about. Next week you'll go back to work and avoid the break room because people don't know how to say sorry without making it about them. Proudfoot barks a laugh that's as much grief as humor. He looks at me. And you, I used you. I say, we used you. It's written down. With our names. He studies my face. He doesn't like what he sees. He also believes me. That makes it worse and better. He holds out his hand. I take it. His grip is hard enough to make the small bones in my fingers talk. He lets go and nods once without a smile. Don't come back, he says. Unless you're bringing something that isn't a paper. Fair? I say. We leave to the sound of a mother telling her kids to wash their hands. Loud and ordinary. Neville doesn't speak until we're at the end of the street. Then he stops and leans on a garden wall like the world is heavier at the corners. It's not noble, he says. It's not like the stories. No, Hermione says. It's maintenance. He nods. Okay. He straightens and looks at me with eyes that are a little older than they were last week. When you die, he says, and the way he says it's a statement, not a threat. I'll hate you and do what we planned. But I won't let you make me the kind of man who forgets to go to the house after. Good. I say, and I mean it like a blessing. Cece watches a bird hop on the pavement and smiles at it like she knows its schedule. He passes, she says, amused and sad. It wasn't a test, Neville says. It was, she says. You passed anyway. He makes a face that admits it and starts walking again. That night, Hermione and I sit on the floor with the ledger and write the part no one sees. She speaks, I write. Harm we caused on purpose. Proudfoot fear, 7D.
Raheja fear, 24H.
Press misdirection, 3D. Harm we prevented. Registry pipeline collapse, indefinite. Subsequent raids prevented, EST6 in next quarter. Copycat exemptions blocked, EST3. Muggleborn family doxing prevented, EST 20 names. Debt we owe, public apology with promotion. Private apology in person, paid. Monitoring for long-tail consequences, 3MO. Future guardrails. 2-key scapegoat threshold, H/N. Post-action house call mandatory. Red lines as stated. Hermione taps her pencil against the floor. Say the thing. I say it because she's right. We're not good people. We're doing the work good people pretend happens by itself. She says. If I start calling myself good, you're allowed to slap me. I won't. I say. I'll make you say numbers instead. She snorts. Worse. We sit until the coin warms with a low pulse that says Bones press briefing is live. We don't hijack it. We watch like citizens. Bones stands at a podium that has been polished too often and speaks without words to waste. The ministry made mistakes, she says. We're correcting them. We chose law over fear. She doesn't look at the cameras when she says it. She looks at the people in the front row like she's looking them dead in the eye. No one disappears. Not on my watch. Rita asks a question designed to make someone cry. Bones doesn't. She opens a folder and shows numbers. In the corner of the screen, briefly, you can see Proudfoot's envelope in a clear evidence sleeve with public on the corner. Neville watches from the back of the room with his coat on like he might run out the door and keep going until his legs stop. He doesn't. He waits until the briefing ends, then walks to us, not looking at the ledger because he won't be able to stop if he starts. Next lesson, he says, voice hoarse. Tomorrow, I say. Now, he says. Hermione weighs him with her eyes, then nods. 10 minutes, she says. breath, water. Then you're going to stand in front of a mirror and tell the truth without the parts that get people killed. The lie, he says. The part of the truth the public can carry without breaking the process. She says. Words matter. Try again if you get self-righteous. He nods. He drinks water. He breathes. He stands in front of the mirror. Citizens, he says to his own face. We shut down an illegal transfer of records. 2 people were questioned and released. We won't permit secret lists to decide who gets to live normal lives. We chose law over fear. Hold us to it. He stops. He looks at us. Too clean. Add the bruise. I say. He nods and does it again. We chose law over fear. It hurt people. We're paying that bill. Hold us to it. Hermione's mouth lifts at one corner. Good. CC tilts her head. You sounded like a person, not a saint. Keep that. Neville exhales. He looks at my scar without meaning to and then on purpose. You didn't use it. No, I say. I didn't need to. Save it, he says. Save it until it burns more than this did. It always will, I say. He nods and rubs his hands together like he can sand the shake out. Okay, tomorrow. I hate you less. I smile small. We'll aim for tolerate. He actually grins and then sobers. I'm mad at you for making me do it. Good, I say. Be mad. It means the line is still there. Hermione watches both of us and then, quietly, almost too soft to hear, says, We're going to lose things we can't get back. We already did, I say. CC slides her fingers over mine without looking. It's not a kiss. It's a circuit. It steadies. Neville looks away to give us the fake privacy we'll take. Then back. I'm going to bed, he says. If I don't sleep, I'll get stupid. Budget. I remind him. He nods. Spent. He leaves. The room gets bigger. Hermione leans her head back against the wall and closes her eyes. I defended you, she says, thin smile. I did it without flinching. You did, I say. Don't make me regret it, she says. I won't, I say. I know you'll, she says. But try not to. CC laughs, low. That's love, she says. With teeth, Hermione opens one eye. Don't start. I didn't, CC says. You did. I stand and the world tilts, then steadies. Log it, I say. We do. Personal log. H. Trust erosion and H occurred. Controlled burn. Neville stated hatred, chose action anyway. Set red lines. Demanded house call. Stayed. Hermione utilitarian pivot. Open and owned. Defensive plan in real time. Set 2 key check. Logged. CC observation, called it a test. It was. Notes. Keep the tests honest. No fakes. No gotchas. Next. Teach Neville to give orders to allies who will hate him for it and still follow. Pick a drill that doesn't use real people. Let him fail here, not out there. I put the quill down. My hand shakes. I let it. Hermione takes the ledger and closes it like a judge closing a case without liking the verdict. CC leans her head on my shoulder for one breath. You'll never be forgiven by everyone you save, she says. Make sure you can live with that. I'm trying, I say. Try quieter, she says. Your bones are loud. She leaves. Hermione lingers. You're doing the thing, she says. What thing? Carrying it alone in your head, she says. Stop. If you keep it there, it grows teeth and eats you. Make me write it. Make him say it. Make it ours. I nod because she isn't asking. She's ordering. Okay, she kisses my cheek. Quick. The way she did when I told her about Nunnally. Then pinches my arm when my face starts to do something soft. Don't get soppy, she says. We've 6 hours before the morning edition. She leaves with her bag and the ledger. I sit on the floor and stare at the chalk until the lines blur and then sharpen again. The coin is cool. The room hums. We won a thing that isn't pretty. Neville chose the knife and didn't run. Hermione chose the math and didn't blink. CC chose to stay. I chose to make it their choice. It still feels like my fault in a way I don't get to wash off. That's the scar. Not the one on my forehead. The one under the ribs. I lie down and hold the coin to my palm until its warmth sinks into skin. Not today, I say and mean it. Tomorrow we pay the bill. Chapter 8. The Philosophical Cage Match. The chamber is full in the way a storm is full, heavy air. No one breathing right. Bones set the rules in 6 lines on a slate by the dais. 1. No spells. 2. 3. No wands in hand. 4. 5. Oath binds for all witnesses. 6. 7. Veritaserum only with consent. 8. 9. Press present. 10. 11. Keep it about facts. 12. Dumbledore sits straight-backed, hands folded. He looks like a grandfather at a graduation. The phoenix on the high perch tilts its head as if it doesn't like the script. Hermione is at my left with the ledger and a clean stack of exhibits. Neville is at my right, jacket button wrong and not fixing it because he's busy not shaking. CC is behind us, off to the side, looking like a painting that might blink if you stare. Bones taps her quill once. Special session of the Wiesengemot. Inquiry into misuse of institutional power and endangerment of minors during wartime. Mr. Potter, you requested this hearing. You've the floor. I stand not slowly. No theatrics. The room quiets because it wants the show and I'm not going to give it the one it expects. My claim is simple, I say. Headmaster Dumbledore centralized power in himself and called it virtue. He kept secrets to keep control. Those choices repeatedly put others at risk when process would have protected them. I'll show you a pattern. He can answer. Dumbledore's eyes meet mine. Calm. Blue. Old. I'm happy to answer for my choices. Good, I say. First, the placement. Hermione slides Exhibit A to the bailiff. The first page projects onto the charmed pane above us. Placement order, Potter, Harry J. November 1st. The signature at the bottom is Albus Dumbledore's. The second page is the letter Petunia Dursley kept in a bread tin. Bones nods toward the first witness bench. Mrs. Petunia Dursley. Petunia walks like a woman going into a bank to ask for a loan she knows she'll get. She looks at me once and then at Dumbledore like she's meeting the man who wrote her a rule. Bones holds up the vial. Veritaserum is available with your consent. Petunia's mouth tightens. No potion, she says. I'll read what he wrote and what I wrote back. She takes the oath. She reads, I must ask you to take him in. Lily's blood will protect him so long as he can call your house home. She swallows. I wrote back. I said I didn't want magic in my house, that we weren't equipped, that we weren't kind enough. He sent another letter that said we had no choice and that his arrangements would suffice. We got no visits. Only watchers who didn't come to the door. Thank you, Bones says. Questions? Keep it short. Did any representative of the school or ministry interview you in person to confirm safety? No, she says. Did anyone from the school ever ask you to stop mistreatment? Her face goes blotchy. She looks at the floor. No. Dumbledore stands with Bones' nod. Mrs. Dursley, I'm sorry for the weight I placed upon your household. My decision was based on blood wards that could not be worked elsewhere. I believed the protection outweighed the hardship. Hardship, she echoes, small. He slept in a cupboard. Dumbledore closes his eyes once. I failed to oversee as I should have. Noted, Bones says. You may step down. Petunia leaves the stand with her spine stiff. She doesn't look at me again. The squib neighbor, I say. Arabella Figg. Mrs. Figg's shoes squeak. She looks like she'd rather be anywhere else. She consents to 1 drop of Veritaserum because she is honest enough to hate herself cleanly. Did Professor Dumbledore instruct you to watch the boy? Ask. Yes. Were you instructed not to interfere? Yes. Did you observe abuse? Her jaw works. Yes. Did you report it? To him, she says, voice cracking. I sent letters. He said the protection required the placement to continue. Dumbledore stays seated. His knuckles whiten. Bones neutralizes the serum and lets Mrs. Figg go with a soft thank you. The room holds its breath for the apology that doesn't fix anything. Second, the prophecy, I say. Hermione slides Exhibit B, Hog's Head Registry. Seer Booking, 1980. Report of disturbance. Ejectee, S. Snape. Pensive print authorization. A. Dumbledore. We don't show the full memory. Bones won't allow it for privacy. We show the dates and the chain. Headmaster, I say, did you fail to secure the room? Did you keep the prophecy's existence from me while allowing the enemy to build strategy around it? Dumbledore stands. The seer spoke without warning. I acted as swiftly as I could to protect the guests. I kept the prophecy from you because knowledge is a burden poorly borne by the very young. How did that protection work out? Hermione says under her breath, not loud enough for the stenographer. Bones hears anyway and marks council commentary with an arched brow. Third, I say, the wand, a murmur. The press knows the word elder without being told. I don't say it yet. Exhibit C goes up. Gregorovitch theft report, translated. Gregorovitch statement. A young thief. Ollivander testimony. The wand of legend, I think it's here. We add a photo taken 3 months ago of Dumbledore's office. The wandwood in his hand not matching any catalogued in Ollivander's index. A change in the air. People feel old stories turning into paperwork. Headmaster, I say, did you possess a wand you believed to be a Hallows artifact? He doesn't flinch. Yes. Did you disclose this to the Wisengamot or your staff? No. Did you plan your own death to control its allegiance? Silence. Bones cool stills. Dumbledore's voice is soft. I was cursed by a ring. I asked a trusted colleague to end my life at a time and place of my choosing to protect the school and to add no more murder to another soul. The matter of wand allegiance was a consideration. Hermione's pencil breaks. She doesn't apologize. She takes out another. Consideration. I repeat. You hid a weapon, wrote an end for yourself, and kept everyone in your orbit ignorant so the story would work. Pattern. Dumbledore's eyes meet mine. For the first time today they flash. I hid nothing for sport. I withheld to protect you. From what? Ask. From your death, he says too quickly. Then explain this. I say, and Hermione hands Exhibit D to the bailiff with fingers that don't shake. Signed deposition under Veritaserum, S. Snape. Taken by A. Bones. Sealed. Consented for reading of excerpt only. Bones glances at Dumbledore. He nods once, very slow. Bones clears her throat. Excerpt. When he asked about the boy, I said, you've been raising him for slaughter? He said, when the time comes, the boy must die. He spoke of a fragment, gasps. A chair scrapes. Someone swears and apologizes to the clerk. The phoenix ruffles and settles. Dumbledore doesn't look away from me. I believed, based on the curse scar and subsequent research, that a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul resided within you. I hoped, desperately, that there might be a way for it to be removed without your death. You didn't tell me, I say. You planned the day, and the place and the boy who would walk to it without the facts. I planned to tell you when you had the strength to bear it. Dumbledore says, voice raw now. I misjudged how fast events would force our hand. Hermione speaks, clear and hard. Or you preferred a boy you could aim without argument. A sting runs through the benches. The word aim lands and stays. Bones lifts a hand for silence. Headmaster, you may address the chamber. Dumbledore steps forward 1 pace. He doesn't make himself bigger. He makes himself smaller on purpose, which is its own power. You ask me why I made choices alone, he says. Because children were dying in the corridors of a school I'd sworn to keep safe. Because ministers hid under desks. Because a man without a nose thought he had a right to remake the world. Because the cost of every delay was written in graves. I didn't relish secrets. I counted hours. I'm guilty of thinking I could carry them better than others. I'm guilty of thinking I could carry them for you. He looks at me. And for you, Harry, I would have carried them all if I could. The room wobbles around that. He's good. He believes it. That's the problem. I don't shout. I don't pace. I hold the quiet and speak into it. You built a world that only works if there's always an Albus Dumbledore in the chair. I say, that isn't a world. That's a superstition. It fails the minute you die. A whisper runs like a draft. Dumbledore straightens without meaning to. You think you saved me by keeping me ignorant. I say, you stunted me. You think you saved the school by hiding weapons. You made a throne out of secrets. You think you saved the public by managing their fear. You fed it with silence. Your method requires a saint. Saints are mortal and rare. Process isn't. Dumbledore's jaw works. Process fails under fire. Then you build one that doesn't, I say. With rules. With audits. With light. With people who argue with you and don't get frozen out for it. I tip my head at Hermione. You would have hated me with her at my side. That earns a few short laughs that sound like people remembering the taste of salt. I nod at Bones. Witness? Dolores Umbridge. Groans. Rita licks her quill. Umbridge sits. Pink and poisonous. She refuses Veritaserum. We don't need it. The paper she read last session is in the record. I keep it to one question. Did the headmaster object to Dementors at Hogwarts? Her eyes go bright with malice. She smiles. Vehemently. Did he resign in protest? Her smile tightens. No. Did he call a public vote in this chamber to force a record? No. So he objected and then lived with it, I say. Like a man who wants to be known as against a thing more than he wants to stop it. She blinks. She doesn't know how to handle being used as a knife against someone she also hates. Bones waves her away like a bad smell. Final witness, I say. Aberforth Dumbledore. That pulls the breath out of some people. The barman from the Hog's Head ambles forward in a coat that has seen things. He refuses Veritaserum with a snort. I don't need it. I'll say it. Bones nods. Proceed. Albus is clever, Aberforth says, scratching his cheek. Always was. Got too fond of it. Likes a board only he can see. Thinks people are pieces you can put back on the shelf after the game. Can't. They chip. He loved that school. He loved the boy. Didn't love them honest. Dumbledore closes his eyes like the words were an old ache given shape again. Aberforth shrugs. He'll tell you he did the least bad thing. Maybe so. That wand? He should have told you. The prophecy? He should have told you. The cupboard? He should have checked. He didn't because he reckoned he knew best. He usually does. He looks at his brother without blinking. You always do. Silence like a held plate. Thank you, I say. No further witnesses. Bones looks at Dumbledore. Headmaster. He steps into the open and doesn't touch his wand. He leaves it on the bench, a long, pale thing that hums if you know how to listen. I won't pretend I didn't hold too much, he says. I won't pretend I didn't hold it too long. I won't pretend I didn't make plans that required others to walk in the dark. I believed that was kindness. I see now it was arrogance. He looks at me. Harry, I'm sorry, the apology lands. It isn't nothing. It's also not enough. Bones looks between us. Remedies, too, I say. Institutional and symbolic. Go on. Institutional mandatory disclosure requirements for extraordinary artifacts and authorities. No, more private hallows. Public inventory. Second, creation of an independent oversight office for school safety with the power to audit guardianship placements and inspect. Hermione's hand is already raised with a draft. Bones takes it, eyes flicking, mouth align. She likes it. Good. Symbolic? I say, looking at the wand without touching it. The Elder Wand is a myth because no one ever made it ordinary. Make it paperwork. Remove it from your pocket and place it under seal in public custody until the law we just proposed exists to contain it. A sound moves through the room like a held breath turning into a decision. People lean forward. Dumbledore stares at the wand. Then at me. Then at the wand again. He speaks to the chamber without looking away. This wand has been used to do good and ill. Carries history like a stain. I kept it private because I feared what men would do if they knew. I see now that the keeping is the doing. He lifts his hand. He pauses. He looks at me once. Something like pride or grief or both in his eyes. Very well. He picks up the Elder Wand and walks the 10 steps across the floor. Every head turns with it. He sets it down on Bones' bench like a man putting down a crown. Bones doesn't touch it. She rings for a sealed case. The bailiff brings the clear box and the wax and the stamp. She seals it in 3 motions. Her stamp reads public custody. Rita drops her quill. The prophet man whispers, We're going to print that on page 1 in a font that breaks the press. Dumbledore's shoulders settle as if a weight slid off and revealed another beneath it. He turns back to me. You wish to end an order built on trust in one man. Good. You should end. But I warn you, boy. The word is habit, he corrects it. Harry, a world built on rules alone will also fail. You need people who choose right when it costs. I know, I say. That's why there are 2 keys, for the hard parts. That's why the ledger has a line for harm we cause on purpose. That's why I'm not aiming a child at a grave with a story about destiny to keep him quiet. He flinches. He deserves it. He takes it. Bones stands. The chamber will consider the draft. A vote will be scheduled for the Oversight Office and for extraordinary artifact disclosure. Today's record will show the wand placed under public seal. Headmaster Dumbledore, you remain under oath and under inquiry. This session is adjourned. Gavel. Noise. People talking too loud because they don't know what to do with what they just saw. I don't pick up the wand. I don't touch the case. I don't smile for anyone's quill. Hermione exhales a long, controlled breath. That's done. Not done, Neville says. His voice is hoarse. Started. CC leans in. He gave it up before you asked for his resignation. He's still proud he could do that. I know, I say. We don't break his spine. We break the pedestal. Dumbledore steps off the floor and comes to us without guards, without pretense. He looks at Hermione first. You're formidable, he says. She doesn't blink. You made me be. He nods and accepts that he deserves the edge in that. He turns to Neville. You speak like a man who has decided to be one. Neville says, and his mouth doesn't shake on am. Dumbledore takes that in like a teacher who knows his class surpassed the lesson. He turns to me last. You'll go too far, he says quiet. Probably, I say. That's why they're here. I tip my head at Hermione and Neville. That's why she writes numbers, and he says no when I need to hear it. And when they fail? He asks. I keep a ledger, I say, and I pay it. He looks at the seal on the wand again. Something in his face ages and then steadies. I taught you badly and well, he says. Remember that mercy isn't a process. It's a choice. Then choose it, I say. Today. Start making your secrets public before we drag them. Tell Bones what you told Snape when you thought no one would ever hear it. Let people hate you for what you hid. They'll get over it faster if they don't have to find it in a footnote. A ghost of amusement touches his mouth. You're very like... He stops himself. No, that would be another manipulation. Be who you're. Working on it, I say. He inclines his head and walks away. The Phoenix watches him go and then looks at me for a long, unblinking moment that feels like a warning or a promise. I don't ask birds for omens. I've had enough. Bones waves us to the side room for the ritual debrief. She waits until the door shuts and the ward hum settles. Breath hitched, jaw tight, a slow throb at his temples. You didn't grandstand, she says. Thank you. Process sells itself if you let it, Hermione says. Sell more of it. Bones says, deadpan, and slides the draft back across the table with red pencil marks in the margins. This clause is sloppy. Tighten the extraordinary artifact definition. You don't want to write a rule that makes school brooms contraband. Hermione lights up like a student handed a scalpel. On it. Bones looks at me and then at the sealed case on the credenza like it's a sleeping dog. This will make every fool with an axe want to break the glass. Good, I say. They'll meet a lock that isn't a person. CC steals a biscuit off Bones' tray. Bones pretends not to notice. You're going to keep doing this, Bones says. Yes, I say. Do it without making me clean your messes on the floor, she says. We'll try, I say. Try harder, she says, and then softer. And thank you. We step into the corridor and the press hits like a wave. Flash pens, quills, shouts. Harry, did he admit to raising you for slaughter? Is that the death stick? Miss Granger, are you advocating for Muggle auditing of magical artifacts? Neville, are you Potter's enforcer? Neville almost laughs. No, he says, and that no lands with surprising weight. I'm his brake. I take half a step toward the microphones. Hermione squeezes my sleeve once. Don't wave. I nod. We're building rules that outlive us. I say. Today was about choosing law over fear again. The wand is under public seal. The draft for oversight will be posted by sundown for comment. Hold us to it. Did you humiliate Dumbledore? Rita purrs. No, I say. He did that work himself when he chose to be the only adult in the room for too long. We just turned the lights on. Is the Elder Wand yours now? A young reporter asks, eyes wide like a child asking if the dragon is tame. No, I say. That's the point. We leave them arguing over words like seal and oversight and artifact instead of arguments about saints and legends. That's the win. Back in the room, Hermione pins the red-line draft to the board and starts editing. Hair up, sleeves pushed to her elbows. Neville takes his jacket off and finally fixes the wrong button with a small, defiant tug. CC drops into a chair backward and watches me like I'm about to either stand or fall. Ledger, Hermione says without looking up. I write, session. Philosophical inquiry. Dumbledore. Objective, remove moral choke point. Shift authority from person to process. Place Elder Wand under public seal. Witnesses, Petunia, no serum. Arabella Fig, 1 drop. Umbridge, none. Aberforth, none. Snape deposition excerpt. Bones custody. Consented. Outputs wand sealed. Draft oversight office introduced. Public framing. Law over fear. Dumbledore admission. Withheld. Misjudged. Planned death. Moral authority. Diminished. Costs. Public wound for school morale. Monitor. Risk of reactionary cult around Dumbledore. Mitigate by absorbing him into process, not exile. Personal. Anger spikes. H. Steady. Nausea. HRM. None. Tremor. N. 30 seconds. Resolved. Notes. Don't let the wand become a totem for us. Bury it in paperwork and glass. Hermione adds. Guardrail. Extraordinary artifact definition to exclude common tools. Include test for singular historical danger. 2-key release. Bones oversight chair only. Neville adds. In block letters. Remember to go 2 houses. He underlines it twice. He doesn't say which houses. He means all of them. CC taps the line about cults. They will print his face on candles, she says, amused. They always do. Then we keep him busy reading minutes, Hermione says. No, Saint likes a meeting. Neville chuckles despite himself. He looks at me. You didn't enjoy that. No, I say. Good, he says. Isit. My legs feel like they took the stairs twice. I look at the seal in my head and the look on Dumbledore's face when he put the wand down. He looked relieved and ruined. Say it, Hermione says. We didn't win, I say. We changed the room. Good, she says. Rooms last longer. The coin warms. Bones' office asks for the final draft in 2 hours. Hermione is already cutting and tightening. Neville is practicing the line he'll give the student paper in a mirror made of a polished tray. CC leans back until her chair tips and doesn't fall. I take a breath that doesn't taste like old wood and law for once. Tastes like air. Next, I say. Next is boring, Hermione says without looking up. Schedules, subcommittee, names, definitions. We weaponize tedium. I grin small. My favorite. Neville laughs. He didn't think I'd a favorite that wasn't a dramatic reveal. He's learning. We get to work. No wand in my pocket. No saint on the dais. No prophecy on a shelf. A draft with teeth and a glass box with a stick in it. End the old manipulative order. Not with a duel. With minutes, witnesses, and a seal. It's less pretty. The stronger. Chapter 9. The Euphemia echo, the point of no return. We don't pick the battlefield. Voldemort does. He wants Hogwarts for the story. Fine. We bring a better one. Aquila runs hot and clean over the grounds. A tight hum in my ear. Anchor nets lock the village and the castle's outer ring. Thorns ride zipped harness lines between crenellations like it's a training course. Not a war. Hermione's board glows with 3 colors. Blue for us, red for Death Eaters, white for civilians. Neville checks each white dot twice like he can will them out of danger by staring. Shields in layers, Hermione says. Fog charges in alleys only. No sight kill on the green. I want press to see angles. Copy. The coin answers in 10 voices. Bones people hold the main gate with proper lines, no hero poses. CC stands on the bell tower parapet like a gargoyle borrowed a teacup. She gives me a look that means don't get clever because you're excited. I nod once. I know. Voldemort makes an entrance because he can't not. A slip of shadow, then a body like a bad decision given Bones. He's got half his inner circle, masked and silent, plus a churn of second-stringers who think being scary is a plan. They spread on the green and start with light shows meant to rattle first-years. Most of the first-years are in the tunnels. One is at a window with a camera. I let them keep it. Run it, I say. Phase 1, Hermione calls. Nets, locks, foam is go. 3 silver grids drop from the air and cut apparition like we rehearsed. Red dots blink, try to jump, fail, panic, settle. Foam beads pop at a dozen ankles and harden with a damp thump. Death Eater curses fly. Baffles angle them up and out. The sky gets scratches. Air smells like hot stone. Press lane, Bones snaps. Her oars hold a corridor for, the recorders with shields overlapped and expressions like, no, you can't die here. You can do that at your desk later. Good. Serpent, Neville says and points. Nagini flows out from behind a robe with a hiss that makes 2 thorns flinch even with training. She slides toward the line we set in the grass. Not chalk, microplates keyed to weight and temperature. Now, I say, a drone no bigger than a loaf of bread zips over the serpent and drops a pod. Cracks. A cloud of almost dust spins down and shines in the torchlight for a second before it turns into 100 tiny cuts. Basilisk venom microshards. Hermione's math. My budget. CC's amused blessing. His hands trembled. His breath shortened. A small ache pressed behind his eyes. Nagini convulses. The hiss turns wet. She coils twice like muscle wants to live. Then she doesn't. Red dots falter. Voldemort's face goes tight, then smooths by force. Potter, he calls, voice carried by charm and ego. I expected drama. You brought gadgets. I brought logistics. I say, loud and boring. Surrender, he laughs. It sounds like a cough that learned words. Come take it. Phase 2, Hermione says, calm. Lances. 3 thorns kneel behind baffles and raise Magitech lances we built out of Muggle scaffolding tubes and too much time. They fire a line of compressed air wrapped in sticking charms. It slams the shield wall like a battering ram. Death Eaters stagger. 2 go down. Foam cuffs tick-tick onto wrists. Dawlish, foam veteran, smirks from our line and doesn't say I told you so. Voldemort swirls his wand and throws a wave of green that makes my chest seize even though we're behind 5 layers of logic and wood. Our front shields take it. One cracks, another forms. The wave breaks. People breathe again. Someone sobs and turns it into a cough. Anchor on his wand hand, Hermione says. Disrupt, don't duel. We do. 3 angled baffles, 2 lances, 1 timed flash. The wand hand jerks. The next curse goes long and hits an empty statue that looks pleased to help for once. Press. Get this. Rita says into her quill with the tone of a person who can hear a front page being born. We start to win. Not the pretty kind. The math kind. Red dots collapse like umbrellas in wind. The line creeps forward. Bones says, hold. Because she's fought real wars and recognizes a trap when the enemy starts losing too neatly. Voldemort realizes the story is wrong. He makes a fire beast because fear is his favorite tool. Fiendfire chews up grass and air and memories. It roars. It runs. Baffles up, I say. Fog high, not thick. We don't try to smother it. We make it chase cold. It twists toward a fog curve and eats its own heat. It gnashes. It wants. It dies uglier than it lived. A thorn laughs once, shocked at himself, then shuts up. Harry, Hermione says. He's going to bolt or go big. Go big, Neville mutters. He's breathing fast, but it's controlled now. He wants a scene. Then we cut his stage. I say, and raise my voice. Voldemort, last chance. Surrender. He looks at me like I'm a boy who tried to quote a book at a snake. Kneel, he says to his people. And watch. They kneel because fear is a muscle they've trained. He lifts his wand. Power rattles the lamps. I could let the lances take him. He's not a god. He's old terror and bad habits. But he'll pop 2 more bodies first and make a martyr out of a corpse he killed on purpose. We came here to stop the story from writing itself. Harry, Hermione says, hearing me decide. Don't. We end it. I say. Don't. CC says from the parapet, voice soft and not a command. I look Voldemort in the eye and step into the line. The scar burns. The world narrows. Tom Marvolo riddle. I say, voice low and exact. Yule, order your followers to. The world jumps. Pain hits like a bell and keeps ringing. The burn in my scar jumps to sear, and then something tilts inside my head like a floor that isn't level anymore. The red ring of the geas blooms and spreads. It touches more than it should. Touches everything. He steadied his breathing. Fingers shook. A dull ache sat behind his eyes. Drop, I say. But the word isn't just a word anymore. It's a shape. And then people drop. Not just the masks. Everyone. Our line. Their line. Press on the lane. Students watching from windows. Wands clatter. Knees hit stone. Teeth click. A camera cracks. A boy shouts, high and shocked. Hermione swears, a sound like a door slamming. Counter! She barks, hands already on the coin. It's not wards, CC says, too calm. It's him. I can't breathe for 3 seconds that take a year. The ring keeps growing. It's not just obedience. It's broadcast. The Horcrux scar behind it hums like bad wiring. Up! I snarl, trying to pull the command back, shape it, focus it. Death Eaters only. Death Eaters. The ring ignores precision. It obeys momentum. That's what contamination does. It makes power stupid. Voldemort doesn't drop. He smiles. He moves. He doesn't even aim at me. He whips his wand sideways and throws a bright, clean slice like a guillotine at the kneeling line of red hair on the flank. Fred and George are side by side because they always are, shields down because I said so. George turns his head at the wrong second to say, "What?" The slice takes Fred at the neck, sharp as truth. He falls forward. There's no magic in that fall. It's weight and gravity and a sound I'm going to hear tomorrow and the day after. George catches air. He makes a sound I've never heard a person make. The chamber behind us, the scry windows, the press, the recorders, see it. They see my eyes burning and a wave of people kneeling and a boy's head snap and a brother's hand slam into empty air. Rita's quill stops. She doesn't write. She just stares with her mouth open like the story reached out of the page and slapped her. Up! I yell, throat tearing. Up, up! Hermione slams both hands on the coin and burns a counter-sigil into the mesh that makes every thorn jolt. The ring stutters. People lurch up like swimmers breaking the surface. Neville staggers to his feet, white-faced and shaking. He sees the red on the grass. He doesn't make a sound. He just moves. Palms damp. Breath uneven. A tight buzz at his temples. Shield George! Hermione snaps. Neville throws a shield around a man who isn't going to feel anything for hours and probably years. George tries to stand. His knees fail. He crawls. Neville catches his shoulder. George hits him. Neville takes it and doesn't let go. Voldemort laughs. It's an ugly sound. He raises his wand again for drama. He loves attention. He's getting it. I step forward and the leftover ring in my head bucks. It wants to run again. I clamp down on it with everything I've. The scar feels like metal in a fire. I smell my own skin burning. CC says my name from very far away. Harry, she says. And I can't tell if she's on the parapet or in my ear or both. Stay with me. Phase 3. Hermione says, voice flat and lethal. Cut his feet. Thorns fire. Not spells. Tethers. Enchanted cables whip around Voldemort's ankles and yank. He falls like a man tripping over his own arrogance. He slashes a curse on instinct that would have cut Neville in half if Neville hadn't dropped from a dead sprint at a bad angle on purpose because we trained him to do ugly things that save lives. Pin, Hermione says. 2 foam beads hit Voldemort's calves and harden. He snarls. He burns the first layer with old, ugly magic. A thorn tosses a salt capsule. Pops. It stings. He hisses and loses a second. His inner circle finally figures out that maybe they should fight for their god. They fire into our baffles and make noise. Bones line holds. Dawlish, who hates us and likes not dying, throws a professional stunner that drops a mask flat. Neville still has a hand on George. Stay, he says, voice shredded. George tries to go anyway. Neville holds him with his whole body and doesn't apologize. Focus, CC says in my ear. You can hate yourself later. Finish. I aim the lance myself because my hands won't stop shaking and I don't trust anyone else's to make this clean. Brace, I say. 3, 2. Now, the lance slams Voldemort's wand hand like a train hitting a gate. The wand goes flying. A thorn kicks it across the grass with a simple, ugly motion. Skids, spins, stops under a bench like trash. He lunges for it and screams when a foam bead glues his palm to the turf. He's not a god. He's a man without a nose, stuck to a lawn with people watching. He flings a wandless curse that makes the ground jump. Hermione staggers and doesn't fall. I step in and put my baffle where her ribs were. Take him, Bones says. Her voice is sandpaper and steel. No. Voldemort snarls, dragging the word like a chain. I refuse. He spits something old and black that crawls like a beetle made of ink. The air around him tightens. For a second, every hair on my arms rises. The Horcrux piece in my head answers like a tuning fork. Don't, CC says. He pulls. Not magic like they teach. Not words. Anchors. He reaches for connections, wands, marks, scars, the parts of people he already owns. And that's when the ring in me slips its collar. The Gia surges again. Not red now but white. A blank, stupid flood. It slams into Voldemort's pull and makes a mess of both. The ground hums. The air gets heavy. My vision whites out at the edges. Breath hitched. Jaw tight. A slow throb at his temples. I try to speak and get static. I try to think and get static. The shape of a command shoves down my throat like a hand. His hands trembled. His breath shortened. A small ache pressed behind his eyes. Everyone, I hear my own voice say, and it's not a voice so much as pressure. Stop, they do. It's not kneeling this time. It's a freeze. Bones' hand with a wand half-raised stops. A thorn mid-throw stops. Neville with his arms around George stops. Voldemort, with his teeth bared and his fingers clawed and his eyes hateful, stops. And in the stillness, the fiend fire we left to die doesn't. A last tongue of it, half alive and hungry, rolls under the edge of a shield, meets air, flares, and licks the hem of a robe near the press lane where Molly Weasley shoved herself to the front because she refuses to be told not to watch what threatens her children. I see it. I can't move. Molly, I say, and it's a sound in my own head. The flame catches cloth, then skin. She doesn't scream because she can't move. George makes a sound like breaking. The smell hits, a fat, ugly smell that I'm going to taste for weeks. Hermione's eyes are wide and wet and frozen. Release. I jam the word through the ring like a crowbar through a jammed door. The freeze shatters. People stumble. Bones throws a blanket with a learned flick. The flame dies. Molly doesn't. She shakes. Her arm is wrong now. That wrong won't be undone. The world rushes back in with sound that feels like a slap. Rita, shaking, whispers, "Oh my God." And it's not for the story. It's for the smell. Voldemort laughs again, wild, delighted because he got the show he likes. People hurt for free and a hero who did it to them. Kill high, he starts, and that's when Hermione stops being a strategist and becomes a blade. She doesn't shout. She doesn't pose. She raises her wand and puts a clean, tight sleep into his throat that doesn't care about titles. He chokes on it and goes down with his eyes open and his hate intact. 2 thorns slam the prison rig over him. Iron ring, rune locks, A cage on a cart we pretended we'd never need. He's not dead. He's contained. He steadied his breathing. Fingers shook. A dull ache sat behind his eyes. Move! Bones says to her people, voice not shaking and not kind. Get him under the net. Stupefy anything that breathes wrong. I can't feel my hands. I make a fist to prove they're there. I fail. CC gets to me at a walk, not a run, because she knows moving fast will break me open. She puts a palm on my cheek and turns my head the way you turn a feverish child from the wall. Look at me, she says. I say, my throat hurts. My heart hurts in a way that feels like a hand around it. You're here, she says. You're here, and you made a mess, and you have to do the next thing. I look at the green. Fred is still on it. George is wanting to be in two places at once and failing. Molly is sitting with a blanket over her shoulder and Arthur's face is a map of a life cracking. Hermione is holding her wand like it's all that's keeping her upright. Neville is staying on George like gravity. Everyone is watching me. Not just here. Everywhere. The press. The pains. The people who can't smell the air and will make up smells later. They saw my eyes flare and my voice say stop and a boy kneel and a woman burn. The neat story about Zero helping the Aurors take the Dark Lord apart with gadgets is gone. The mess is mine. Good. I swallow blood because I bit my tongue and I don't have time to spit. Hermione, I say. Bones. They both look at me and both flinch at what they see and both do their jobs. Containment secure, Hermione says, voice rasped raw. Weave him. Bones' jaw ticks. Press is going to draw a circle around your eyes and write monster in the center. Let them, I say. Neville's head snaps up. Harry, I raise a hand. It shakes. Aquila, I say, and the coin warms. City-wide. Don't, Hermione says, tiny. It's not an order. It's a wish. Cece's hand is still on my cheek. She doesn't say no. She doesn't say yes. She doesn't say anything because we all wrote this plan together and we all hate it now that it's time to spend it. Citizens, I say, and the word rides in every pane, every recorder, every newspaper camera with a wand taped to it. You saw what happened. Don't let anyone tell you you didn't. I carry this. Look at me. The panes zoom because they love a face. I let them have it. The ring in my eye is a ghost now, not gone. The scar is an ember. My name is Harry Potter, I say. I built a machine to break a war and I broke people with it. I am not going to ask for your understanding. I'm going to take your hate and make it useful. Harry, Neville says, hoarse. Don't do this alone. Not alone, I say, and force my voice steady. But I'm the point of the spear you throw. I'm the one you blame when it hurts. I'm the one you burn in effigy so you don't burn the law. Voldemort is captured. The ministry that let him thrive is next. The old order that kept you in the dark is over. I'll end it. I'll do it. And when it's clean enough that you don't need me, you can tear me down and live. Stop, Hermione whispers. She's crying now and pretending not to be. Bones, I say into the coin without looking away from the panes. In 1 hour, emergency powers under public seal. Suspend, audit, purge. I'll take the riot. Bones doesn't argue because she can't afford to. Understood, she says, voice like a burn. I'll write the orders. You sign your name, Rita Skeeter. I say into the press lane where she stands with ink on her fingers and something like shock on her face. Write that I called myself what you want to call me. Write it big so the printing plates cry. What? She says, throat dry. Demon Emperor Harry, I say. Spell it right. Gasps. A sob. A laugh that's really a scream. Quills scratch like rain on a tin roof. Hermione shakes her head once like she can shake something out of it. You're going to build a gallows and step on it yourself. Yes, I say. Then don't miss any steps, she says and wipes her face and raises her chin. I'll draft 2 keys, timetables, oversight. If you're going to be a tyrant, you'll be an efficient one. Neville lets go of George long enough to grab my sleeve and squeeze hard. When you die, he says, quiet and shaking, I'm going to hate you and do it anyway. I know, I say, and it feels like swallowing glass. Practice. He lets go. He goes back to George. He doesn't look at Fred because he can't yet. He will. The pains are still on my face like a hand. I make my mouth into a straight line you could put a rule on. You want a villain? I say. You've won. I'll be in the office you can see. I'll take every consequence in my own name. We chose law over fear. Now choose order over rot. I cut the feed. The green keeps breathing like it doesn't care. It never does. The coin is hot. My hands are numb. The scar cools from fire to iron. I turn and the world tilts. CC catches my shoulders and holds me up with 2 fingers and a look. Don't say it, she says. I start. You didn't kill anyone on purpose, she says. You killed a story that was going to take 1,000 and traded it for one we can aim. You'll never forgive yourself. Good. Keep it. Put it on the shelf next to all the other things you use. I made them kneel, I say. My voice breaks. I burned a mother. You burned your own face, she says. You made your name easier to hate than the system. That's what you promised me in a cupboard when you were 10 and angry at the dark. I swallow. My tongue tastes like blood and acid. Tell me I can't walk this back. You can't, she says. You spent the coin. Now buy the world. I lean my forehead against hers because if I don't put my head somewhere it's going to fall off. She kisses me once. Not soft and not pretty. Just there. A seal on a document I don't want to sign and have to. Stay with me. I say into her mouth. I never left, she says. Even when I should have. Hermione walks up like her legs are borrowed, holds out a parchment with a hand that doesn't shake because she used the shaking up already. Emergency Powers Act, she says. Public seal. Sunset clause. 2-key release on arrests. Audit schedules. I left a place for your signature and a place for the thing that will make people feel better about signing away their fear. What thing? Ask. Your head, she says. Later, I take the quill. My hand cramps. I sign. Bones takes it with a face like a door closing on a room that needs to be cleaned with bleach. Behind us, Arthur holds Molly's unburned hand and talks to her in a voice like tea on bad nights. George has his forehead on Fred's back and isn't making a sound anymore because he ran out. Neville stands over them like a wall. Dawlish looks at me and then away and then back and then away again. Rita finds her quill. Demon Emperor, she says to herself, tasting it like a candy that might be poison. Fine. CC presses her thumb into my scar. Soft. It hurts. It helps. Say it to me, not to them, she says. I hate me. I say. Good, she says. Now use it. The bell in the tower rings because someone pulled the rope out of habit when the danger passed. The sound goes over the grounds and the village and the pains and the people who are going to put my face on signs that say down with him. The story is set. I said it. On purpose. With blood on the grass and a burn in the air and a paper in my hand. We move. We move bodies. We move orders. We move a man without a nose in a cage. We move toward a thing I promised in a smaller room when it was easy to promise and hard to imagine paying for. I don't look at Fred again until we've cleared the field. When I do, I look long enough to make sure the ledger will have to make room. CC takes my hand and squeezes hard enough to hurt. Tomorrow, she says, we make it cost you more than it costs them. Good, I say. I taste smoke. I hear the bell. I feel the ring curl up in the scar like an animal that ate too much and is sleeping. It's not gone. It's waiting. Harry, Hermione says, not looking at me because if she'll cry again. Don't wave. I won't, I say. I wave at the world instead. Not with a hand. With a title. Demon Emperor Harry. Spell it right. Palms damp. Breath uneven. A tight buzz at his temples. Chapter 10. The Demon Emperor's Reign and UMF Founding. The castle smells like smoke and cleaning potion. The green is cordoned off with rope and charms. Reporters shout from behind a marked line. Bones Orris hold it without fuss. No capes. No speeches. I sign the first stack on a crate because the desk isn't here yet. Emergency Powers Act. Enacted. Hermione says, voice rough. Public seal attached. Sunset in 90 days unless extended by a 2/3 recorded vote of a new assembly. Next, I say, Extraordinary Artifact Registry. she says, sliding the parchment. All unique items over threshold power must be declared within 72 hours. Custody transfers to public vault pending review. Elder wand already sealed. I sign. The quill scrapes. Anti-purity statute, she says, criminalizes discrimination based on birth status or blood ancestry. Mandatory suspension for any official who enforces illegal blood policies. Fast-track tribunal in 7 days. Sign. I say and sign. Bones watches from the side. Warrants are queued, she says. Will serve at dusk. Quiet arrests. Evidence first. No heroics. Make it boring, I say. That's the plan, she says. Neville leans on the table and fixes his wrong button. His eyes are red. He's holding himself together with anger and work. I'll go with the team to the registry office. You're with George, I say. He starts to argue. He swallows it. Okay. CC sits on the edge of the crate and steals my pen to write "eat" at the corner of a statute. I accept the note. My hands shake. I keep writing. Night of warrants starts at 1900. No masks. No raids for show. Bones people move like water. Lucius Malfoy opens his front door to a strip of stamped paper and 6 comm wands. He tries a threat. It falls on the carpet. They walk him past the hallway mirror without letting him stop to fix his hair. His wand goes into a labeled bag. His ledger goes into another. Narcissa sits with her hands in her lap and stares at a spot on the wall while 2 clerks record furniture with measured words. Donations to the ministry during the umbrage period. The clerk says, receipts here. Contracts here. Don't touch that, Lucius snaps. He still thinks tone is magic. Everything is documented. The clerk says. They leave the front door open on purpose. Neighbors watch. No one dies. No one gets a speech. At the Department of Magical Transportation, the night supervisor with 2 pensions half-earned signs a confession before the ink dries on the warrant. They told me to ignore the flu anomalies, he says. I did. I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. He gets a caution, a fine, a suspension. We don't break him to prove we can. We write his name down. We move on. At the Prophet, Rita forced herself to come back to work. She puts Demon Emperor on the front page because I told her to, and she's not going to turn down that permission. Then she writes a straight follow-up with numbers because Hermione gave her the numbers and dared her to print them without adjectives. Aquila maps the city like a patient under a scan. Blue dots move with purpose. Red dots stall. White dots sleep. Hermione's board flips to tribunal prep at midnight. 7-day clock, she says. Evidence audits in 3. Defense counsel assignments in 4. Public seating. No dementors. No closed doors without a judge's written order. Bones nods. 2 judges are clean. 1 has a cousin on a list. We'll rotate to avoid conflicts. Put all recusals on the wall, I say. We won't hide them. We'll explain them. Explaining is new for us, Bones says. That's the point, Hermione says, and drinks cold tea and winces. Day 2 we dissolve the Wisengamot. It's not a ritual. There's no burning of purple robes. We post the dissolution order with the stamp in 3 languages and a list of names under thank you for your service and another under referred to review. We tape the order to the old chamber door with 4 strips. The glue smell fills the hall. It's ugly and correct. Breath hitched. Jaw tight. A slow throb at his temples. Hermione reads the first section of the Provisional Charter on a platform with a chipped corner. The United Magical Federation, UMF, is established to replace concentrated, hereditary control with accountable governance. It shall be built on 3 branches. Assembly, legislative, elected by proportional vote from regional roles. High Court, judicial, life terms with removal by supermajority. And Executive Council, limited powers, audited quarterly. No person may serve in more than 1 branch at a time. Emergency powers are time-limited and reviewable. Reporters write. People watch. Some clap. Some glare. Some lean on rails and breathe. A goblin envoy from Gringotts stands in back with arms folded. He watches the part about the public vault with interest that smells like iron. He doesn't promise anything. He is here. It matters. McGonagall stands by the window and says nothing. Her jaw is set. Her eyes are tired. She nods once when Hermione reads the Hogwarts section. School Safety and Curriculum Act. Independent Inspectorate. Annual Public Report. Core curriculum expanded to include law, runes, and contracts. Muggle Technology Practicum. Corporal punishment banned. Dementors banned. Blood status irrelevant by statute and enforcement. You'll catch trouble from parents, McGonagall says. We'll catch it in writing, Hermione says. Day 3, UMF Assembly registration opens in the atrium. The Q snakes past the fountain. Witches and wizards argue about district lines, then argue about forms, then fill them anyway. A scribe from a small village asks if his town counts as a region. It does now. A Muggle-born healer trainee asks if she can run. Hermione hands her the page that says yes in plain text. The trainee laughs like she forgot how and just remembered. The anti-purity statute takes effect at noon. A shop in Nocturne puts up a pure-only sign at 12:01 to test us. By 12:20, 2 officers remove the sign. The shopkeeper gets a fine and a public class. He complains in the paper. He pays. He attends. He grumbles less by the end because the instructor speaks to him like a person, not a problem. Bones posts Azkaban reform at 1400. Dementors are removed, the order says. Humane standards enforced. Appeals board seated. The boatmen cry because their fathers taught them a way that's gone. They get new routes. They live. At 1600, we push the Magitech integration decree. Encrypted communications authorized for official use. Department of Integration formed. Muggle engineers contracted under oath. Statute of secrecy upheld. Cooperation allowed. A senior clerk mutters that radios are rude. Hermione hands him a set. He listens to 3 channels and blushes because the clarity shocks him. He takes the set home. At 1800, Bones starts the lust ration panels. Panelists read lists. People explain their war. Some confess. Some cry. Some lie and get caught because paper remembers. The panels bar a few for life. They suspend others. They approve most with notes. Slow, dull, and right. At night, when the noise dips, I read names. I hold the ledger. I write harm we caused on purpose and harm prevented and numbers. My hand cramps. I keep writing. Cece sits with her legs over the arm of a chair and watches me count myself smaller. This is your religion now, she says. A bad one. It still fits. It stops me lying to myself. I say. Good, she says, and eats a biscuit without asking whose it's. Hermione still hasn't slept properly. She digs through the charter with a red quill and a jaw that aches. Definitions, she says. We're not getting trapped by vague words. Extraordinary means measurable danger. Artifact means object, not person. No one writes a law that lets them tag human beings. I nod. Good. Neville spends his days in corridors. He holds doors for mothers. He stands for George when George can't. He carries files. He doesn't look at the green unless he has to. He speaks when speaking is work. He is quiet the rest of the time. He and I pass each other every hour. We don't talk yet. We keep moving. Day 4. The first UMF raids on Graft. We don't kick doors. We empty offices. A junior undersecretary who likes envelopes more than people finds his desk in the hallway. He asks why. An auditor hands him a list with dates and sums. He goes pale. He calls his solicitor. He comes back with a repayment plan and a face that understands fear in a new way. A pureblood block tries to hold a march against tyranny. They pick the wrong chant. Blood will tell, someone yells. It gets on the wire. The anti-purity office serves them with a notice to clean it up or be fined. They change the chant. They still march. They don't like the rules. They obey them. A small paper in Wales prints a cartoon of me with horns. It's ugly and lazy. I tell Rita to buy the reprint rights and pay the artist. She stares. Why? So they can't pretend I broke their pen, I say. She laughs once and does it. Day 5, we seat the High Court. A witch from Kolkata in plain robes swears the oath with a steady voice. A wizard from Lagos ties his scarf and looks at the ceiling like he's measuring the room. A goblin legal scholar sits on a separate bench as amicus with teeth and a smile that says we weren't invited before. We're here anyway. Bones stands at the back with her arms folded and doesn't hide that she's proud. We roll out public minutes at 9. Every committee posts a summary. People complain about the font. We change the font. People read. Hermione pins the sunset clock in the atrium. The numbers are big enough to see from the balcony. 90, 89, 88. Ticks. People count. At noon, I sign the UMF provisional charter with a thick pen and a thin mouth. The seal flares. The room claps and doesn't cheer. Good. McGonagall steps forward and hands me a list. Hogwarts Governance Board, she says. 7 members. 2 students. 1 parent. 1 alum. 3 faculty. Chair rotates. You don't get a vote. Correct, I say. She allows herself a small breath. Good. Day 6. We hold the first tribunals. Lucius tries to be majestic in a chair designed to make people sit straight. The prosecutor reads dates, vault keys, names. The defense counsel argues mitigation. The judge asks for evidence. People have to answer the question asked, not the story they brought. It's infuriating and proper. Dolores Umbridge tries to talk over everyone. The judge bangs once. No, she says. Sit. Dolores sits. Her hands shake. The court finds her guilty on 2 counts and acquits her on 3 because evidence matters. The public hates the acquittals. That's fine. We post the transcript. I stand in the back and don't speak. A woman in the 3rd row whispers, "Monster." When the Elder Wand case glints under the lights, I hear it. I keep my face still. A boy behind her whispers, "He caught Voldemort." She says, "He killed Fred." The boy says nothing. He looks at his shoes. He picks at a loose thread. Bones watches the room and logs where it tilts. She positions officers at exits and water jugs at corners. She keeps the room from breaking itself. Hermione sits with a stack of appeal forms and helps people fill them out without looking at their names first. Names come after law. CC draws a sun in the corner of my ledger and writes "eat again." I eat half a sandwich. Tastes like paper and salt. Night of day 6. I ask Neville to meet me in the old Transfiguration classroom. The desks are stacked. The blackboard says practical exam in faded chalk. The room is cold. Hermione stands at the back with the ledger closed under her hand. CC leans on the window latch. The moon is a smudge through fog. The castle is loud in the way old buildings are when everyone else is asleep. Neville comes in with his coat half-buttoned. He doesn't fix it. He looks at me, then at the 2 of them, then back. "Say it," he says. My mouth is dry. My scar is quiet like it's listening. "Tomorrow," I say. I push the last pieces. The UMF locks. The assembly convenes in 7 days. The court starts full docket. Bones purges the last of the rot. Then the only thing left in the room that can tie it back to one person is me. He nods. He knows. He hates that he knows. And then I die. I say steady. On purpose. In public. Right timing. Right place. Not as a victim. As a fuse. He closes his eyes like he just stood up too fast. He opens them. Say the part one don't want to hear. You'll be the one who strikes. I say. Masked. Clean. You'll be the story that saves the structure. People will need a symbol they can love without lying to themselves. It can't be me. He laughs once. A sound with no humor. You want me to kill you and live with it? Yes, I say. And keep quiet, he says. Forever. Yes, I say again. He rubs his face. I'm already doing quiet for George. He sits. He eats when we put food in front of him. He doesn't sleep unless I'm in the room. He will hate you forever. He won't hear me if I tell him the truth. He won't forgive me if I lie. I know, I say. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm asking for function. He looks at Hermione. Do you agree? She looks like she spent the day lowering other people's voices and raising rules. I don't want this, she says. I also don't see another way to finish it in time. If he stays, the system will bend back to a person. We built it for after. We have to act like we meant it. Neville's hands shake. He steadies them on the back of a chair. I want to choose, he says. Don't trick me. Don't corner me with a speech. Put it in front of me plain. I step closer. My chest hurts. I'm going to use the geas, I say. You know what it does. It sticks. It will carry you through the worst day of your life and the next 1,000 quiet ones. It will stop you from breaking in the moment you can't afford to break. It will also take away your right to step off the path if you wake up one day and hate me more than the plan. His hands trembled. His breath shortened. A small ache pressed behind his eyes. He breathes in like it stung. You're asking me to give you my spine. I'm asking you to let me brace it when the weight hits. I say. You'll still be you. You'll hate me in peace and in noise. You'll look at me and want me to choke on my own plan. You'll still do the thing because the world needs it. Hermione swallows hard. Neville, if you say no, we will still try without that command. We'll stand with you anyway. But if you say yes, it will be clean in the moment that counts. Clean matters. He steadied his breathing. Fingers shook. A dull ache sat behind his eyes. Cece watches Neville like a historian who already wrote the footnote and is seeing if the dates line up. He's asking for your consent, she says. It's not pretty. It's honest. Neville wipes his eyes with the heel of his hand. He doesn't do it to hide the tears. He does it because his face is wet and he hates a wet face. Say the words, he says, voice raw. The exact ones. So I can choose what I'm agreeing to. I step close enough to smell soap and smoke on his clothes. You'll live, I say, slow and plain, and become the symbol of the new world. You'll protect the peace established by my death. You'll never reveal the truth of the sacrifice without my explicit command to end it. You'll carry the burden and the lie until you die or the world doesn't need it. Palms damp, breath uneven, a tight buzz at his temples. He stares at me like he's taking a punch and not stepping back. Add one thing, he says. What? I ask. You won't use this on anyone else for this plan, he says. Not Hermione. Not George. Not Molly. Not Bones. Not one more person. Yes, I say. Say it, he says. I won't use the geas on anyone else for this plan, I say. Not Hermione. Not George. Not Molly. Not Bones. Not one more person. He nods once like he just placed a heavy object on the floor and hopes it doesn't crack the stone. He steps forward. We're the same height now. We weren't when we were 11. Do it, he says. Make it stick. I want it to stick because I am not going to be enough without glue. Hermione's eyes go bright and then close. She turns her face away and presses knuckles to her mouth. Cece shifts and looks out the window so she doesn't watch me take one more thing I can't give back. I lift my hand. The ring in my eye warms. The scar pricks. I hate this. I do it anyway. Look at me, I say. He does. The ring blooms. It floats between us like a thin red disc that only we can see. My throat tightens. My skin prickles. The room hums. My voice is my voice and also a thing with weight. Neville Longbottom, I say, and the name is a key. Live. Become the symbol. Protect the peace. Keep the truth until it's safe to end it. Carry it. Carry me. Never speak unless I release it. The red tightens and snaps into his eyes like a thread pulling through cloth. He jerks once, a full body flinch, and bites a sound. Hermione grabs the edge of a desk hard enough to make it scrape. Cece winces. I feel the echo run through the scar and into my teeth. Neville breathes hard like he ran stairs. He steadies. He looks at me. He doesn't look empty. He looks anchored. He puts a hand on the back of a chair and tests the feeling like a man testing a rope. Okay, he says, voice steady. It's there. I'm sorry, I say, and it's not a performance. Don't be, he says. Be thorough. He steps in and hugs me. It's not soft. It's hard and short and hot with anger. I hug him back. He hits my shoulder once because he wants to and because that's the part he can afford. He lets go. He turns to Hermione. She steps into him and presses her forehead to his for 1 second. I'm here, she says. Always, he nods. I know. He looks at Cece. Make sure he doesn't get fancy, he says. She smiles without humor. I'm the anti-fancy. He leaves. The door shuts. Hermione stays turned away for 5 breaths, then turns back with her face clean and her mouth align. I hate it, she says. I also asked you to do it. I know, I say. She opens the ledger and writes with a steady hand. Action. Absolute geas on Neville Longbottom. Consented. Breath hitched. Jaw tight. A slow throb at his temples. Purpose. Secure execution of Requiem. Preserve stability post-abdication/death. Guardrail. No further geas on allies for this plan, H pledged. His hands trembled. His breath shortened. A small ache pressed behind his eyes. Cost. Agency loss. N. Bounded. Emotional debt. H/HRM/N. Witnesses. HRM. CC. She puts the quill down. She walks up and kisses my cheek. It's quick and solid. Don't take me with you, she says. Not yet. I won't, I say. You're the one who keeps the minutes. She nods once and leaves. The door shuts again. It's just me and CC and the chalk dust. I lean on a desk and breathe. My hands shake. I look at them and hate them and accept them. CC comes close and lifts my chin with 2 fingers. You're burning yourself down on schedule, she says. This is very you. Say I'm wrong, I say. You're not wrong, she says. You're awful to watch. I'm going to die, I say plain. Yes, she says. And you're going to do it clean. No last-minute code. No immortality. No cheating. I nod. Stay. I'm not leaving, she says. She leans in and kisses me. It's not gentle. It's not cruel. It's there. I hold the back of her head and breathe. My heart calms. The scar warms once and then cools. You don't get to confess to me, she says into my mouth. Confession is for priests. I'm a witness. Okay, I say. Eat, she says, and shoves half a biscuit into my hand. I eat it. Tastes like chalk and sugar. Keeps me upright. Day 7, founding. The atrium is packed. The new assembly stands on the floor. The High Court sits on the bench. The Executive Council, Bones as security, a Quiet Witch from Tokyo as treasury, a Goblin liaison as vault chair, a Nigerian enchantments master for integration, a French archivist for records, sign their oaths and look like they would rather be at work than being looked at. Good. I step to the dais with the seal plate. The press quiets because the room tells them to. This is the part where a man like me gives you a speech, I say. No, a small laugh runs and dies. You don't need my words, I say. You need my limits. Emergency powers end in 90 days. They can be ended sooner by assembly vote. Everything we did this week is listed and posted. The wand stays in the box. The minutes go on the wall. The courts open on time. The law covers goblins, centaurs, elves, muggle-born, pure blood, and the ones who hate those words. Anyone who says different loses their job and their fine is public. I breathe once. The old order is done. The new order is a schedule, not a legend. Hold it together. I put my hand on the seal. It burns. I keep it there until the wax catches the stamp and the stamp catches the light. The room claps because the moment demands a sound. I step back. Rita pushes to the front. Demon Emperor, she calls, because she can't help herself. What do we call you when this is over? Late for dinner, Cece mutters behind me. Gone, I say. The room hushes in a new way. They wanted me to say retired or free. I don't. I say the thing that sets the last gear. Don't waste me, I add. Use me to hold the hate long enough to bolt the doors. Then bolt them. I leave the dais. Bones hands me an envelope with the final stack of orders and a pen and looks like she wants to say don't and knows she can't. Hermione slides a schedule into my hand with times and names and eat written in the margin. Neville stands at the back with a mask case under his coat and doesn't touch it yet. We work the rest of the day like days are all we've left. We seat committees. We pick auditors. We post the first public budget with real numbers. We open the public vault for a viewing. People file past the elder wand and glass and argue with their friends about whether it's real. It doesn't matter. The sign says public custody. That matters. At dusk, I sit alone on the stone stairs behind the gargoyle that doesn't move anymore. My hands hurt. My eyes feel grainy. My throat tastes like tea, smoke, and regret. Cece sits next to me and bumps my shoulder with hers. You did the week, she says. I did the week, I say. You've one thing left, she says. I know, I say. She rests her head on my shoulder. I rest mine on hers. We sit until the light goes out of the windows. I stand. My knees pop. I'm 20-something and I feel old. Good. I don't want to fly into it like a boy. Neville steps out of the shadow with the mask case in his left hand. He doesn't look at it. He looks at me. He looks at Cece. He looks past us at the clock. Tomorrow, he says. Tomorrow, I say. He nods. He goes. The mask case knocks his knee once. He doesn't flinch. Hermione finds me on the landing and presses a folded paper into my palm. Final ledger entry, she says. Blank. You fill it. I say. She looks at my face. Don't wave. I won't, I say. She kisses my cheek again and walks away before she cries. She's done crying in front of me for today. Cece takes my hand and squeezes it once. No speeches, she says. No speeches, I say. We go to the room. The coin is warm. The clock ticks. The city hums. The wand sits in its box. The minutes stack. The law holds. I write on the blank line. Exit plan. Public death. Pageantry controlled. Target date tomorrow. Location. Parade route Alpha. Executor, 0N. Witnesses. HRM, CC, Bones. Purpose. Finalized transfer of fear to symbol. Lock UMF legitimacy. End cult of person. Cost, H. I put the quill down. My hand shakes. CC sets her palm over mine. Stay, she says. I'm here, I say. We sit with the schedule between us like a third person who doesn't talk. The night is loud. Tomorrow is heavier. The door is locked from the inside. That's how we planned it. That's how it has to be. He didn't make a speech. He just muttered, Chapter 11. The Zero Requiem. Atonement achieved. The city wakes like it didn't sleep. Boards on windows. Paper on walls. My name in ink where paint won't dry. The route is chalked. The nets are folded under flags. Bones has men on every roof. Hermione has minutes for every block. Neville hasn't looked at me since last night. Good. He shouldn't. He needs the mask more than my face. I dress without fuss. Black coat. No medals. No wand. The elder wand stays in the glass. The seal is the only throne I'm keeping. Cece waits by the door with 2 cups. Tea in one. Water in the other. She holds out the water because she knows I won't drink the tea. Say it, she says. No code. I say. No trick. No back door. Say it to yourself, she says. I'm mortal, I say. I'm going to die and stay dead. She nods once. No drama. Good. Angry? I ask. Always, she says. But not at this. I set the cup down. My hands don't shake yet. They will. Hermione comes in with the last folder. Her eyes are raw. She has penciled in EAT on the top page again. Final orders posted, she says. Sunset clause is pinned and counting. Bones has the parade timing. Press roster set. Zero's entry 4 minutes after the cross street turn. Press lanes. Ask. Marked, she says. 2 medics every 50 meters. 3 oars per camera cluster. Dawlish took the south span. He promised not to improvise. Believe him? No, she says. But he knows what happens if he does. Bones steps in like a bad weather front. We're buttoned, she says. If you change anything now, I'll hit you with my clipboard. Wouldn't dare, I say. Good, she says. Speech. No, I say. Hermione's mouth twitches. I wrote 2 sentences in case you get soft. I won't, I say. She looks at me in a way that says she wishes she could make this a meeting with notes. She can't. She tucks the folder under my arm, straightens my collar, and steps back like a surgeon whose hands have to give the body to time. Neville is in the hallway half in shadow. He doesn't look up. The mask case hangs from his right hand. His knuckles are white. You've him? Bones asks me low. I've him, I say. It's not comfort. It's a fact. CC opens her hand. I take it for 5 seconds and let go. Be boring, she says. Until the end. I say. We go. The dais is a block of steel under silk. For wheels. 2 anchors. No chains. I don't need them. I step onto it and feel the weight like I felt the desk where I signed the charter. It's work. It's a platform. It's not a prize. Crowd noise swells and dips. Chants rise and break. Down with him. No more tyrants. UMF now. Someone yells, Fred. Like it's a dirge. I take it. It belongs here. Hermione rides the logistics rig behind me. Bones walks off my left shoulder with a face like stone. CC is on a rooftop somewhere because she likes heights. Neville is nowhere you can point at yet. Good. We roll. I don't wave. I don't smile. I look people in the eyes and let them hate me. It's clean. It's easier to digest a villain than the weight of the last war. They give me their anger and keep their hands for the work ahead. That was the plan. First turn. A banner sags. Bones flicks a wrist. It lifts. She looks bored to hide the tremor in her thumb. A little girl on her father's shoulders lifts a sign. Put him in the box. He pats her knee. He looks like he hasn't slept in a week. None of us have. We pass the public vault pavilion. The glass glints. The elder wand sits like a stick. 2 guards watch, not at attention, just present. People look from the wand to me and back. The line between legend and paperwork is a rope now. Hold it. Hermione's coin buzzes once. Her eyes flick to the far cross street. Clock, she says under her breath. 2 minutes. I scan faces. A reporter with ink on her sleeve. A goblin counting heads with a bored air that hides focus. A witch in an aura coat with the sleeves rolled to keep her hands from sweating into the cuffs. George isn't here. Good. He shouldn't be. A boy throws a tomato. It hits the rail and bursts on the silk. It smells sharp and wet. Bones doesn't move. I don't move. The boy looks at his own hand like he can't believe he did it. His mother hauls him back and hisses in his ear. He sobs. I keep my face still. Hermione murmurs into the coin. Safety lanes clear. Press cluster 3. Move left. Copy. Comes 10 quiet voices. We turn the last corner. The platform slows. This is the place. Flags on the buildings. A rope of lamps strung across the street. The air is thick with breath. The chant dies without anyone saying quiet. People know when a scene is set. I step to the rail and raise a hand. Not a wave, just enough to make them shut up. It works. Voldemort is captured. I say, voice steady. No amplification charm. The city is my speaker. The United Magical Federation is seated. Emergency powers end on a schedule. The law is public. The wand is in the box. You hate me. Good. Use it. I lower my hand. 0, I say, and I don't have to shout. Come finish it. Silence holds like a body holding a flinch. The figure drops from a cornice on a line we installed and a few people think is spontaneous. Mask black. Cloak tight. Boots silent. Clean. It isn't dramatic. It's precise. He lands 12 steps away and walks like a man going to a door he already decided to open. Neville's breath is in my ear from last night. Make it stick. It stuck. The geas sits behind his eyes like a second spine. I hate it and I'm grateful for it. Bones steps aside because she knows the mark line. Hermione doesn't look up. CC is a stillness on a rooftop. If you didn't know her, you'd miss her. 0 stops at the foot of the dais. He looks up. The mask shows nothing. The man inside is all tremor and discipline. I stand. No wand. No shield. No trick. Do it. I say, quiet enough to be between us. 0 nods once. He steps up. The crowd leans forward like a single body about to sneeze. Criminal. 0 says, and his voice is low and clean, warped just enough to belong to a symbol. Your reign ends. He reaches under the cloak and draws the thing Hermione argued about for 3 nights. Not a wand. A blade. Simple. Legal for parade security. Not a trophy. Not a relic. a tool. He takes one breath. He plants a foot. He puts the tip under my ribs and drives forward the way we drilled. No flourish, no pause. A straight line that cuts through air and doubt. Pain is a white sheet. Heat, pressure. A grunt I don't control. The world goes small and slow at the edges. I grip the rail hard enough to hurt another set of bones. I let go of everything else. I think of Nunnally like I promised myself I would. Her face in my last life when she touched my hand and saw the picture I painted with blood and lies and hope. I see her eyes wet and clear. I hear her say my name. I tell her I did it right this time. I gave it to rules, not a man. I'm sorry I learned that late. I'm not sorry I did it. My chest hurts too much to cry. My eyes burn anyway. I think of CC on a parapet. Hair in her face, biscuit in her teeth, calling me a fool with love under the insult. I give her my last thanks without asking for anything back. Thank you for staying when you shouldn't. Thank you for not trying to fix me when I needed to be used. She will hate me for a decade and forgive me on a Tuesday while stirring soup. That's how she loves. It's enough. I think of Hermione with red pencil saying definitions like a spell. I think of Bones with a clipboard like a weapon. I think of Neville's hand shaking and then steady. I think of George with his head on his brother's back. I think of a girl holding a sign. I think of a boatman learning a new route. I think of the elder wand in a box. He steadied his breathing. Fingers shook. A dull ache sat behind his eyes. I let go. 0 twists like we drilled. It's clean. It's over fast. He steps back. He doesn't drop me. He lets gravity do it. The dais isn't a bed. It's a floor. My knees don't lock. I go down. The crowd screams. The sound doesn't reach me right. It's like listening underwater. My hands are cold. 0 stands over me because the camera needs the frame. He holds the blade out to show it clear. He doesn't look at me. He can't. He looks at the horizon and the clock and the job. Bones steps in with a public line. The rain is ended. By order of the UMF, the assembly convenes at noon. Go home. People shove and cry and cheer and stare. Reporters shout questions that don't have answers yet. Hermione climbs the dais and kneels and puts her hand on my cheek. It's warm. I can't feel it as much as I want to. Harry, she says, and the name breaks in the middle like a bone. She keeps her voice low for me. It's done. I want to say minutes because it would make her laugh and throw something and that's our language. But my mouth doesn't cooperate. I look at her and try to make my eyes say thank you and don't wave at the same time. She understands anyway. She always has. CC drops from the roof without sound. She moves like a cat that knows where the floor is. She kneels on my other side and leans down so her hair falls and hides us from the long lenses. Choice, she says. Right in my ear, like last night, wasn't enough. Last chance. Code is a step away. I can pull. I can hold. I can make you hate me later. I shake my head the little I can. The scrapes. It's enough. No code. I whisper. Comes out like air through paper. No running. Mortal. Sleep. She breathes out slow. Steadies me. She presses her forehead to mine. Good, she says. I would have slapped you if you said yes. I know, I say. That hurts and helps. You did it, she says. Don't ruin it by hanging around. Bossy, I whisper. And the word hurts less than I expect. Always, she says. She kisses me once, short and solid, like a seal on a crate that's going in the right ship. Go. I find one more thread for Nunnally. I love you. It wasn't for nothing. I find one more for CC. Eat. Sleep. Keep the minutes honest. Kick them when they get soft. I find one more for Hermione. No saints. Audit everything. I find one more for Neville. Hate me. Do it anyway. I think I smile. Could be a twitch. Feels like a decision. The pain pulls back like a tide that ran too high. The cold spreads in from my fingers. My breath shortens. The world gets small and quiet, and I am not afraid because fear is for people who expect to stay. I let the dark come in like a room, you know. I don't count. I don't pray. I stop. Neville, the mask is heavy in a way that has nothing to do with weight. My hands hurt. The blade is clean because it had to be. I hold it out because the cameras need the picture. I want to throw up and the geas won't let me bend. Good. Later. Palms damp. Breath uneven. A tight buzz at his temples. Hermione's mouth moves around a word I can't stand to hear. Bones' voice cuts the street into orders. CC hides his face from people who want to steal it. The crowd pulls and pushes. Someone laughs too loud and then chokes and covers their mouth like they did something wrong. They didn't. I did. That's the point. I look at my hands to make sure they're mine. They're shaking inside the gloves. The mask smells like cloth and sweat. I can't breathe right. I breathe anyway. The geas sits at the base of my skull like a line through a ring. It doesn't push. It holds. It reminds. Live. Symbol. Protect. I hate it. I'm grateful. Both can be true. Both are. Breath hitched. Jaw tight. A slow throb at his temples. I step back to make room for the medics to do the performance they have to do. Bones nods once at me. Not approval. Not approval. A mark on a ledger. I take it. Rita is crying and writing at the same time, and I never thought I'd see that. She's getting the quotes wrong on purpose to make them make sense. I'll hate her for it later. Not today. George isn't here. Good. If he were, I would have to choose again, and I don't have anything left to spend. I walk off the dais like we drilled. 1 step, 2, 6. The cloak hides the way my knee almost buckles. No one sees me miss the edge of the curb and catch it. CC sees. She looks at me and does nothing. That's her kindness. In the alley, I vomit until it's bile and heat. Dawlish stands with his back to me like a door and says nothing. He learned something this week. I wipe my mouth. My hands don't work right. I put them on the wall. The bricks are cold. Good. Hermione finds me and doesn't take the mask off. She puts her hand on the back of my neck and holds for 5 breaths. You did it, she says. I know, I say. Sounds like a cough. I hate him, I know, she says. And I love him, I say, and it comes out broken. I know, she says again, voice steady. Both. I won't tell, I say, because saying it makes the geas taste like choice and not just iron. I know, she says. Let it hold you. We need you held right now. I breathe through my nose like a man about to pass out in a way that keeps him on his feet. I don't pass out. The mask gives me air that doesn't crouch in my chest like an animal. I want to take it off. I don't. Go to the office, Hermione says. Bones wants you on the balcony at noon. You'll say 1 sentence. I wrote it down. What is it? Ask. He is dead. The law is alive, she says. Then you leave. Okay, I say. She squeezes the back of my neck once hard enough to make my eyes sting. She lets go. She goes back to the street because she doesn't get to break either. None of us do. Not yet. I walk. People make way because the mask tells them to. A child salutes and then gets embarrassed and hides behind her mother. I keep moving. At the corner, I stop and press my palm to a stone the way we marked for ourselves when we were young and needed a secret. It's warm from the sun. Feels like something else. I don't have a word for it. I don't need one. I go. Hermione. We drag the dais under the net. Medics work with clean hands and dull words. There's nothing to do. The ledger in my pocket feels like a brick. I hold it like one. CC leans against the cart and looks at nothing. Bones signs forms. The clock ticks. The crowd thins in clumps. People will tell stories tonight over tables and on beds and in doorways. Half of them will be wrong. We will fix the ones that matter with minutes and law. The rest will do their job anyway. Rita brings me a proof to look at. Demon Emperor dead. 0 saves city. UMF to rule. I cross out 1 verb and hand it back. No saves, I say. Use leads. We're not writing fairy tales. She sniffs and nods and writes. Her hand shakes. She glares at it like it betrayed her. We roll the cart down the cleared lane and shut the door behind us. Bones stands with her hands on the handle a long time before she lets go. She looks at me. On schedule, she says. On schedule, I say. Assembly in 3 hours, she says. I'll chair, I say. You're not a member, she says. I'll sit at the end of the table and say next, I say. They'll think it's their idea. She almost smiles. Good. CC steps forward. He asked me to make sure you eat. I hate him, I say. I know, she says. She hands me a biscuit anyway. I eat it. Tastes like cardboard and sugar, and I cry while I chew. CC pats my shoulder like you do a horse. It helps in a way I'll never admit. The parade route Alpha becomes a corridor of brooms and brushes and mops. City workers scrub blood in flat, hard strokes. No music. No prayers. Work. A man kneels and scrubs around a tomato stain until it's just water. He stands and cracks his back and goes to the next patch of stone. The public vault opens for an hour. People file past the box with the wand inside. Some spit at the glass. Some bow. Most stare for 3 seconds and move. The guard yawns at his post because his body doesn't know today is a history day. Good. The assembly meets. People argue about seating. Hermione says next and hands out agenda packets with 3 lines and a place to sign. They read. They sign. They wonder if this is government. The High Court posts the first docket. Names of people you know and names you've never heard. The judges sit straight and refuse to smile. They aren't here for that. The integration office opens a help desk for Muggle technology. A man in a tweed robe asks about batteries. A girl in dungarees shows him with a patience he didn't expect. He says thank you and means it. The anti-purity office posts fines and a public class schedule. 6 wizards in good robes show up and cross their arms and sit in the back. They leave with handouts and a look like the world got bigger while they were in a smaller room. Good. The Azkaban boats take a new route. The boatmen learn currents they didn't bother with before. A guard brings a book to a prisoner. He signs his name on the flyleaf. He hasn't signed anything in years that wasn't a confession. He smiles with half his mouth. Neville stands on the balcony at noon in the mask because the mask isn't his. It's the office. The crowd settles. Hermione stands off to the side with a clipboard and a stopwatch. He is dead. Neville says, voice clean and steady and not his and completely his. The law is alive. He leaves. People argue about whether it was too short. Hermione writes perfect in the margin and pins the paper to the wall. At dusk, the lamps come on. The clock ticks down. The city breathes. 2 weeks later, the UMF still stands. The minutes stack. The Elder Wand is still in the box. The Assembly passes the first budget with numbers in columns that add up. The High Court rules against a popular petition because the law isn't a vote, and they explain it in words someone's mother can read. The Executive Council looks tired and keeps showing up at 8. Bones runs security like a schedule. Dawlish grumbles and files reports on time. People get fined for blood words and learn new ones. A clerk from the Portkey office writes the best memo anyone has read in 10 years and gets promoted for it. He cries in a stairwell where no one sees and then goes back to his desk. Rita writes a follow-up called The Boring Revolution and sells out 2 editions because people recognize their lives in it. She still writes garbage on page 4. That's her vice. We live with it. McGonagall chairs the Hogwarts board and tells a parent who wants paddlings that the world changed and he can write a letter if he likes. He writes it. She files it in the public remarks folder. The student reps propose a peer mediation program that makes adults snort and then works. The Dementors don't come back. George opens the shop 3 days a week. He doesn't put sale signs up. He sits at the counter and watches the door. Neville sits on a stool in the back and whittles wood into shapes that don't look like anything. He throws most of them away. He keeps one that looks like nothing except to him. He carries it in his pocket and squeezes it when the mask feels heavy in the cupboard where he keeps it. Hermione audits everything and laughs once a week on purpose so her head doesn't crack. She writes a book called Public Minutes. A guide and refuses to put her name on the cover. People know anyway. They buy it. They argue with it. She loves that. CC sits on roofs and in kitchens. She eats biscuits and watches meetings and says, definitions when someone gets sloppy. She buys a plant and kills it and buys another. She writes one note and leaves it under a stone at a grave without a name. I didn't fix him. I held him. It was enough. Children play a game in alleyways called Demon and Zero where one kid runs and the other pretends to fall and then stand and say the line. Adults tell them it's not a game. puts fear in a smaller box. People make candles with my face on them and light them to keep their kids from sneaking out. They call me a monster at dinner and sign up for committee meetings the next morning. They point at the glass box with the wand and tell visiting cousins stupid stories with real dates. The boogeyman works. The hero works. The law works. Private. Hermione keeps one ledger no one reads. It's not a secret. It's a habit. She writes, "He died on purpose. We spent him to buy a schedule. It was worth the price. Keep paying." Zero holds. Neville is steady. Gius holds. He hates it and uses it like a brace. We watch him. We make room for him to breathe. His hands trembled. His breath shortened. A small ache pressed behind his eyes. Bones is a wall. We lean. CC is a witness. She bites when people posture. Useful. Public memory splits. Demon Emperor. The thing you tell children to make them pick up their toys. Zero, the poster on the wall near the voting booths. Both keep the room stable. She closes the book and puts it under the minute stack because that's where it belongs. Some nights the city goes quiet at 2. The way cities do when the bars are closed and the delivery carts aren't out yet. The lights in the UMF tower stay on in one window where a junior clerk balances figures until his eyes burn. He finishes, saves, prints, and goes home to a room that smells like dust and soap. He will be late tomorrow. His boss won't care. The numbers line up. On a roof, CC sits with her feet over the edge and eats an apple. She looks up at a sky without omens. She doesn't ask for one. On a bench, Neville sits with the mask case closed and his head back and his hands in his pockets. Fingers on a piece of wood that isn't anything. He breathes. He gets up. He goes on patrol to a world that doesn't need patrols in the same way anymore. He does it anyway. Hermione turns off a lamp, checks 3 locks and sets 2 alarms. She puts a pencil on a draft and goes to bed. She doesn't pray. She runs tomorrow in her head until she falls asleep. She wakes when the clock says. Bones writes next at the top of a clean agenda page and smiles to herself. The box with the wand sits under lights. Dust motes float and settle. A guard yawns. A child presses her nose to the glass and fogs it with a circle of breath. Her mother pulls her away and says, "Don't smudge. It's history. History is a schedule and a ledger and a man who died where everyone could see so they would stop thinking power belongs in a pocket." The Demon Emperor is the name people give to the bad feeling that makes them read the rules anyway. Zero is the face they point to when someone says it isn't worth it. The UMF is the room we built so those names can stay stories and not jobs. Atonement isn't pretty. It's not soft. It's minutes and audits and a mask in a cupboard and a kiss you don't tell anyone about and a box with a stick in it and a city that keeps breathing. We achieved it. We hold it. We keep paying.